Yo, boys, I think it's time. I think it's time, boys. What do y'all think? Hello. Why are my 7 TV emotes not working on my Chatterino? Shouldn't they be working? Can I get a Keck W in chat? Wait a second. Wait, no, it is working. Why is grab not working? I don't see grab in my Chatterino. Wait, why do I have Chatterino up? What am I thinking? Wait, hold on. I've got the wrong fucking streamer bot. Streamer bot is what I need. What the fuck am I doing? What the hell am I doing as hell? Sorry, YouTube chat. I had the wrong thing up. Wait, is grab working now? Someone grab real quick. Is grab working now? Yeah. Boys and girls, welcome in. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're from. Guys, we've got some juice on the table today, man. We've got some juice. Yeah, apparently Steven Sharif has his side of the story out there, ready for the take-in. Yeah, I'm really interested. I've been staying away from it, but I want to watch it. Yeah, so the question is, though, because we didn't finish. Here's the thing, chat. We did not finish all of Nefas's videos. We still have 2 more videos, which is like 2-3 hours. Do we watch that first to make sure we're caught up, and then watch the juice, the videos in regards to Steven's response? What do you guys think? Yeah, we should watch it first. Okay. So we watch the phone call first. Okay, we get caught up to speed, and then we listen to the juice. Listen, I don't know. See, like maybe the news, maybe all this shit, the Reddit threads, the Reddit posts, the videos, maybe it's all clickbait and there's not too much substance there. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I kind of don't want to be spoiled though. Okay, I want to watch it because I hear Steven has given his side of the story or maybe alluded to it. I don't know. I have no idea, but it's kind of fucking exciting. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of invested. I feel like I'm watching a goddamn. I feel like I'm invested in a goddamn Netflix series or an anime right now. So, yeah, we'll watch Nefas's videos. We'll get caught up, and then we'll jump into the recent news with the whole Steven's side thing. Yeah. If someone is defending Steve at this point, you have a terrible judgment of character. It's gonna be interesting. By the way, guys, I've ordered some food. My food should be here relatively soon, and yeah, we'll just yap a little bit as we usually do on stream. Give me some time to eat the food, and then we'll hop into the reacts. All right, boys. It's so damn exciting. They should make it. It really is. It really fucking is. Season 0 confirmed to launch on April 2nd. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I'm having a difficult time right now managing my March schedule, if I'm gonna be honest, right? So we've got midnight launch, WoW midnight launching on what, the 27th or so? I think the 27th is the early access, and then the raids drop on like the 9th or something. The official launch being what, like the 2nd or something? I don't know. Some of those dates might be a little bit off, but it's in the ballpark, right? Season 0, so the new ESO. So for those of you who don't know, ESO Elder Scrolls Online has a brand new direction. I don't want to say a pivot, but they're trying to steer the game in a brand new direction, and they're revamping a lot of things, a lot of systems, a lot of content, a lot ofs. Okay, so that is happening with the start of what's called Season 0, fitting name. They have a pre-season to that season, March, I believe, 9th? It's around that timeline, right? It's kind of around the time when raids are going to be dropping in midnight. So, oh man, like, I don't know what's happening, because a part of me kind of wants to send it with ESO. Don't get me wrong, I'm definitely going to be playing Season 0. That's in April. But I'm kind of thinking, well, shit, if preseason starts fucking... If preseason is starting in March, maybe we hop on that. I don't know. I kind of want to, but at the same time, I also want to do the raid, at least clear the raid, the heroic raid for midnight, right? So I think a lot of this is just going to really depend on how the community's feeling, how the streamers are feeling, and all this stuff, because I was actually talking to Pugwings earlier. I sent him a message earlier. It's really up in the air what's going to happen with WoW. You know, we're going into WoW with a bunch of streamers and like a mega streamer guild. Let's be real here. Like we don't know how long the streamers are going to be sticking with WoW. We really don't know. I have no idea how many of them are going to even stick around to get to the raid, because the raid starts the raid. It's like 3 weeks, I think. Isn't the raid like 3 weeks or two or 3 weeks after the early access launch? It's quite a bit. So yeah, I don't know. Everything's kind of in the air. I know for sure, for a fact, I'm going to play ESO. I just don't know how I should go about my March schedule right now. Did you start playing ESO? Yes. Season 0 starts in April. Yes. But preseason starts, I believe, mid to early March. Yeah, I'm a Grandmaster crafter, so I can craft whatever you need. Yeah, I might need your help for sure, man. It's so busy. Probably bad time for both MMOs to do that. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know why they're. I don't know why ESO's like. I don't know why they're dropping that at that time. You know what I mean? Why drop preseason essentially when midnight's dropping? It just doesn't really make sense to me. But whatever. It is what it is. ESO so bad. Stay with WoW. Well, I mean, it could. Yeah, that's the question, right? It's like maybe we play preseason and it's still bad. I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say still bad, because I think the game isn't bad. But let's just say it's not that much improved. Right, with Season 0 / preseason, a lot of the changes are supposed to come through, like combat revamps and stuff, and I'm interested to see how that feels. Kanon stint in WoW was short, but we all knew that. No, it's not over yet. You're not wrong. It will be short. I feel like I've been kind of clear with that. It will be short, meaning it's not going to be like fucking months long. right? But the stint will definitely go through launch. I've been planning on doing the launch. You know, that's what it is. I let the community know we're going to be diving into midnight for the launch, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to have this mega guild, this mega stream guild for the launch. That's what we're going to do, and we're just going to play it by ear from there. It's a bunch of non-WoW streamers diving into Midnight WoW's launch. Again, let's keep the expectations in check. What are the odds a lot of these streamers stick around? I don't know. Hopefully enough stick around for the raids, because I do want to stick around through the raids. That is my current plan. My current plan is to stick through midnight through the raids. Now maybe I don't stream WoW every day, but I definitely want to be pushing that, right? Like I want to do the raid. But I don't know. We'll see. I play on PCNA. Also can help you out with anything you need. Awesome. Yes, that will be very helpful. If you guys are looking for a guild for ESO, our guild is still there. It's not super active, but it's there. Do you remember MMO Sword of Justice? I tried it. UI was pretty bad. Yes, I do. Yes, I agree. UI in combat looks crazy good. They showed a massive game update. Wait, really? Hold on, I'll pull this up. Okay, yeah, I'll pull it. Yeah, wait, Sword of Justice. I wouldn't mind checking it out again if they actually fixed up a little bit of the combat, but mainly the UI. ESO is going to have a new direction, so no data available to say that the new content is exactly. It's a big question mark. It could be really good. It could be really fucking good. We shall see. I agree with what you said. Let's just wait and see. Absolutely. Stoops man is already concerned. What is he concerned about? You don't even have a proper name yet? Listen, that's not on me entirely. Okay, listen. When it comes to this streamer guild, I'm just gonna say this because it's true. It's objectively true. The only streamer that has been putting in work is me. Okay, I'm just gonna call it how it is. I love Stoops, but he hasn't really done shit so far with the guild. But I think he will. I'm not giving him shit for that because I know he was busy with a huge update with Lost Ark, so I was expecting it. I'm not complaining. I was expecting it. It's reasonable. He did tell me ahead of time he's going to be busy with it. But after the class update with Lost Ark, he wants to do it. And man of his word, he messaged me last night being like, yo, let's get on a call and talk. I'm excited to talk about it. Let's talk about Midnight. So it's going to happen, right? But like, I've been kind of the only person reaching out to other streamers, inviting people, more or less. Okay. And I didn't want to make the executive decision. The reason why I'm saying this, because I didn't want to make the executive decision on the guild name, right? Like it's like Stoops gave me some names, but it was kind of like just spitballing stuff. We haven't really been able to like iron down like a really good name. We feel like, but the name is important. And at the end of the day, we already have a temporary name. It's literally called Streamer Guild. Honestly, not a bad name if we have to stick with it. Maybe we stick with that name. Yeah. No, but I'm pretty excited. Stoops said he's going to he's planning on diving into it, and now that the Lost Ark event is kind of over, or it's kind of sizzled down, that and him messaging me yesterday about it, looking forward to it. Should be pretty good. Man. I don't know. Hopefully we can get that name out within the next couple of days. I know I said that last time, like weeks ago, but I don't know. Just things didn't really pan out. And we wanted to make sure we had a good name at the end of the day. We don't want to put out a bad name. Like, Stoops and I both recognize the importance of it. So yeah. Well, hopefully we can get a we can get a good name. Guild Dave Ninja, maybe that'll be a good one. I'm leaving it if that's the fucking name. We'll see. That's probably not gonna be the name. But we gotta get a good name, right? It's gotta be relatively short. It's gotta look good on the tag. Like we had one where it was like feels wow man. that look feels wow man, because that right there is a Twitch emote, is it not? Feels wow man. Is that yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a 7TV emote. Pretty good. The problem is it doesn't look good. Feels wow man. I don't know about you guys, but for me, when I see that, I see feels woman. I see feels woman. You know what I mean? So it's gotta, like, it's important. I don't know, man. Same. You see it too, right? You can't see it, Turkman? No, I see it, dude. When I see feels wow man, I see feels woman. It's not. I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good look, man. I read it as feels woman. Yeah. I read feels woman too. Yeah. Didn't realize until you said, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we can't go with something like that, right? So, yeah, we kind of want to make it like a Twitch emote name kind of thing, or something relevant to the game, like a saying or something short. Reality check is you guys are stressing over a name for a guild that will live a month long. No, like that I don't know. We have different perspectives on it, because like as a streamer, right? As a streamer, this name is going to identify not only me and Stoops and I, but it's going to identify a collective. It's going to identify, like, I think Polaris messaged me. He said right now we've got like 30 streamers. We've got like 30 streamers right now and counting, right? There's a good chance that there's a good chance that number continues to increase, and I mean maybe it even doubles by the time it actually happens. So it's important, even if it is for a month, even if it is for a week or 2 weeks, a guild tag that's going to identify 30 plus streamers in all of their community for the sake of content, for the sake of exposure, for the sake of having fun, for the sake of a concept, for the sake of content. It's important, man. It's important. Where they all come from? They came from me. I told you straight. I might not be playing WoW, but I'm actually doing work behind the scenes. I'm actually doing work behind the scenes. You can ask Polaris. He's in the Discord. He's in our private Discord. I have a couple of our officers and guild managers in the Discord to help us kind of like manage things. I'm putting in work. Okay, I'm trying. It may seem like, oh shit, maybe he's not interested in WoW anymore. No, motherfucker, I'm doing work behind the scenes. I'm trying to put this shit together. We've got like 30 streamers now. Here, look. This is the Discord. These are all the streamers. It's a decent amount. Offline 13, online 20. We got a good amount of people in there, man. Yeah, it should be fun. Hopefully it's fun. That's what we're trying to do, right? Like, we are not WoW players. We are not WoW streamers. We are not a WoW community. A lot of our community members are trying WoW for the first time, or for the first time in a long time. And what I want to do is I want to make midnight fun. It's literally the only thing on the table right now, right now, outside of preseason ESO. It's like so you know, for me to make it fun for our community, this is what I'm doing. So I'm trying to combine all of our communities so that we go in there. Our guild has like fucking 500 to 1,000 people in it. It's active, it's popping off, the streamers are playing. Hey, who's grouping up with who? You know, it's fun. That's what it is. You know, it's gonna be on the WoW canvas, but hey, you know, an MMO is always fun when you have a community of people to play with, and that's what I'm trying to cultivate right now for our community. Again, as a non-WoW community, we'll see how it goes. This could be bad. It could fail, right? This could end up just being a very lackluster thing. But, you know, I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Hopefully it works out, and hopefully it's fun for the community, man. Hopefully. Credit Card Crusaders. You know what we should do? We should name the guild Pay to Win, and we should all just pay to win. Yo, hit up THD Lock and be like, yo, run us, carry us through mythic raids, and we'll pay you guys gold. Yeah, that's the concept of our content and guild. We're just all pay to win warriors coming from Korean MMOs. MMO Homeless is actually pretty good. Yes, wait, that's actually pretty good. MMO Homeless, not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Hold on. My food is here, though. Yo, MMO Homeless is actually not bad. What about the name Pioneers for the guild, since you and a bunch of streamers always try to dive into new MMOs? That's not too bad. I think that's a good fitting name, Shogun, but we're looking for something that is catchy. You know, we're not like, I think the play is to look for a name that's a little bit more catchy, that sure, it represents something, but not just only represents something, you know, so something that's a little bit more relevant to the streaming space, to what we're doing. Was it an MMO list? MMO lists is pretty good too. MMO lists, MMO Homeless. You know what we should do? Let's just name our guild Ashes of Creation.
So capital.
Yo, should we just name our guild Steven Sharif? Sharif Nation or some shit? Yo, wait, what's the name of Ashes of Creation? Like, what's the actual world name or some shit? Maybe we should do something. Name it AOC. Yeah, maybe we name our guild AOC. Sharifers. Yo, that's actually Sharif Sheriffs. Yo, that's so good. Wait, that's actually so good. Sheriffs, that's actually fire. Yo, holy shit, that's actually so good. Vera actually is a pretty good name, not gonna lie. Vera is actually a pretty solid name. Wait, hold on, that's actually a pretty good name. Holy shit. God damn. Holy shit. Guys, is it just me? Or can y'all see a little light reflection in my eyes? Dude. I look pretty. Where's that reflection coming from? Is that coming from my new light? I think that's coming from my new key light. That's crazy. Chat, does the quality of my camera and just the scene in general look better? Jenny said it looks better. I've added a light. I took one of her lights. One of her key lights. Now I've got like a dual light setup. I need to get, it does look better. I need to start streaming, and I really want to start streaming in 2K. But the problem is, no, you can still get 1080. Yeah, I got the anime eyes, Julia. Are you interviewing Steven? Wouldn't that be some shit? Brother, wouldn't that be some shit if I was interviewing Steven? Thank you, X Potion. Did you steal Jenny's lie? She gave it to me. Okay. Twitch is capped, but YouTube is uncapped. Yeah, well, Twitch, I do have access to 2K streams. The problem is, for whatever reason, I think it's because I'm in Korea. I can't stream in 2K. It won't let me. No, wait, I forgot. What was the issue? No, hold on, time out. Yeah, I have some issues streaming in 2K where it's like, if I stream in 2K, it removes the 1080p and it's not actually 2K. And then also there's another problem with my cloud service provider, because my cloud service provider does not allow me to stream in 2K. Even if I did stream in 2K, it gets filtered. It gets scaled down to 1080. Well, I guess like the bit, it's mainly the bit rate, right? Because I think the 2K bit rate is what? The 2K bit rate is what? 15K or some shit? What is it? 10K? 15K? I think 10K maybe? But apparently it's capped at like 7.5 or 8K. That. Are there alerts? Wait, no, they shouldn't be. Yo, Cody, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. That played, but it didn't play though. Why did that not play? Hold on. Wait. Hold. Wait, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Wait, that played? Wait, why did Cody's not play? Did you guys not see Cody's play? Wait, so Cody just got screwed? Is that what happened? Thank you so much. Regardless, thank you, Cody. Thank you, Wittis Fit. Thank you guys so much for the subs. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I remember a while ago, Rexantarax started doing it and had some issues. To start. Wait, he started doing what? Oh, yeah. The 2K, right. Didn't Korea get to impose additional fees of bandwidth? Yeah, I mean, that's why they exited. That's why Twitch exited Korea. It's not bad. The thing is, right, Korea, they have similar laws to the US when it comes to like, you know, just internet and whatever. So it's like Twitch is not banned or blocked in Korea. It's just not, they just have some regulations surrounding like spending money on the platform. If that makes sense. Hold on. All right, guys, this right here, this food that I'm about to show you, this cost me $10 USD. What I'm about to show you cost me $10 USD, and that includes the delivery fee. That includes the delivery fee. So we got this, a bowl of rice, obviously. All right. And we got this. That is Korean spicy pork. Get a yeah, not enough to share with some fried egg. So empty. Yeah, this is the bottom. Wait, this is the bottom. Yeah, so first and foremost, portions are smaller in Asia. Portions are fucking insane in the States, by the way. Need to check the thumbs. Okay. This is good. This is a good meal. This is a good solid meal. Remember, delivery fee included, $10 USD. Good luck trying to get that shit in the States, man. Yeah, yo, AL, I think you just I think you removed the like on the bottom there, instead of having CEO with timestamps, put just I guess make the timestamps text a little smaller and just put with timestamps, I guess. Like, I don't think we need the CEO in there and the thumb. Just remove the CEO and then just put with timestamps, like in a smaller text, if that makes sense. US one person is for family of 4. Yeah, it is. It would be $25 in the US. It would be crazy. Where do you live? I live in the middle of Seoul. Little mukbang stream, guys. We're gonna dive into the reacts after I finish this food. Even me living in a third world country. Where are you from, Demi? God, this is really good. It showed up, you're just blind? Okay. Describe the taste. It's difficult to describe. Has anyone ever eaten 제육볶음 in Korean? Hi Annie, how are you? It's literally tender pork with like a red pepper paste like sauce on it. It's like red pepper paste. It's like called gochujang. Gochujang. So in Korea, the two most common sauces on meat is either like a brown soy base, which is a little sweeter with no spice, or the red, which is like from gochujang, which is like from a red pepper. It's like red pepper paste, I think. So it's a little bit spicier, but it's not like overly spicy. There's a Korean spot, you had it? Yeah, that's what it is. Sweeter or not sweeter? Sweeter, but it's not like a yeah, it's just different. Yeah, I like the top one, the one that says with timestamps. That looks good. That looks good. Let's send it. Bold, sweet, spicy, umami flavor. There it is. There it is. Tteokbokki is good too. Yeah, tteokbokki is good. I love eating there. Yeah, Korean food is good, man. Question is, do you guys prefer Korean food or Japanese food? Do they have Ace Sushi in Korea? What is Ace Sushi? What is that? How about Korean sushi? Love that stuff. Yeah, Korean sushi is great, but like Korean sushi is the same as all. Sushi is the same everywhere. The only place that's, I guess, kind of different with sushi, which isn't really even that, it would be like American sushi. That's more just because like the style of rolls they make, which isn't really, you know, like sushi is not just roll. I don't know. For the most part, sushi is the same everywhere. Oh, all you can eat. Yeah, they have all you can eat sushi here. There's, bro. So one of the most expensive restaurants here. There's a place called Crab 52. It's on the 52nd floor of a giant building. It's the only place in Korea that only accepts USD. So it's like immediately 40% more expensive because the US dollar is strong compared to the Korean one. It's 200 USD per person, and it's a crab course menu, right? Where they bring out crab, fresh crab, but served in different various ways, like buttered, gaejang, Korean style, just all these different ways, right? But here's the kicker: it's all you can eat. So if you've ever been to a course restaurant before, they'll come out, obviously give you like, you know, course one, yeah, give you the course, like, you know, dish one, dish two, dish three, whatever, right? You can request, oh, I want that dish 3, give me more of it, and you can just order as much of it as you want, included in the price. It's interesting. And on top of that, they have a like sushi bar that's also all you can eat with fresh sushi. And here's the thing, it is expensive, but $200 in Korea means $200. So it's not $200 plus fucking tax and then a tip on top of it, you know, where $200 all of a sudden it's like $300. No, like in Korea, $200 is $200. You literally pay the $200 and you walk out the door. Yeah. It's really nice. No tax, no. Nope. Everything you buy at a store, at a restaurant, whatever it is, that price is what you pay. If the price says $23, it's $23 you pay. The way it fucking should be, in my opinion. The way it should be. I heard tipping is a Western thing. Yeah, tipping is a Western thing. And here's the thing. Take this from someone who's worked in the service industry. I worked for tips in my younger days. So I have a lot of respect for people in the industry, in the service industry. Now, as someone who's also owned his own businesses, small businesses, I'm no Steven Sharif. Right now, in my personal opinion, I do think tipping is not done right in America. Like, I'm not trying to take money out of the hardworking waiters, you know, that are out there, but I think it should be the responsibility of the business owner to pay your staff reasonable wages, right? Like this whole, I'm a waiter, so I'm making like fucking $2 an hour plus tips, and I'm relying on the tips, and tips are essentially mandatory. Like I don't think that's a good system at all. You know, I think you should I think you should be paid a reasonable wage from the business owner, and then you work for your fucking tip. Tipping is not expected, but if you go above and beyond, if you offer good service and the client likes it, you know, then they can give you a tip, because tipping happens in Korea, by the way. People do tip in Korea, but people tip when it's really good service and it's appreciated, right? It's like, oh, I'm going to tip you $10. Thank you so much for helping me with this. It's very much appreciated. If you don't tip, you're not fucking, it's not frowned upon. You know what I mean? It's like, you are not expected to tip. Hey, enjoy this meal and then you can leave, no problem. But if you appreciate me sitting here barbecuing your food for you the entire time, and I made it pleasant and I did a good job with it, then even if you don't tip me, that's fine, because that's expected. That is the standard. You don't have any, no, like, I'm not going to be mad at you. But if you do tip that person, it's like, holy shit, thank you so much. Like, thank you. You know what I mean? It's like, you should tip. Like, what the fuck does that word even mean? A tip. Like, tipping back in my day was something that you got that was extra when the service was good. You know what I mean? It's like, man, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know, the service is fantastic. Look here, thank you. And then you give them like $5, $10, $2, whatever that is, right? I busted my ass for it. So I don't know, man. It's like, I get that you can make super, like, just crazy bank as a bartender off of tips and stuff, but it's like, That's great. Like, I'm glad to see bartenders that can make fucking crazy amounts of money. Great. But I think just the overall tipping culture should be, you work for that tip, man. You know, you should work for that tip. And the business owner should be paying their staff more so that they can survive on that wage. Nowhere in the EU you have to tip. EU is the same way, is it? And then, as someone who's been living in Asia for the past 15 years, primarily, every time I go back to the US, I feel like it just gets worse and worse. Now, I'm going to like fucking... Dude, okay, put it this way. I would not be surprised in the next 5 years I go back home and I go to a goddamn CVS and CVS is like, how much would you like to tip on that little fucking machine? CVS. I would not be surprised. That's the direction it feels like it's heading. Because I shit you not, like some random ass, I don't know, some boba tea place where they just make your fucking tea real quick that was never, ever, like, considered to be a place where you tip. Like, ever. Right? It's like, how much would you like to tip? 4 options. 15, 18, 20, 22. And then on the bottom right, it says other. And then you hit other or some shit and be like, no tip. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's not even a restaurant. It's not even a restaurant. Like, that's the direction it's been going. It's been crazy. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck? You know what? And I appreciated it one time. You know, the one person that got my tip, there was a place where it was like, where it was the same system, but the girl at the cashier, I guess she knew it was bullshit too. So the girl just put like, she put no tip for me. Like she was like, okay, swipe your card. And then she hit, and I was like, that's pretty base, man. That's pretty, you know what I mean? Now that deserves a tip. You know what I mean? Like, that deserves a tip. So I don't know, man. It's bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I love my country. I'm proud to be an American. I really am. I genuinely am. But I mean, listen, some of this shit is getting out of hand. Okay, so like that shit. Like I said, I would not be surprised if I go to Walgreens, fucking Target, or some shit, Walmart, and it's like, how much would you like to tip? Probably, right? Like in 5 years, I would not be surprised if that were to happen. Ben X, thank you for the 23 months. Our server was just a decade bad tips are part of the business. It's bad servers and bad restaurants cry about it because it happens to them often. So I have a question. What happens if you actually just don't tip? Does nothing happen? Let's say you eat at a restaurant and you just literally do not tip. How much to buy you a new shirt? Not much, bro. Feel free to donate. Feel free to donate, man. I'll take money to buy a new shirt. I walk up to a counter and you order an order and you get nothing. An order you get nothing because you have done nothing to earn it. What to play now, Limfowl? I don't do subs. All my BDO stuff is on console. I don't feel like replaying everything. I hate weapon swapping in Guild Wars 2. Let me think about that. I don't do subs. Chat, what game should he play if not BDO Guild Wars 2? And he doesn't want to play a game with subs. I'll be on, not bad. I consider ESO a sub game, man. ESO can't be it. ESO has weapon swapping. Scars of Honor. Get excited about Scars of Honor. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. That was the perfect amount of food. Like, perfect. I'm not I'm satisfied, but I'm not like overly full and bloated now. I think the pork, which I didn't consume everything, right? I think the pork was 540 calories. And then the rice, bowl of rice is probably like, what, 250 calories? It's a smaller bowl of rice. I mean, under 1K calorie meal, I'm good. Relatively healthy, cost me $10 USD. I'm fucking gaming, boys. This is why I can't leave Asia. This is why I can't leave Asia. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me wipe my mouth. All right. Oh, here we go. Nobody would play WoW if it was made with new Unreal Engine 5 realistic graphics, because WoW only exists because of its 100 MMO year old player base. I mean, they've already done a graphics overhaul, right? Or a graphics update. You know what's hilarious? The whole reason why I'm here right now is because I was like, maybe I'll cave and give AOC a try because it's doing some cool shit. And yeah, you know what the craziest thing is, guys? SWB from YouTube and everyone else on my Twitch chat and YouTube. The crazy thing is, hindsight now that we know what we know, right? Quinfall ended up being a better game. Quinfall ended up being way better than fucking Ashes of Creation. That's a statement. And like I said yesterday, that's not me glazing Quinfall. Quite the contrary. It's crazy. Like, if you think about it, I was talking to Sai about this yesterday off stream. Quinfall, if we were to just take Quinfall, and again, let me just reiterate this, Quinfall is not the best game, But if you were to take Quinfall right now as a game and compare it to Ashes, ignore all the drama and all the scam, but just the game itself, just the game, Quinfall is actually, all things considered, Quinfall is actually better. For sure. It's actually way better, in my opinion, than Ashes of Creation. Again, just ignore the whole AI shit, the scam shit. Just let's just take these two games at face value and put them head to head. Quinfall is a better game. It actually is. It actually is. Both have its issues, sure. You know, there's some areas where Ash is better, some areas where Quinfall is better. But overall, all things considered, Quinfall is way ahead. Way ahead. And Quinfall had half the time in development, I believe, half the time in development. It had it was actually developed by one person versus Ashes, where one person was just scamming people for money. Yeah, one was a scam, exactly. Quinfall is quantity over quality. A bit, yeah, a bit. Quinfall, the Quinfall feels really good. People keep bashing the combat, but it's not bad. In my opinion, it's a little clunky, but $10 worth for it. I.e., okay, J-Kush, it is bad. It's really bad. But I'm with you. When you're saying it's not bad, what I think you mean is, like, on paper, like some of the skills, the skill effects, and hell, even the animations, honestly not bad. And I'm with you there. But the reason why, at the end of the day, the final rating is that it is bad is because the flow, and fuck the clunkiness for a second, like that too, but the floatiness, the lack of impact is so severe. The lack of impact, right? That element of the combat is lacking so much that it overrides a lot of the positives when it comes to the combat. Does that make sense? If they just made the combat alone and kept everything else, if they just made the combat alone, if they revamped it so that the sounds and just the feel of your skills landing, you can feel it, then the combat would be fucking exponentially better in the eyes of the majority. You know, it's like, it's close. It's actually close to being pretty decent, close to being pretty good, but it's just objectively bad right now, mainly because of that floatiness, which is an easy fix, I think, but it's objectively bad because of that floatiness. And that floatiness is so bad where it just kind of almost supersedes everything else, all the positives to it. But like, yeah, like if you think about it, it's like if they can just fix that, it's actually not bad, right? So yeah, that's like the biggest downside to Quinfall. Of course, there's other issues, but when we're comparing it to Ashes, holy shit, it's actually it's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? I feel like it's almost like football. Like in football, it's like, yo, you know, look at this quarterback, Heath Schuler. He's like the guy. He's so, you know, he's like the biggest prospect. And then later on, it's like, okay, you know, this guy drafted in the 8th round was actually way fucking better. Can we stop talking about games that look like my left toe? Well, we're about to talk about games that look like your right toe because we're about to do some reacts now. I think I'm gonna get into this here in a couple of minutes. Band-Aid 1, put great SFX at key points of the skills. 2, either apply hitbox on all enemies or stop that. Yeah, they need they need to, obviously the audio. I think it's a combination of the audio, the effects, and in some of like the hit animations, I guess, which I guess you can tie into effects. Still playing Quinfall at all? Yeah, I was actually grinding a bit off stream yesterday. I got power leveled. I'm getting power leveled a little bit by some of the guys. I am catching up on some levels. I'm like 60 something right now. You be joining OnlyFans in 2026? If I get invited, I would really consider. I would really consider it. Yeah. If I were invited, I would really consider it. Real quick, what's the guy's Twitch link for the vid? Armagon. TV. Armagon TV. ARMEGON TV. Quinfall is a Unreal Engine 5 asset flip. Yeah, it's Unity. I see the chat. You gonna go to the US? You gonna go to the USA though for events? Am I gonna go to the what events? For like TwitchCon? I'm considering going to TwitchCon, if that's what you mean. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Tough. Just hit up Soda or Savix to put a word in. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I can get in, right? I'd probably hit up Savix, Zaryu, or Sony. Sony already said he could probably get me in. Or yeah, Sony already said he can get me in, I think, but we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, like, even if they say that, it's still not, you know, if I get invited, I would consider it, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it would kind of depend on how it lines up. When is it actually? Like, for example, if it's not going to be like this, but if it lined up with Ion 2 launch or something like that, then no, I'm not going to be playing. I'm not going to do that. Excuse me. Games need to let players AI their characters model. I'll make my prompt big titties, Jesus. That would be interesting though. AI to create characters. Why no Ion 2? Why no Ion 2? What do you mean? Why am I not playing Ion 2 right now? Anyone notice the irrational paranoia towards MMO releases among creators? I think it's the most detrimental effect of AOC. What do you mean? Playing WoW TBC and HC is loving it. And loving it. Yeah. If I didn't go on vacation for like a week, Bamu, I think I would have given TBC a shot. I think I would have. I think I would have. But Ion 2 is trash, bro. Not like Classic is even good. They're just different games. The people that think Ion 2 is good are the people that like or are okay with the gameplay loop of Lost Ark. People that like Lost Ark can think Ion 2 is good because guys, Ion 2 is essentially Lost Ark, only better graphics, 3D, right, and shittier raids. But which is shittier raids is understandable because Lost Ark took 3 years to get good raids, right? And the when I say shittier raids, I don't actually mean the raid is shitty. The raid is actually pretty decent. It's pretty good. As far as we could see, it was actually pretty fun. The dungeons are pretty good, but the dungeons and raid in Ion 2, they're pretty solid. But you know, being solid is still shittier compared to something great because Lost Ark had great raids. So just, you know what I mean? It's like that's probably not the best choice of words, right? It's a little bit it could be a little misleading, but yeah, it's not as good. The PvE dungeons and raids aren't as good compared to Lost Ark, but they're still pretty good. But the gameplay loop of Ion 2 is just it is literally it is quite literally Lost Ark. That's the road they've gone. Ion 2 out of 10. The problem, Nico, you know what I noticed, bro? I noticed that I think our scale with rating games is actually quite similar. Now let me explain before you jump out of your seat. Okay, let me explain. It's just your scale is like your scale skews heavily towards 0 versus my scale utilizes the full 0 through 10. You know what I mean? It's like your scale is actually not a 0 out of 10 scale. Right? But like relative ratings, I've noticed our ratings on games are actually pretty close. So for example, if I rated a game an 8, you would rate it like a 4. So if I rate another game like a 6, you would rate that game a 2. You know what I mean? It's actually like our numbers are actually not too far off respectively. You know what I mean? But your baseline is just way lower. And like you have all of your ratings just squished between 1 to 5. And the reason why for me that doesn't make sense, the reason why is because there's no way, like on a scale 0 to 10, you can't go in the negatives. That defeats the purpose of a 0 through 10 rating, right? And in no way, shape, or form is Past Fate 2 points within 2 points of Ion 2. Let's be real here, Nico. Like, where would you put Past Fate? Right? Because like, you know what I'm saying? It's like Past Fate being a 0 and Ion 2 being a 2. That tells me Ion 2 is only a little bit better than Past Fate. There's no way. I know what that is. It's a 0. It's a -5 game for you. That's what it is. Which makes sense. Which is why, again, I say I think our ratings are relatively similar. Because Past Fate, I know your ass would say that's -5, -10 or something. You know what I mean? So then it's like, okay, well then the difference is still the same. I'm just going from 0 to 10 and you're going from like -10 to 10 or something. You know what I mean? I noticed this about our ratings. Okay, what is your currently best rated MMO? Okay, good. Let's do this. Guild Wars 2. That is my currently best. Possibly Classic WoW, but I haven't put enough hours into Classic WoW to be able to actually to put it. So I've kind of disqualified Classic WoW from that rating. I don't like to rate games that I haven't put that many hours in. What is your rating? What rating is Guild Wars 2? What rating is Guild Wars 2? This if I were to do a calculated rating, this is my disclaimer. If I were to do a calculated rating, the rating would probably be different because I would like rate each category and do an average. But just as a general, off the top of my head, not really thinking too deep on it, rating, Guild Wars 2, I'd probably give Guild Wars 2 a solid 8.5 or 9. 8.5. 8.5. 8.5. I give it a solid 8.5. 8.5, 9 maybe. Is right around there. 8.5. Yeah, I'm comfortable with 8.5. Yeah. Out of curiosity, what would you give Arcade pre-sellout? Vanilla Arcade, I think, is the greatest MMORPG of all time for me personally. And even as a reviewer, I think it was phenomenal. There were obviously there were certain things that were holding it back. But like, all things considered, and I am trying to not include, I'm just talking about gameplay here, so I'm not talking about monetization. Arcade would probably be the highest rating for me personally. Again, I can only rate games that I've played. Arcade, I would probably give like a 9.2, 9.5. 9.2 to 9.5. Somewhere around there. I think Vanilla Arcade was closest to being the best / model MMO in our time. There's so many good things about it. So many good things about it. You see, that's where your list is opposite of mine. How little faith do you have in MMOs that a perfect MMO would only be 1.5 above Guild Wars 2? Okay, good question. Because I think there's a massive difference between an 8.5 and a 10. Does that make sense? There's a big difference, generally speaking. So let me put, okay, I don't know if you're going to get this reference because this is golf, right? You're probably not going to get this reference. When it comes to the top players in the world, there is a huge omega difference between golfers that score on average a 72 versus golfers that score an average of 69. It's only 3 shots. But the difference is monumental, even though it's only a 3 shot, because it becomes tighter the higher up you go, right? But then when we're talking about the vast majority, not the top 1%, not the top of the food chain players, the difference is greater. Therefore, the point disparity is greater. It's very often you see someone shooting 95 on average versus 81 on average. You know what I mean? 80 versus 90, that's 15 shots. That's huge. That's the majority, right? So I think it as you go up higher and get closer to 10, it becomes more extreme. Every 0.1, 0.2 points is more difficult to get. I think it makes sense. And I also think, right? I also think, how much better can an MMO be from Guild Wars 2, Nico? If we are talking about objectively rating something, my pushback to you would be, what makes Guild Wars 2 not 1.5 points 1.5 points away from being the top rated MMO, being a perfect 10? I think we both agree that there is no such thing as a perfect 10, but there can be games that come close to it, closer to it than others, right? But like, what more can it be? You know what I mean? Does it even like how can it even exist? I think the best MMO for you is Classic WoW for its time, right? Where would you rate Classic WoW? I don't like Guild Wars combat, the lack of Holy Trinity, New World combat, enjoyment, more impact. Yeah, 100%. But the thing is, right? Guild Wars not having a Holy Trinity, Guild Wars having weapon swapping does not make it objectively bad. Does that make sense? Like when I try to rate games, I try to separate subjective versus objective. You know what I mean? Just because, you know, so like, I don't particularly like RuneScape combat. I don't like it at all, but that doesn't mean it's objectively bad. It's subjectively bad, but it's not objectively bad. You know what I mean? Like, I cannot say RuneScape is a shittier game and is a lower rating. I can't say RuneScape is a 5 out of 10 because the combat is shit. There's people that think the combat is great. So then when I review MMOs or review games, I try to think, how good is it for what it is, despite what my opinion is on that flavor, if that makes sense. I try my best. Of course I have my biases. Everyone has their biases. Current Classic WoW, a 5 out of 10. Like, what is the highest rated MMO for you, Nico? I also think there's a massive difference between 2 and 0 for me. Well, yeah, you're kind of proving my point, Nico. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that you and I actually have a similar rating system. It's just scaled differently, Nico. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? But like, to kind of go on a different topic here, what is your highest rated game? What is your highest rated MMORPG? What game is it, and what would you rate it? I like WildStar too, Lubes. Makes no sense. RuneScape combat is bad. It's not bad. It's just different, man. It's not bad. Guys, listen. It's okay to say, I don't really care if you say something is good or say something is bad, because when I read comments like that, I just know that you're talking about your opinion on it, right? But some people do think that their opinion is objective fact. And guys, let me like just give you a wake-up call here. It is not, okay? It is not. You're essentially saying baseball is bad, soccer is good. It's like that is more or less what you're doing when you're saying things like WoW combat is bad, WoW combat is good. You're essentially saying baseball is good, baseball is bad. It's like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like, guys, like a little self-awareness would go a long way. I think the objectively best one is OSRS, but I haven't played it enough to rate it properly. I would rate it a 7 out of 10 at best. but my actually highest one is Guild Wars 2 at 6 out of 10. I'm telling you, Nico, our scales are pretty similar. If you think about it, Nico, my Guild Wars 2 rating is only 2.5 points off of yours. So that's what I'm saying. But there you go. Like RuneScape. So you think RuneScape is the best MMO out there right now, right? Like you think RuneScape is it. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair take, right? But RuneScape being 7 out of 10, I don't think that's a bad take. But it's the same thing. It's like you're also saying that it's 3 points away from being the perfect MMO. Is that what you're saying? You know what I mean? If I were to use your own argument against you, I would defend you, by the way, in this situation. I would be like, yeah, dude, 3 points is a fucking... There's a big difference between 7 and a 10. And there is no such thing as a 10. And it is possible that there are games that are creeping within a few points of the 10. But it is very difficult to get those last couple of points to hit a 10. It's so insanely difficult. I was listening to your opinion until you call it football soccer. But we all agree our MMO genre saw a harsh 2 years of sleep. Yes and no. I don't know. It's like, yes, the last 2 years have not been great, but at the same time, how good was it? In 2015 to 2017. You know what I mean? How good was it? Because I feel like every year it's been like this. Yeah, I agree with your point. By the way, it gets steeper the higher the higher and the lower you go on the list. Yeah. I just think, Nico, our lists, our scales are actually very similar. They're just scaled differently. I actually do believe this. I think we have a different definition of 1 to 10, but if we were to strip the 1 to 10 rating out of it, I feel like we're a little bit closer. You're still, no, with that said, you're still a lot more harsher on games, obviously. Like, I'm way more tolerant. Like I liked a lot of elements in Throne and Liberty, and you thought it was just clown shit trash. Obviously, we have our differences, but Canada, they could make an MMO. They could make a MMO you spend 20 years playing. What do you mean? I want ESO to be harder and overworld and class redesign, and then I'll have a better idea. Yeah, same. Canon loves shit games. I do. And you know what? You know what, motherfuckers?
Also, thanks for staying signed 2015 in this genre.
Thank you so much for the 6 months, Moya. Moya, thank you. I appreciate you. You know what, motherfucker? You should be jealous. You should be jealous that I can have fun playing shit games. I think that's a flex. I think that is a flex, that I can enjoy playing shit games. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you these games are fucking god tier. Okay, I'm not gonna tell you that. But hey, it's a game. It's possible to have fun in shit games, and I have fun oftentimes in shit games, and you should be jealous about that. You should be jealous of that 100%. I am jealous. Yeah, you should be, all of you guys, that because it's like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, you play games for what? You play games to have fun. And if you can play games, if you can play shit games and have fun, and all you're getting is shit, then I'm great. I'm good. But that's because we don't get good games. That's not that's true and not true. That's true and not true. There are actually plenty of good games out there. I mean, old school RuneScape is one, right? The problem, guys, and I say this so many times, the problem is, guys, that no matter how good or bad a game is, it also has to be your flavor of ice cream. So this is the issue with MMORPGs, okay? Hold on. Yeah, this is the issue with MMORPGs, okay? The problem is we're not just waiting for a good game. It's not about how good the MMO is or how bad the MMO is. That's only half of the equation. That's only a part of it, right? The other half of the equation is it your flavor of ice cream? That's why it's so difficult to find a good MMO for each person, because a good MMO is an MMO that is your flavor of ice cream and is good for being your flavor of ice cream. If you are looking for mint chocolate chip, it doesn't matter that there's a great cookies and cream that's out there. You don't give a shit. Go play RuneScape. Even Nico gives RuneScape a 7 out of 10. It is a good game. Old school RuneScape is a good game. How many of you guys want to play old school RuneScape in my community? Not many of you, motherfucker, including me, because it is not my flavor of ice cream. I'm looking for a mint chocolate chip. That makes it so much more difficult because I want this flavor. So how many of these flavors are coming out, and how many of those that are coming out are actually good? And then within the MMO space, it's not just a fighting game or a MOBA. There's so many elements even within that flavor of ice cream that makes it difficult to be good. How good are the dungeons? How good is the endgame loop? How good is the PvP? The raids? What kind of content is there? What's the progression design? Is it pay to win? There's so many factors within that single ice cream flavor, right? It's difficult. It is so fucking difficult. That is the reason why MMO players are not satisfied and probably will never be satisfied. That's my take. That's my take. That's my take, at least. What games have a 10-10 mechanic or game aspect for you? Specifically a mechanic? Vanilla Arcade. Vanilla Arcade had so many 10 out of 10 mechanics. So many. So many. Fishing content, the naval content. Bro, like so many. The way the world felt, the world immersion, the social driven content, like Arcade was the near perfect game for me. Arcade was the near perfect game for me. Ion 2 Ion 2 does have a 10 out of 10 feature in it. That's definitely the outfit mechanic. Yeah. How sexy the characters look. Definitely a 10 out of 10. Objectively, Ashes of Creation has always been ass and no one can change my mind. That's not untrue. And here's the thing. Even if Ashes wasn't a scam and it was still being developed, that statement in and of itself is not true. Is not untrue. Like, I never said Ashes was good. I thought Ashes had potential and could be good. It's funny, I was called out on Savix's stream. This is when we were all having fun with Ashes, the latest version. And he's like, bro, cut the bullshit, cut all the, like, whatever. Just what would you rate Ashes of Creation right now, face value? No context, no nothing, just a face value rating. What it is right now. Do you know what rating I gave him? I said it was like a 3. Yeah. I think, 4. I'm pretty sure I think I said 3. I think I said 3. Because, like, the game is broken. Like, Ashes was broken. You cannot, there's no way I can give it more than a 3 when the mobs are not working properly. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, like I can glaze the vision or the potential or even like the caravan content all you want, but like when the core foundation is broken, it's like imagine having a cool concept fighting game, but it doesn't fucking work. It's like when you throw a punch, it doesn't land. Models are like sliding. It's not fun. It's not working properly. You can't give it you cannot give it a 5. A 5 is an average game. It's not possible to, right? So yeah, as much as I was positive about Ashes of Creation, I mean, I still, like, face value for what it was in the latest version, I gave it a 3 or 4. I'm pretty sure I said 3. 3 out of 10 is what I would have said too. Yeah, and like I said, just because it's a 3, you can still have fun. Did I have fun with a 3 out of 10 with a 3 out of 10 game? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. 3 is crazy. Nika, you know what you should do? You know what you should do? Just content creator to content creator, you know what I would love to see you do? Why don't you go out and try to play the worst MMOs and make that a YouTube series? I think that would be so insanely good. I think you could do a great job with that. I would watch it. Like, just like go play the past Fates, those types of games, the Feanors, go play those games. Play them on stream and just do like a little series. That would be fun. I would watch it. I feel like I'm already doing that. Like, actually look for the worst ones. Snap98, thank you so much for the 3 months, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Guys, it's time. We've been yapping enough. Jesus, hour and a half.
Point.
I don't know which one to watch. Wait, okay, wait. This is the... We're gonna start with Nephis's video. Is it Nephis? Yeah, I think these are the two, right? Okay. And I heard the netcode is pretty bad in ESO. How bad is it? Passmate being alive in Azure creation is not as crazy. Yeah. Oh, you have it in history? No, I'm talking about the new ones. Nephis's video. Okay, so we gotta watch this one and this one, right? Yes.
You have. Do you know?
Right? And then 54 minutes, Jesus. Then we'll watch this and then maybe this if we have time. I do want to play some video games today. As someone who hasn't played Ion 2, is it worth? I heard the amount of real money to play the game is going to be high. It is. Right now in KR, you're looking at about $40 local currency. To 40 to, yeah. I think USD conversion, it's like $30 to $40 range. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think around $35. Let's call it $30 to $40 every month to pay for the optional subs. And if you want to be competitive in the game, actively play it, you're going to want those subs. That's a lot of money. If they were to remove the subs, and let's just say they do, or they make it a reasonable, like $15 a month, under $20, let's just say, you're looking at a game that you're realistically going to be paying $15 a month for, assuming they do that. And the game is, outside of that, it is still, if you're wondering what the monetization and gameplay loop is like, at a core, the base core gameplay experience, Lost Ark. Just look at Lost Ark. Ion 2 is literally Lost Ark, but 3D, sexier looking characters. Raids dungeons aren't as good. Pretty good, but not as good. But with 2 crazy optional subs and battle passes on top. That's what it is. In a nutshell, that is what Ion 2 is. It is. That's what it is, guys. That's what it is. Okay, let's watch this, boys. Let's fucking watch. Convince me. I mean, it's very sexy. I mean, you guys want to see how sexy? I'll show you how sexy. 2 of my only videos. 2 of my only pieces of content that have ever hit 1 million views. One on TikTok, one on X. This is it. 1.3 million. Oh, she's... Oh, this is bad. No way. This is how the this game get you. That is exactly how they get you. Oh shit, that fucking smiling wink. What the fuck? You remember that? Yeah. And then this right here didn't do 1 million on TikTok, but it did 1 million on X.
The biggest difference between
it went pretty viral. Well, viral for me.
MMOs, you go through the character presets, character
Sonia
customization. You just don't know.
Thank you for the 10 months.
Because they all look so.
Thank you for the 10
hot.
months.
In Western MMOs, you don't know because they all look so goddamn ugly.
You know they removed this preset, so this is an actual K-pop star. Her name is Sully Yoon. They removed the preset, and I think my Twitter post had something to do with it because it got the attention of a lot of people, and people started like reposting my shit, complaining how like NCSoft was allowing people to sexualize their idols, like Sully Yoon, and they were taking this snapshot right here. So it became a big deal, and they removed the preset. Look at Jenny's. Look at Jenny's. Look at this. This is Jenny's character. Whoops. What did I do? Wait.
I don't know who the least ugly.
Yeah, look at Jenny's character. This is Jenny's character. This is the real. I don't know who this is. Who is this? Karina? This is Karina? Karina. This is her game character. This is the real K-pop star. It's crazy. Some pretty big X accounts reposted your stuff around. Yeah. Pretty crazy, man. Yeah, this shit went pretty viral, man. 2 of my 1 million viewed pieces of content from Ion 2.
Girl is like.
All right, boys, let's get into the reacts. Sorry for shouting.
Sure.
Your son has destroyed the business, and you have no idea what's coming soon. All of you lying piece of okay. Son, hope you. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses.
You're good.
Hope you both.
I'm sorry, hold on. I apologize. Give me 1 sec. Let me just grab something real quick. One sec.
Attention, type 1 in chat to unleash the party train, or type 2 to cancel.
Lizard.
Party mode has been unlocked. Spam your memes for free.
Good morning, crew. I welcome you on board of Starship Kanon XO. However, I regret to inform you.
Oh my god! What is this? What happened?
Are running critical.
Hella pre, they with 100 bits.
Time to total.
What happened? Oh no, not again. Not again.
I welcome you on board.
Oh my god. Right when we're about to. The chat's like, no! We're about to start finally! I can't get. You guys could have canceled it. You typed 2 in the chat to cancel it.
Estimated time to total failure 4 minutes.
Now we gotta wait 3 minutes. 4 minutes.
Require more hype to stabilize the trajectory. Commander Kanon requires immediate assistance.
I do.
Hey, Nico is leading this hype train.
Nico? Oh, hey, Miko. Will you stop fucking sending this? Right, it's got a transparent background now. Why does it have a transparent background?
I welcome you on board
You guys added another one.
of Starship Kanon XO.
How many you guys added?
Remaining 2 minutes.
Why did the song
I
restart?
regret to inform you.
Orel, Preem, thank you guys so much for the 100 bits.
Core power levels are running critical. Estimated time to total failure.
Steven is the
4
one that's
minutes.
donating. Why did the song reset
We
though?
require more hype to stabilize the trajectory. Commander Kanon requires immediate assistance.
Why is my username on the screen? I am not DJing this. You are though. You probably just don't know what you're doing as the DJ. GG Jax. I thought your name said DJ Jax for a second. It reset twice? You're a troll. I'm not trolling. I'm not doing anything, Dosha. This is not controlled by me.
Nico
This is controlled by you
maintains rank
guys.
1 on
The chat. Don't be
leaderboard.
blaming me for some
Time
shit you guys are doing.
remaining 1 minute.
We got a minute left. As long as no one subs, we can continue with the react, okay? I'm not even trying to fish for subs right now, okay? I'm not even trying to do that. I swear to you. Burning in the light.
30 seconds. Time is running out.
Why is the song resetting though?
There is only 12
Bits
seconds
feel
left.
that's so funny. All right, here we go.
The hype train is at
course.
level 2.
I should.
Hala Preem is now the DJ.
I don't hate it. I'll tell you what, guys. Listen. You think
Party
you're trolling
mode
me?
has
I'm
been
winning here.
unlocked.
Okay, I'm winning.
Spam
I
your
would like to move on with the
memes
content,
for
but at the end of the day,
free.
I am still winning. Hala Preem, what you got?
To die.
What is this song?
There exists a streamer whose game selection
I-
is not his own.
His game selection is not his own. What the fuck?
Every best MMO ever has a price tag attached.
What is this song?
And tonight, the bidding war begins.
Wait, have I heard this song?
They call him Kanon.
Oh, yes. I saw this dude get bitch slapped and he got punched in the face. Oh, this is the pay to play video. Oh, sorry. I see. I feel like that grab might get me banned. I'm not even kidding. I might have to do something about that. Who is that cutie in the black top? I don't know. I hear she's single though. Wait, Jenny? Did it just say Jenny says you're mine? Did I just hear that right? These are clever lyrics though. These are. Hi, Yoga. Highest bid. god.
That's the Kanon way. Kanon gets a check every single day. If you're broke, just look away. Pay to play.
Is your MMO struggling? Need some exposure? Call Kanon XO today. For the right price, he'll main your game. No questions asked.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. Every streamer does the same. Pearl Abyss with the desert gold, net marble offer, bought and sold me. Hoyo's checks are getting bold. He just plays what he's told.
This is. I gotta hand it to them though, man. The lyrics are pretty fucking good.
Is leading this hype.
The lyrics
train.
are pretty
Time
fucking good.
Remaining 2 minutes.
Why are you guys always redeeming that girl voice shit, man? I need to increase the
They
cooldown
say
on
kill
it.
games when I play them. So now they pay me not to play their competitors. That's just good business. As hail.
It's
Hold
hail.
on. My inbox is empty.
This is the theme song when you boot up Kanon too. Yeah, you're not wrong.
But wait, chat. You could be the sponsors. Gift a sub. Throw some bits. Get in on this deal. Type 1 if you want to be a shareholder.
I love the interaction this song has with the chat. Type 1 if you. Oh man.
Time remaining 1 minute.
That's the Kanon way. Highest bidder picks the game today.
Yo, around there with 100 bits? Not gonna be enough, sir.
Corporate display.
Pay to play. We, David, the 17 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wayne, my Vaseline, subscribed. 30 seconds.
I need this song. It is a good
Time
song.
is running out.
It do be a good song though.
Alright, someone redeem the female voice for 2 minutes. Here it is.
There is only 12 seconds left.
I need to get some updated models for this female voice. We're gonna knock out this channel point redeem, and then we're gonna get into this react, okay? Jesus. Talk about stalling.
Lance, 3R, and Knight.
Thank you guys, thank you. Thank you so much for the tier, the
The
level
hype
2
train
hype
has
train. I
successfully
appreciate it.
reached its destination.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Knight, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Ooh woo. Yo, the Laxi, is this how you like it? Ooh woo. Crazy ass Mo. You changed the voice? Yeah. Someone redeemed a voice changer. We got about another minute. Got another minute. Let's
Hope
watch.
you both rot in hell for destroying everyone's lives. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, just a pathological narcissistic personality disorder worse than Mark, your other son. Is it your DNA in your sons, okay, or your ex-husbands that create these kind of human beings that lie, cheat, steal, and make everyone believe they are
Jesus.
honest?
Me.
He's destroyed my life and Tom and Bethany's life
Damn,
and so many
I
other
like
people's.
that.
Okay,
Thank you
because
so
he's a
much for your
narcissist.
work
He
on
should
this.
be
So
locked
fun to see
up
when liars
like
get
Mark
caught.
in an
Smile.
asylum. Such a liar, cheat, thief. I can't believe this is scumbag of your DNA. Wish you never given birth to such a human scum. You have given birth to the worst of your 3 children. It is not Mark that's the devil and has issues. It's your son Stephen that destroyed everyone's lives. You should have had an abortion. And she goes, it's a shame in her response. Am I right? Yeah, it's a shame on you. Okay, for lying to
Crazy.
me.
Oh, that's okay.
Crazy.
Okay, well, that was a lot from you, but not a lot from her.
If you can tell that I'm heated up and I'm pissed.
Yes, I can tell.
Steven just railroaded the entire company.
Yes.
So
I really cannot wait to hear Steven's
I'm getting
response.
a call.
I'm
from
actually
Jason.
super excited to hear it. It's gonna be a few hours though.
Hello?
Oh shit, hold on, I forgot to shut off this voice.
Good. You're on.
I gotta get
You're-
money, bro. I got people. I got plenty of people that are gonna want to hire you or do shit with you.
Oh, you're on.
Here we go.
Wait, you
you
can't
are
hear
on
the
live
voice?
stream, by the way. Just a heads up.
Or
Right
you guys
Yeah.
can't hear the video?
Okay.
I'm still
Oh,
streaming.
you can. Okay.
So you
Volume's
are you
low?
on now or no?
Yeah, we're live right now.
Okay, cool. How are you?
Good.
We're
how are
good,
you?
right?
It's just people in the chat.
I don't think I've ever done a live stream.
Is the volume okay right now, guys? Type X in the chat if it's okay.
My entire life, I don't do that. So
No, you're okay.
so,
Okay. Thank you.
so what do you want to do? You just type people, or are you talking on the phone to people, or what do you do?
I have you on speaker. I talk into the mic, and people hear my voice, and they can also see my camera. I'll send you a link. But people,
Yeah, I'm out and about trying to surprise my my wife with some down.
I didn't call him. He called me.
Since I didn't last minute shopping, but is there any Q&A that you want to do to pretty much ask me any questions that someone can ask me that I can actually give an answer to for your guests that are on your
What is
live
this
stream
camera
that,
setup? It's
you
kind of
want me to do
insane.
for your guests, or any questions you want to ask me. And
Yeah,
I'll
this is
stay on-
Jason.
I'll
For
stay
those
on
of
as
you who
long
don't
as I
know, this
can.
is one of the guys.
I mean,
As long as you don't,
This
as
was
long
one
as
of
you
the
don't mind that I'm
main
right.
guys. One of the main investors. He was here since the beginning, and he was pretty much the cash cow Steven was milking for a while in the beginning, before like all the other investors were brought on.
Some errands.
Yeah, no, you're fine. We have about 150 people in the chat. There's no guests. It's just me and Becca here.
Okay.
I think some people did have questions. A lot of people are saying they feel bad for what you went through. Some people are bringing up your MLM history and all that, and your prior legal.
Which
Yeah,
I already know. There's online. I mean,
sure.
if you Google me, I mean, look, I don't really give a shit about what people think about my world or my industry. I've helped millions of people make a lot of money, but most people look at it and they go, "Oh, that stuff's a pyramid scheme." Yeah, well, I get that, but at the end of the day, from my vantage point, I've helped thousands and thousands of people become millionaires, and probably a lot of people I've changed their lives. So I feel good about what I do, whether people like the industry. But the industry like Amway, Herbalife, Mary Kay, Avon, Shackley, New Skin, and even the company that I made most of my money with, Jeunesse, people look at them and go, "Oh, they're all pyramid schemes." So, okay, I get it. That's their opinion. And really, there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, it's like, I don't lie to people like Steven did to me. I say to people, yeah, you know what? I'm at the top of all the pyramids, and people ask me, what do I do for a living? And I say, those things like Herbalife, Family, and people go, yeah, you mean like the pyramid deals? I said, yeah, I'm at the top of one of the pyramids. and so I just own it, because if you don't, then you're like, oh, no, this isn't. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Yeah, I get paid by other people coming in and recruiting other people from selling products. And usually in most companies, there's a customer ratio that most companies legally now by the FTC, they require you to have a certain amount of customers. Like the current company that I've been promoting is a Korean skincare company, and they require you to have over 50 customers. So every distributor needs to have a minimum of 50 customers. So usually if you have 50 customers, you're considered qualified to earn commissions in the compensation plan. So, but I mean, if someone wants to talk about multi-level marketing, I mean, I think that's, I don't care, but okay, that's fine. But yeah, that's basically, that world. And so anyway, outside of that, does anyone have any specifics to talk about, Mr. Stupid Steven Sharif and all his bullshit lies? Because I can answer those things.
I think we have a lot of questions in the chat from a lot of people.
Yeah, I might as well.
I think the
move
first
my
question
camera
is,
here.
do you own the IP? Like, do you know if anyone owns the IP?
Correct. As of right now, Robert Dawson controls and owns the IP.
Okay.
I have what are called, so in order of succession, I have pretty much, I was the first money in that had Steven sign pledge and security agreements with UCC filings. Okay. And that was done and I have the original UCC filings. Okay. And then after that, Commerce Bank came in. And then when Steven was running out of money and the company was about to get obliterated and go out of business because Steven fucking lied about any of his money going to the company. And I've since found out that it's not only, you know, he originally told me that he put in, well, what is out there in the internet is that he put in 30 million. That's all horseshit. So anyone that believes that shit, what do they want to see? Bottom line is the bank accounts. Yeah, Steven put in no money. I have the QuickBooks documents that I have just received recently that pretty much literally shows Steven and John taking out millions of dollars out of the company and not putting any money into the company. That's a fact. So Steven can justify whatever bullshit he wants.
If you guys have any questions, ask in chat now.
The fact is that they took out millions and millions of dollars, probably the money that he paid back his brother with, because he paid his brother Tim back some money, okay? And then he paid back his mom some money. So that was probably from either my money that came in or other loans from Commerce Bank. So pretty much here's what happened. Here's the order of monies that came in. A guy named Tom Alcazan put in $2 million, okay? That was before my money. Then I put in another $1 million, okay? Then I had another option to put in another $1 million. I executed both of those. So that is now basically a total of $2 million from me, $2 million from Tom Alcazan. That was around the time that Kickstarter, I put my money in right around the time that he did the Kickstarter thing and brought in a lot more money from Kickstarter. It was right around the time that my money came in to him. So then after that, okay, he went through that money,
nice try.
my money, Tom's money, and the Kickstarter money. It was all gone. Then he needed more money. So then he came to me for another loan for another $2 million. I gave him $2 more million. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that $2 million, we rolled that contract into a $5 million agreement, and I have that, and I can send that to you in an email. And basically, that $5 million agreement was actually $5,138,000. Okay, so that was pretty much that agreement. Okay, so now I have $2 million from the original agreement.
We have ads right now. Okay, yeah, we'll pause it right here, right here, real quick for some ads, and give me a sec. Let me. Yeah, we'll pause it here real quick for ads, and let me just grab some. Okay. All right. Ad's done, right?
From that. Then after that, I had another buddy of mine put in $1 million, and in the video you did, that was $1 million from my friend Travis.
Ads are still going? Are they really? Go back a little bit here. It says it's done on my side. Milk is getting spoiled. I think it's time to move on from AOC drama. Yeah, I was ready to move on, but then I got back and then I heard this. I was like, okay, let's listen. And then I heard Steven actually responded and I guess shared his side of the story, whatever that may be. So I might as well see it through, at least to the point where we hear Steven's side, right? It's like I kind of want to hear at least what his side of the story is. Things I heard are getting real spicy.
Then after that, I had another buddy of
All right, ads are
mine
done.
put in $1 million, and in the video you did, that was $1 million from my friend Travis. Travis pretty much put in $1 million, and at that time, I had
Oxport, thank you for the prime. Thank you.
I like the devil's lettuce, pretty much. I also got into another shit show with another fucktard.
Side of the story, I'm a victim.
That pretty
Of
much
course, that's what he's
screwed me
going to
out of
say.
a lot of money in a cannabis company, which I'm still in litigation over currently. And I lost about $14 million in that deal. So, you know, pretty much I'm trying to get money back out of that deal. The money in Intrepid, I don't know if I'll ever see a penny, but I'll get down to the succession of the monies. So at that point in time, I'm into it for about $7.13 million. And then at this point, Steven borrowed another $1 million from a friend of mine.
Wait, what Ednick said? Oh. Could you take a look at my message? Or can I reach you on your email? Your message? What do you mean? Did you send me a message? If you want to reach out, the best way to contact me, is shoot me a DM on X. Shoot me a message on X. Check my old Twitch message. I don't really check Twitch messages. I've got a bunch of stuff in there. I don't know who is who. Like I'm literally clicking on it right now. I don't see your name in my inbox. So just shoot me a message on X. Not whispers. Oh, like in the Twitch. Little question is, I saw you were covering some Quinfall before. Crazy stuff happened with the GMs and people lost money. Would love to spread some awareness for your... Okay, yeah, sure. Feel free to send it to me. Send me the info. I mean, we can chat about it if I'm playing the game, or you could just send me the info via like a DM. Yeah.
Okay, and $300,000 from me. This is during that video that I'm talking about, that I'm leveraged, and that was money that I had to pay my taxes and other shit. So then he got money out of me for that. So my friend's money, it was a short-term loan from my friend Travis, and Travis wanted his money back and said, look, Steven, you defaulted, pay him the money back or I'm going to sue you. And Steven said, oh, well, I don't want my community seeing any lawsuits. If my community sees any lawsuits, we'll go out of business. And I said, well, I don't give a shit, about you not paying. I mean, I didn't say I don't give a shit about the community. I said, look, I care about the business and the community, and I don't want any bad press, just like you don't. But, we got to pay him back the money. So none of Steven's friends or family or anybody that he fucking knew had any money. Nobody had any money. This is the whole problem with this whole company. Okay. He was able to since get a few people, but it came in after this point. So what happened is, at this point, is that I had to sell crypto or whatever it was, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 that I transferred to my friend Travis to buy him out of the $1 million, and I assumed the note. I have that paperwork that I can turn over to you as well.
Sure.
So at that point in time, pretty much, I had a situation where the $300,000, the $1 million. So now I'm into this thing for 8.3. Okay. And then originally we had a revolving line of credit deal where pretty much that was the thing that you saw was the 15%. The other 15% pretty much was where I'm blowing up at him about basically telling him what a piece of shit he is and why I'm into this.
Here's video today brings up a lot of good points. I don't want to read the rest of that message. Try not to spoil it because we're gonna be watching it. We're gonna be watching it today. I'm pretty excited to watch it. So no spoilers.
Deal for so much money. So then I gave him the other basically in chunks and tranches. And at this time, I'm going through my own financial crisis and my own financial desperations of money's in and money's out. And when you play for the fences in life and try to make money, you know, shit happens. So anyway, that's kind of what happened. And then I'm up to 10.3 million. Okay. And then pretty much about a year and a few months ago, Rob Dawson called me up. Now, at this point in time, I'm done spending money on him. So I'm out of the wheelhouse of spending money. Except I did something foolish, which I regret doing.
Okay.
And that was recently where Steve had a first position mortgage on his home. Okay. And it was leveraged between himself and Commerce Bank and another party that he borrowed money from. And the person that was in the first position was about to foreclose on it. So me and Rob Dawson, pretty much Rob came to me and said, I need help. Okay. And Rob's worth a shit ton of money. But Bob was like, look, so this is literally, so I'm done with Steven mentally, emotionally. And there's a lot of other shit that happened in between then. But Steven basically was just lying to everybody for the whole time. I mean, just lying and lying and lying.
So after you basically kind of bowed out, even though with money owed, Robert Dawson was the one who basically kept the engine running.
Correct. So
now he owns the IP. Do you know what he's going to do with the IP? Has he told the investors?
I don't really know at all.
Okay, have you asked him or not yet?
I have talked to him about it, and literally we've had, hold on one second, my wife's calling me another line. We've had basically 2 calls and one, hey, I'm on a phone call with Casper, the guy that's going over stuff, and he's on a live stream, and I'm in my car. So that's okay. But I'm on a phone call. Okay, I love you. Bye. Sorry, Casper.
No, you're okay. You don't have to apologize.
So anyway, yeah. So I don't know what Rob's going to do with the IP.
Okay.
Rob's in charge of that. So I don't know.
Okay. So when would be the next time you and the other investors, I guess, get a meeting with him? Or
here's hold on one second. I'm going to hang up right now and call you from my other number. This battery's about to go dead. Okay.
Okay. Sure thing.
Guys, listen. For those of you who never get scammed and you've never been scammed, okay, congratulations. You're better than everyone else. Congratulations. Is that what you'd like to hear? Because the reality is, guys, people fall victims to scams all the time. I've been fortunate enough to not get scammed to this extent, right? But we've all been scammed. Okay, we've all been scammed, guys. It can happen to anyone. I have someone close to me that got scammed, and as an outsider looking in, I was like, bro, it's so obvious. You know, look, man, when you're in the mix of things, when you're in the mix and you're in the, and you're there in the heat of things, it can happen to anyone. It really can. It really can.
Thanks, Frank.
Oh, well, that was fucking fast. That was fast. Hey there.
Hey there.
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, so as of right now, it's really I know
Creation got me for $50.
did not Rob basically did not want to.
Do you have that many screens around you? No. I don't have my. I mean, I could. That's my setup. That's my stream setup.
Bury the company or close on the company. It just was a point where he was into this for
nice keyboard,
his
thank
own
you.
personal capital, about $80 million. And
Sword Thoughts is like, I don't actually know who that
to
is.
me about, as you can see it in some of the text, the launch states always change. And look, and I respect the gamers, even though, as you pointed out, I'm more of a Pac-Man gamer, but that's just because I'm old as fuck. Pretty much at 57 years old, and I've made a lot of money, and I've spent a lot
the
of
middle
money.
monitor.
I've been stupid, and stupid is as stupid does, and I've been stupid. So the
AOC scam isn't that bad. At least I played for over 1,000 hours. I've already paid dinners for that, and I didn't get a happy ending. That's what I call a scam.
Thing that I would say is that both Rob and I, and yes, we expected the business to work. The problem is that Steven never allowed anybody else to get involved in the intertwinings of the company.
Yeah.
He literally would always, and he would threaten me and Rob, like, if I quit, this thing is nothing. If I go away, this thing is over. I mean, this happened not just once, not twice, remember, like 5 or 6 different times. So the reality of like where it's at now, I really don't know. And I've told Rob, as God is my witness, I feel bad. And I brought him to Steven, and I convinced Rob to put in his first $10 million.
Just like it's fucking nothing, guys. Like it's fucking nothing. Yeah, listen, I only got him to invest his first 10. Not a big deal.
Okay? And I'll take responsibility where I feel bad for that.
Yeah,
all the money after that, Steven kept on going back to Rob and back to Rob and back to Rob.
Of course he did.
And so pretty much Steven would do these equity deals where pretty much where the controlling interest of the company.
Man, when it comes to investing in businesses, you really are investing in the person, the pioneer, the person that's leading the team. You know what I mean? The Steven Sharif of Ashes of Creation. You really are investing in that CEO, that guy, right? And it's like, man, you got to really know that person. You have to, because sometimes on the other end of the stick, right? Sometimes you can find a fucking a diamond, a gem, right? That just needs an opportunity, needs a chance. He's a workhorse. He's dedicated. He's smart. He or she, right? And then it ends up being a wildly successful business. I mean, that shit happens all the time. But it really just comes down to the individual. It's crazy. Yeah, like people that... I think I mentioned this on stream the other day. If you ever invest in a project... Don't invest in the project, invest in the person that's leading the project. That's the most important thing.
After 2022 shifted not away.
That's the worst part. Steven was Jason's long.
Literally up until 2024 that Steven had no more.
We're hoping Armagon is the guy. Yeah, where we are.
And a board wasn't formed when Steven's out there saying about the board this, the board that, the board this. Okay, I was supposed to have a board seat. I was supposed to be pretty much involved in any company major decisions. Do you know how many board meetings I've been to? 0. Do you know how many board meetings he's ever fucking called? 0. The guy couldn't fucking run a company for his fucking too big brain. Fucking,
So mad.
Fucking retard. Okay. The only thing that guy's good at is bullshitting people. And he might be a good creative director. He might be a good gamer, but everything else is full of shit. So when you don't have to spend any of your own money, like zero, and you're just on everyone else's fucking tit, sucking everyone's tit, okay, like he was, spending everyone's money. I mean, I know people, my friend Tom is in his 70s. Him and his wife, they have financial problems. They have tons of problems. And you know what he did? That's their life savings. I'll be okay. I'm a survivor. I have money, other investments. That's him and his wife. I mean, I know people, my friend Tom is in his 70s. Him and his wife, they have financial problems. They have tons of problems. And you know what he did? That's their life savings.
Tom? Tom, the guy that put in all the money? Wait, is this the Tom? Mr. T. Oh, Tom, that Tom. Gotcha. Wait, Rob. Rob is the guy that owns the IP now. Gotcha. Sorry, I got names mixed up. Yeah. Sorry, white people names. They all sound the same.
I'll be okay. I'm a survivor. I have money, other investments, and I can crush $12.5 million. I'll have some.
Tom, Rob, same shit. Bro, seriously, jokes aside, take this from someone who is ethnically Korean. Even when I watch fucking like Korean movies and shows, I lose track. Dude, I was watching Singles Inferno with Jenny, and they're like Sung-hoon, Sung-il, Hoojun, Run-ru. I'm just like, which one was it? So like we started developing code names for these guys. Like we started like one of the guys, like I think Sung-il, I just happen to remember his name. Sung-il, we called him Hair because he kept like he's like always infatuated by his fucking hair. We called him Hair. Mina Sue, that one was easy to remember, obviously, right? Mina Sue. Anyways,
tax losses for the next 5 to 6, 7, 8 years. But at the end of the day, okay, there are other people that can't afford, okay, that put money into this, okay?
Yeah.
So, you know, oh, and by the way, not only did he not put any money in, but then about a little under 2 years ago, 19, 20 months ago, he pretty much sat there and told, okay, me and Rob Dawson that he put in an extra $4 million. Okay, which he never did. What he did is he borrowed money from another guy, had that guy send the money to his personal bank account, and then sent the money from his personal bank account to the company. And that guy's name is Aaron. Okay.
Okay.
So there's all the money that Steven has proclaimed to put into the company. I mean, maybe if I could ever find it, maybe $500,000. Is that really his money? Or he might have put it in, but then he sucked it out with all the money that he pulled out of the company. Him and John paid themselves, okay, $50,000 a month.
$50,000, not $500,000. Oh, sorry, $500,000 a year or $50,000 a month.
$50,000 a month.
Okay.
$500,000 a year.
Okay. And
to run.
Steven's like, we need 68,000 more to be able to pay our staff this month. Operating cost. We need 68,000 more. 50,000 was going to him. That's crazy. We're begging for like 68,000 more dollars for operating fees to pay your staff when 50,000 of it is going to you is fucking wild.
In his company.
And you have the records to prove that?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, you got the QuickBooks now and everything?
I do. I have the QuickBooks file, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going through them as we speak.
And so basically, if they were embezzling $500,000 a year, where was the rest of the money for Intrepid going? Or do you not know? Are you having forensics go through accounting?
It's very difficult because here's the problem.
Okay.
And I have emails that I will forward you that you can see that I asked him for books and records, and he would deflect and deflect and deflect. And I
Yes.
said, this isn't fucking rocket science. It's a simple QuickBooks file. Have your accountant send it to me. And in 9 years, or almost 9 years of doing business with the fucker, not one time have I received any QuickBooks. It wasn't until 3 days ago that I got them, and I got them from Rob's guy, Ryan Ogden, who's been going through the books for the last 6 to 9 months.
So even after the Yaya lawsuit for the writ of mandate to access the records, you still didn't get it?
No, I never got it. And the only reason why I dropped the lawsuit is because Steven came to me and literally said, and Rob said, and Rob was funding the company, and Steven said, look, if you don't drop this lawsuit, I said, look, you pushed me to this point. So it's public record now because you wouldn't turn over the information. So I dropped it because I was going to subpoena more documents. So,
okay.
and I didn't.
Okay.
So
interesting. Yeah, I think that gave a lot of insight for a lot of people.
Yo, bitch ass, you're next.
So do you know what's happening with the merchandise? I don't know if you've caught up on today's lawsuit.
I have no idea.
Okay.
About any
Are you aware of today's new lawsuit by TFE Games in Nevada and the employees against Steven?
Yeah, that's probably one of the investors of the investor groups. I forgot which one of the person's names that's attached to TFE Games, but they have a written contract for a convertible note that it came in after my money. But yeah, everyone's gonna fucking sue Steven. I mean, like, he's a lying cockroach. I mean, what else do you fucking expect? I mean, the biggest
I do want to talk to Rob
and the reason why
or hear what Rob has to say.
Which, I mean, even though I am in the public world, I mean, I'm not really. I mean, outside of lawsuits and a few videos, that you can search from me, I really am not a public figure as much as the companies that I built I should be. But I reached out to you because I felt that your content was very fair. You weren't pretty much completely throwing Steven under the bus, but you had a lot of questions. And when I went through about 15 to 20 people on the internet, I found yours, and I reached out to you, and you responded, and that's why I said, hey, we got on the phone and we had a great conversation. And I respect the work that you did and the way you delivered it and how you presented it. It was great. I think you did an amazing job. So there's more information that's going to come out, but yeah, there's a lot of people that are going to realize how many people he fucked over. I mean, it's bad. Okay. So the TFE Games people, I think that's the group that put in $5 million. So
$5 million.
Yeah. I don't know what does their lawsuit say? Is it one? I don't remember. I can look it up when I get to the house.
William Smith.
I mean, yeah. Feel free to forward more of the emails or documents. Accounting. Someone asked you. There's a lot of questions. Why didn't you cut your losses earlier and walk away from it?
Well, that's a very good question because I said about 10 minutes ago, I was fucking stupid. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. Look, I'm not going to blame Steven.
Okay.
Outside of look, here's what I'll say.
Okay.
When I sue Steven Sharif, he's going to be fucking sued by everybody. So I'm going to sue him, and I'm going to explain why.
Crank, thank you for the 4, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Long time no see, so hard.
It's so hard to you.
I'm suing him to your people, but I was lied to. Okay.
Okay.
So the definition of fraud, okay, and a fraud lawsuit is I was manipulated and lied based upon things I was told by him, by his mother, and by John. Lied. Okay. Like they have all this money invested in the company. It's the opposite. They took out money out of the company with nothing invested that I could find.
Okay.
So why did I stay in at that time? I believed he had all that money invested in the company. So I believed in him that he was losing all of his. Originally, he told me he had $25, $30 million into the company.
Big Mayo, thank you for the 8 months, man. I appreciate that.
Then he came back in an email and said he only had $9.5 million. I'll get you that email or whenever. What he said, why have $9.5 million invested?
So he lowered it.
He lowered it from 30 million to 9.5.
Okay.
Well, okay. So the entire world of Vera and all these people and fans think Steven must be fucking loaded. Where do you fucking make all his money? Has anyone ever asked on any of your, Discords, Reddits, whatever the fuck, emails, YouTube videos, has anyone ever said to Steven, where do you make all your money to invest in this company? No one's asked him. Okay. And he would deflect it even if he was, but no one asked him that. Where'd all the money come from?
I think people looked into it and saw that he had previous MLM history with his mother in Zango, and that's where I think a lot of people figure he got his wealth from.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. I mean, and that's the one thing I hate about multi-level marketing. Everyone's full of shit in the industry. Oh, I made $350,000 a month. Yeah, they might have made that 1 month, and then that company went out of business. So, I mean, it's like, okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, that's basically the answer that the internet scrounged up, and they figured, I mean, hey, he's live streaming from a California mansion. He's got to be loaded, right?
You got your ads here? Yeah, sorry. Or ads still? Yeah, we've got, wait, it's the ad is almost over. Yeah, just let me know when the ads play. I'll pause the video. Well, they can't hear me because they're in the ad right now. Never mind. Yeah, we can wait for the ads. Yeah, I don't mind, but wait for the ads. Fuck. Yeah. Ads are almost done. Left ESO because of Gina Bruno. Wait, why? Why did he leave because of Gina? Why?
That was basically the reasoning. And he did claim, I think later he got some money from real estate investments.
That's
all bullshit too.
Yeah, I stopped myself when I realized what I was doing.
He never owned a piece of property until like him and John bought that piece of property, with probably a down payment from, they were renting it when I met them, but I didn't know that because I was fucking stupid and didn't pull a property report. So I didn't know. I've been down to that place. It's a bigger place than I live in.
This video, why you play? Can you give me a TLDR? I honestly don't really care to watch it.
Bullshit story.
Another person's worried about you asking, is it safe for you to say all this on a, in public, on live stream?
I don't know. If you don't know me, I don't give a shit what I say. But slander. Slander is basically anything you're saying to hurt someone. Look, I've sued people for slander. Go look my name up, Jason Karamanis, and figure out lawsuit. Okay. So it's pretty much, it's
God, it must be nice to have the money to be able to do that.
Slanderous or libel about Steven. He's a pathological nutcase liar. And guess what? You're going to see numerous lawsuits come out against him.
You're next.
Okay? For fraud, for whatever else. So, it's all bullshit. So the question is that, okay, am I scared of what I'm saying? Would I have gone through and sent you 380 pages of text messages, Casper? No, I would not have sent one fucking page of anything. Would I have been scared to show you the cap table that you put in your video? No.
I didn't forget.
All this is going to come out in litigation. Okay? So Steven's like, oh, I'm going to sue people. On what grounds? You dumb fuck idiot. What the fuck? Go fuck yourself. Like, who the fuck do you think you're going to sue people? Yeah, what? You're going to sue the board? Oh, I'm sorry. Rob Dawson has probably, $80 million worth of signed agreements, okay, of basically of you, okay, taking his money. Rob wrote you checks. I wrote you checks, okay? The TFD Games Company wrote you checks, okay? Tom wrote you checks. Aaron wrote you checks. Everyone wrote him checks. Has he given anybody any return on investment? Has he done anything? What's he going to say? It's full of shit.
Yeah.
So no, there's nothing that I'm scared to say because all of it's true and documented.
Okay. Someone asked, do you ever get any of the money? I think you already answered that early. If you got any of your money back?
No. How would I get any of my money back? The thing that pissed me off was the $300,000 that I gave him in August of 2000.
Right. The one where you got mad at him for not returning fast enough.
Yeah, because it's like it's $300,000. At that point, I've already given him. Okay, and he was telling me all this shit about Tencent, I Dream Sky, and they're going to give us a $60 million contract, and blah 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 blah. Okay, This is before he borrowed money, okay? And by the way, there's going to be a lawsuit by Commerce Bank at some point in time for fraud against Stephen too, because he lied about the revenues of the company. There were no revenues. He took all the loans and booked them on his federal tax return as basically as income. That's a fucking federal crime, you fucking dumb fuck.
Do you have the records for that? Where you?
100%.
Okay, definitely. We're definitely have to talk later about and go through these files too, I guess.
I'll subpoena Commerce Bank to get them because you had to turn over financials to Commerce Bank. Never turned them over to me, okay? Where he told me at one point that, oh yeah, I had to book those as revenue to the company. I said, Stephen, that's illegal. You can't do.
They got Stoops too. I love how that's worded. Like this is some kind of this is some kind of like government out to like it's like some kind of government out to like get everybody. They got Stoops. Oh, they got Stoops too. Oh. Oh, they got Kanon. Oh, Bo and Jenny. No, they got her too. Oh. Fred comes in. Yo, they got me, but I escaped. I got my money back. Fuck you. Fuck you. You almost had me, bitch. I got my money back. $50 back in my bank account is hell. It's so funny. They got me too, motherfucker. I spent over $1,000 in this shit, mainly getting copies of it for my mods.
Yeah, I know, but I needed the money.
There's a lot of confusion in the chat over the house, the Californian house that keeps popping up.
So the California house, when Stephen bought it, I don't know how he got the down payment. I'm assuming between him and John milking money out of the fucking company in some capacity, because that's the only fucking money they were making was their salaries. So they were paying themselves a god amount. And John never did shit for the company. He was the CFO, the chief financial officer. That was his title. You know what he ever did for the goddamn company? Excuse me, God. But you know what he ever did for the fucking company? Nothing. Okay? He didn't put... One, they never called one board meeting. So if I was an equity shareholder since 2019, you should have called a board meeting. Did you ever call one? No. You ever call a shareholders meeting? No. Did you ever do anything of that nature? No. Even when Rob came in, okay, Stephen wouldn't give Rob access or Ryan access to anything ever. And he would threaten, you know what? I'm going to quit. I'm going to leave. You know what? This company's nothing without me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, go look up NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. It describes him as a T. He's the most narcissistic fuck tool I've ever met in my entire life. The guy's a piece of shit. So as far as basically the house goes, whenever they bought it, okay.
Okay, guys, I have a confession to make. The reason why I'm only reacting to content and I'm not actually giving takes on this is because I know exactly what happened. I'm actually good friends with Steven. And yes, you guys are right. He fled. Steven's actually here. He's in the room next door. He's staying with me in Korea. He's already applied for his Korean citizenship. He's old enough to not go to the military. And he gave me his side of the story. He said, fuck them all. I did it, bitch. I did it. I stole your money and I'm in Korea, motherfucker. I did it. That's what he said. So I was like, all right, man. And then he gave me my $1,000 back. So I didn't get scammed either.
Whatever year they bought it.
Sure.
I forgot what year it is. Okay. And they put up a down payment. The original owner that they were renting the house from, which I didn't know at the time, I thought he owned the house because I thought he was a big fucking baller. Okay. So pretty much he bought the house from the landlord. The landlord had the first trust deed loan on the property. Okay.
I love Chappelle Show.
Over time, it came due in 2024.
Dave Chappelle's the goat.
Okay. And Steven would kick the can down the road. Okay.
You have it till the 1K back.
Pretty much get the thing refinanced. Now, why couldn't he get it refinanced? Because when he did the deal with Commerce Bank, okay, wouldn't do the deal without him okay, and John putting up the house as collateral. So Commerce Bank has the second on the property.
Right.
So then at this point in time, he
did. He told me about his new project called Scars of Honor. And Steven's been messing around with VTubing. And he's been going under the guise of Armagon. That's his new persona online. He uses an AI filter to make himself look like a European man. That's why my podcast was yesterday. That was actually an in-person live interview. That was with Steven.
He doesn't make the balloon payment for the 4 point whatever million that he owes on the property. So the first is foreclosing on the house. They started foreclosure.
Man, I really hope Scars of Honor does well. I mean, that interview I did with Armagon yesterday I feel like it went as good as it possibly could. But I feel like that's not always a good thing, because then when interviews and things like that go so well, the expectations go up. And when expectations go up, the disappointment is greater. You know what I mean? It's the criticism comes in. The game is going to be met with a lot of criticism because people are, I could see Scars of Honor really starting to blow up. I think it's going to get a lot of attention. I think content creators are going to push it. And, yeah, I mean, hopefully it's a good game, man. Hopefully it's a good game.
Procedures. So then Steven, okay, and Rob's so into this at this point in time, Rob's probably into this for 50 million. So Rob calls me up and says, look, I need $2 more million, to help, pay for Steven's house to save it. Okay, so he doesn't lose his mind. Because if Steven loses his house, he's just going to fucking, his relationship with John will be over. They'll get divorced, blah, blah, blah. Okay,
you're next.
So at this point in time, okay, me and Rob, and I told Rob, I don't want to put out any more money. He goes, it's secured with interest.
Okay.
Not anything egregious. At 10% per year, which is normal at that time to go get a loan. Okay.
Okay.
So
10% a year. Yeah, I'd rather just put that money in
as the first trustee. So me and Rob personally each put up $2 million on to take out the first. That was about a little over a year and a few months ago. Okay.
So you helped him with his house, basically being prevented from foreclosure.
On top of the 10.3 million, I pretty much helped him with $2 million so he would save his house from losing it and going into foreclosure. While he's telling everyone in the world of fucking Farrah that he's a baller and a fucking multi-millionaire, he can't fucking afford to pay fucking shit, fucking cocksucker.
So I get
okay.
What?
Yo, there's something about just calling someone a cocksucker that just hits diff. I don't know, man. I've just always found it funny just the way it sounds. Cock sucker. You know what I mean? And what makes it even funnier in this particular situation is that he actually is a cocksucker. Like, he actually does like to suck cock. Like, that's the thing, right? And it makes it even funnier. There's nothing wrong with liking to suck cock, by the way. It's 2026. There's nothing wrong with it. But I just find it so fucking funny. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, shit.
One person. Sorry, go on. Go on. No, please go ahead.
So at this point in time, Rob, Rob's a big investor. He has investments in institutional banks. One of the banks that he dealt with was able to work out a refi and take out the first position on the property.
Mm-hmm.
And this gets into the real reason why the demise happened. Okay? So I'll explain. So Rob's bank did that, and then Rob pretty much came to me and said, hey, I need help. Doesn't matter that he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I need help because, he's pulling down stuff on margin calls, okay, to withdraw cash, which is basically you're borrowing against your margin on your stocks to pull cash out.
What is that lion bear in the background. What a beautiful
Okay, to
fucking
withdraw
dog.
cash, which is
that a
basically
Samoyed?
you're borrowing against your.
Oh my! Is that a Samoyed, chat? Dude, I'm a huge dog person. I think dogs are the greatest fucking animals in the world. I fucking love them. I fucking love them. Oh, I want a dog so bad. They're the greatest. They are the fucking. They are better than humans. Dogs are better than humans. Oh, they're so fucking pure, man. Oh, I want a dog so bad.
Stocks to pull cash out to go fund the company. So Rob is going. Rob is pulling his hair out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Rob is basically at this point in time
Distracted by the beautiful
Rob is like,
dog.
hey, Jason. We got the $2 million back because I got the first covered by the bank, and the bank is a different bank, okay? Not Commerce Bank, a different bank. Took out the first. That's fine. But then what happens is that at this point in time, Rob says, Jason, I need your help to put in that $2 million into the company.
Okay.
And I bitched, complained, and that's another fucking mistake. But at the time that it happened, Rob was into the deal at this point for probably close to $60 million, maybe a little bit less, maybe 58, 57. So at this point in time, and I'm the one who got Rob to the dance. I got Rob, and I introduced Rob and Steve together in Vegas.
It's a little different when Rob's asking for the money.
1,000%. I wish I would have walked away, lost all my money. No disrespect to any of the company, the gamers, and any of the people, the employees. But I wish I would have walked away and told Steven to go pound sand and fuck himself. But again, look, I'm not going to lie to people. I also was greedy too. I didn't want to lose my money.
Right.
Okay.
Your investment.
And I'm thinking, okay, and Rob thought it was a great company. Rob had his whole investor group of like 3 or 4 or 5 different people looked at the deal and realized that, that he said, yeah, what Steve.
The thing is, right, guys? The thing is, Ashes did have value in the name. It did. It actually did. Steven was a scam. He was a con artist. He was a scammer. Seems to be a scammer. We'll hear his side soon. But Ashes did have the name power. It did. The fact that we are all reacting to this content is proof that Ashes did have a brand. It did. Yes, absolutely. Of course, that's why I want to. Exactly. So it's like, I don't blame Robert. I don't know what information Rob saw. Obviously, if you look into the books and everything, like what the fuck, right? But from a public standpoint, he did purchase a name brand that did have value. So it is reasonable from that perspective. Again, I don't know how messy the inside the books looked and all the inside stuff. Right now, it looks super messy to the point where it's like, if you knew all of this, of course, sounds like a terrible fucking thing to be involved in. But if you didn't know all of that, right, it's reasonable to look at this and be like, yo, wait, this game is like literally the biggest, one of the most highly anticipated MMOs, and it's got a name brand, it's got a player base. Let's see what we could do with it, right? So like, I understand from some of the investors' perspective, like Rob, how they could potentially be excited for a project like this and see the potential in it.
Was good at is selling the KPIs and the metrics of the game, how well it's doing with all the users, which it was. I mean, I'm not, it was doing amazingly well. Okay. But I mean, yeah, after $140 million, it's not 109, by the way, 115. It's closer to 140 between all the money that came in from Kickstarter. That's not included in that figure.
Weren't people saying that $1 billion went into this game? Didn't I have a conversation about this game being $1 billion game, and then we were comparing it to an actual real $1 billion game, which is Grand Theft Auto 6? Or was it Star Citizen? Okay, it was Star Citizen. Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The money from Commerce Bank, between Kickstarter, Commerce Bank, and the PPL money.
Is that true? Is Star Citizen an actual $1 billion game? Is that from like their Kickstarter funds or some shit?
That's $13 million right there.
Did you see the streamer that got wrecked? Yes, I saw.
So that's at 123. Plus, there was also revenues that came into the company over the last 4 years, plus other small business loans and a few other things. So the real number is about $140 million has been gone through.
That is astronomical. We have a
Guys, do we play Star Citizen this week? Should we play another scam game? Like, I'm not gonna lie, even though none of this has anything to do with Star Citizen, the whole Ashes of Creation debacle, it's making me think that Star Citizen is for sure a scam. It's like, even though they're completely, it's unfair and they are completely unrelated, this fucking Ashes of Creation shit show has now instilled fear into my brain to the point where I now also am omega skeptical and am thinking, yeah, Star Citizen, that shit's probably a scam too. And take that from someone who does not know anything in regards to the game. I've just heard a bit from like Twitch chat and stuff, so maybe we play some, maybe we check out another scam game just to see. How much is it for me to play it on stream? I need to obviously buy it, right? You tried it a couple of days ago, the 3 to 4 button menus. And the 3 to 4 buttons / menus to do basic shit was very annoying. Epitome, I already played it. It's $40. $40 pledge, and I can play it on stream and showcase whether or not it's a scam. You know, owner of Star Citizen hired his family with millions of dollars of pay. I'm not surprised. That's how a lot of these businesses are doing it, right? A lot of these businesses, what they do, what they're gonna do, that is a way. It's very common practice when you're scamming shit through companies, right? It's like you go in, right? You bankrupt the company, but you profit. Because even though it is your company, you're getting paid as, I don't know. It can get pretty messy.
same question from the chat. Did you ever get your iced tea at Denny's, Jason?
Actually, it's funny. No, I'm not a big Denny's fan. But,
Okay.
You know, but
Dude, I could use some
but
Denny's.
Do I get my iced tea at Denny's? I mean, I don't know. I would. My wife wants to go to Denny's, and she's like, "Can you take me to Denny's?" I'm like, "Why? I don't like Denny's." Oh, I'm like, okay, no, I'm not. You know, but I do like iced teas.
Okay.
Cheesecake Factory. You know,
Cheesecake
Passion iced tea. I'm
Yep.
down all the time. So there you go.
Okay. Someone mentioned the Steam launch. And I know your lawyer sent a
Denny's is straight trash, and I love it. I love that trash. Yeah.
letter to Valve.
Okay, so that's the ending final punchline.
Mhm.
Okay, so here's what happened. So Steven, okay, had so here's what happened. Rob literally went to Steven. This is the thing that Steven calls the board made a decision.
I see.
What it was is Rob couldn't take it anymore.
Okay.
Rob was like already fucking fed up 6 months ago. Steven lied. Steven said we're going to launch in 2022. No, 2023. No, 2024. No, 2025. So you have to understand this from this perspective.
Sure.
Okay. Not only.
Oh, no, we understand that. We understand that,
The
yeah.
gamers are all pissed because it's like, why are we waiting so long for this fucking thing? Okay. Well, the investors are like, we're losing, okay, $2 to $3 million every month. The differential between, your OPEX, your operating expenses, the differential between your income. So let's say that he was selling picks, shovels, widgets, whatever you want to call it, and the revenues, okay, $150,000, $200,000 a month from the online people buying stuff.
Right.
Well, the company costs $2.5 million a month for rent of the building, insurance for all the employees salaries. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, what happened was because the launch in December was not astronomical. If it was moderately successful, I think they did like $4 million that month in revenue, which pretty much, Steam took their percentage, and then whatever left over.
You know what's funny? You know what I found funny? I was watching this on SFan stream. There are other streamers such as SFan. There, when they were playing Ashes of Creation, they would go to certain areas that looked nice, and like, you know, the sun was in the distance with the glare and the beam, and you know, you had the you know, whatever in the distance, and it looked good. It was like one of the, you know, there were good looking areas in Ashes, right? And I remember they were like, man, look at this. It's gorgeous. It's so pretty. You know, talking about how like Ashes is delivering on that front. I was like, yeah, it doesn't look bad, but I was just thinking, man, these WoW guys, I was just like, these classic WoW guys have been so they like, I play all these MMOs, right? So like, we play a lot of MMOs. We play Ion 2. We play bad games with good graphics, good games with bad whatever. We play all of them. So like, we know the graphical standard in 2026. And then some of these like classic WoW guys are like, man, this looks so good. I was like, and I'm just like, I was like, I remember just thinking to myself, you need to stop just playing classic WoW, okay? Like, some of these WoW guys need to stop thinking that MMORPG equals classic WoW. Because that's how, this is what I feel like a lot, this is just the vibe that I get. Maybe I'm wrong about this, okay? But this is the vibe that I get. The vibe that I get is a lot of people that play classic WoW and only play classic WoW, they think classic WoW equals MMORPG. And then it's like, they give Ashes of Creation or a game like this a try, and they're like, damn, look how good this looks. Yeah, that's Unreal Engine 5, motherfucker. It's been around for a while. It's like, it's been around for a while, man. It's from a graphical standpoint, there are a lot of games out there that look a lot better. You know, you're so right. I have two friends just like that. Yeah, I just found it funny. I was, you know, I don't know. I found it funny.
Where it goes to the company, Intrepid Studios.
Okay.
So what happened is they were holding it till January. So almost like a month later for any like chargebacks or whatever. So
okay.
What happened is that Rob, because there was not a whole lot of money, Rob was like, look, we can't go out and raise any money because the way the money came into the company, it's all debt. So the company is 140, well, roughly $120 million in debt.
Okay.
Okay. So with $120 million of debt, the interest alone.
Right.
Okay.
Because he was fine with any interest rate, it seemed like, from your text messages.
He told me every interest rate possible known to mankind. He didn't care because he just wanted to suck more money out of me.
Sure.
Now, at the time, I kept on thinking Steven has assets. I thought, you know, look, I'm stupid. I never checked on the home address. I never pulled a property profile. Shame on me. I never asked Steven for his tax returns. Shame on me. I never asked Steven to see his personal bank accounts. Shame on me. I'm a dumb fuck for not listening to myself.
Okay.
I was like, oh, he's a great guy. He's my friend's son. Why would they lie to me? So at this point, what happens is that Rob says, look, we can't continue like this.
Are you seriously live watching the previously live stream that everyone already saw? Just make a short snippet. Yes. I was on vacation, motherfucker. Give me a fucking break. I just got back from vacation. Jesus. It's like Game of Thrones. Dude, are you seriously watching Game of Thrones episode right now? It came out last week. Everyone already watched it. Watch a summary, bro. Motherfucker, I was gone. I couldn't watch it. Okay? Goddamn. And apparently there are 1,000 other people that are down to watch it with me. Levo, okay? Suck my dick.
We need another. Look, I don't have any more money. I'm borrowing against my stock accounts on margin to fund the company. I can't take it anymore. So we're going to go do a foreclosure on the assets. So I signed, okay, to allow Rob to do that. I signed an agreement with Rob.
I heard that it was actually bad natural.
First position to go sign to do that. So
Okay.
Rob literally, so Steven wants to claim the board fucked this up. No, here's the real story what happened.
Okay.
During this
Yes,
process,
I played this pin to me. I have a
okay,
video on YouTube, guys.
Rob is pissed off at Steven for you don't know the stress levels that Steven has done to me and Rob.
No, I felt
Oh
it.
no, that's the thing. Rob is in for like 100 milli right now. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was like we saw we saw the video from Jason, and I couldn't help but think, man, I wonder what if Jason's feeling this way. I wonder what the fuck Rob is feeling.
I felt it when I was, going through the text messages.
That piece of shit. I mean, fucking Steven is a cockroach.
Okay.
Okay. So Steven pretty much would always, like, oh, I need this, I need that. I mean, would always call us when he needs money, and so Rob finally,
I wonder how many people he scammed to whale out in Arcage.
It was an act of Congress for pretty much for us to get anything out of Steven. Okay. All the time. It was always.
Who owns Intrepid now? I think Rob does he not?
Fuck what? So, from my perspective, he got greedy and stupid.
Okay.
At this point in time, from 7 months ago or 8 months ago, Steven's been diluted down where he owns less than I do. And I only owned of the company with all the dilutions from Rob and the other group. I only owned around 11%.
Yeah, I think
Steven only owned 8% or something. Or
I think it's at 4%
like
on the sheet.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why he was given that 4% is because he said that he put $4 million of his own of additional money into the company. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have gotten that. And that's a lie because Aaron put that $4 million in. It didn't come from Steven. And Aaron's going to have to sue Steven and Tim because Tim, the brother, signed some agreements with Aaron.
No, I didn't.
So then it goes one step further. So what happened is there was a call between.
We're gonna nice watch, dude. Is it? Please, someone. What is it? Is it Nephis or Nephos? Nephos type 1, Nephis type 2.
I'm talking about and I never knew any of these people. I didn't know Aaron. I didn't know this girl Teresa.
Nephis.
I didn't know all these people that put in money in the company. I never knew any of them except the only one I knew was a guy named Tom.
Right.
Cousin. Okay. So what ended up happening is that we all get on a call. This is about a month ago now.
What's this about? This is about the biggest scam in MMORPG history.
This is the plan. This is what we're going to do. And, we're going to fund the company, but we need to lay off employees. We're going to foreclose. We were planning on foreclosing on foreclosing on the assets. Okay. And maintaining and keeping. This is what fucking pisses me off where everyone's going to fucking sue that cockroach and John. Okay. You're gonna sue them because this is the key thing that sent the tailspin of everything into the toilet. Right here, what I'm about to say is the most important thing. So Rob's plan, was very simple.
Okay.
We're not gonna go public about this. We're not gonna talk about it. It was an internal thing with all of the creditors.
No, I didn't forget.
Okay. People that were like put in millions of dollars that were owed based on the interest in their money. They put in $5 with the interest. Some guy put in $5 million in 2021 with interest alone and scaling that up and compounding and everything. Okay, that loan's at $9 or $10 million. So you got $109 million of debt. Okay. It's all debt. Okay. And people took warrants and options, and Rob was smart, to do that because he pushed Steven into a corner at some point in time because Steven was out of control. So at this point in time, in January, they did the launch in December.
Okay.
There wasn't a ton of revenue.
Yeah, I remember with Steven, he was a scammer in Throne and Liberty too. Yeah, he told people he was a trillionaire and he'd fly people to parties.
Like close to like $4 or $5 million. Okay. The Steam took their percentage, and then they were going to send Intrepid. Okay. I think $3.7 million. That was the amount that was coming to Intrepid. So
from Valve, from Steam.
From Steam.
Wait, how much did he say?
Okay. I think $3.7 million. That was the amount that was coming to Intrepid.
Okay.
So
from Valve, from Steam.
From Valve, from Steam. We all knew this, and so the triggering point is that Steven was trying to negotiate with Rob. wrong, dumb fuck move to do. And Steven was going, I want equity. And Rob's like, I'll give you an earn out.
I got scammed in your Discord, reported to the mods to get them banned. They all ignored. How did you get scammed in my Discord? How the hell did you get scammed in my Discord? If you got scammed in my Discord, you reported to my mods and they ignored, I would put money on my mods looking into it and realizing that I don't know, like it's just like it wasn't a scam maybe, or I don't know. I like if they didn't do anything, I low-key kind of trust their action to not do anything because they're usually pretty good with that stuff. If you, well, there you go. Ferrix just said nobody hit me up about being scammed. Ferrix is one of our head admins on the server, so if you have an issue, you can send Ferrix the message, let him know, and we'll definitely take care of it. We don't want anyone getting scammed in our Discord, but
but I'm not going to give you equity in the entity that's going to control the assets.
Mm-hmm.
So Rob said, hey, look, Rob could foreclose on everybody and fuck everybody. He didn't do that. You know what Rob did? He got on a call with all the investors and he said, hey, look, I don't mean to be a bummer to all of you, but you're going to have a choice to make.
Oh.
We will try to make all of you whole.
Sure.
Remember, we will try to make all of you whole. But as of right now, okay, this is our only option to try to continue making the company grow. Okay?
Okay. So you wanted to keep the product. You wanted to keep the MMO going.
1,000%. We got $100 million plus.
I just wanted to clarify that for people because they were like, where's the money? You know, where did all that go?
100%.
Okay.
No one wanted to see it.
So is that indicative of Robert Dawson maybe trying to continue it or nah?
We were all good. We all agreed. So here's the punchline.
Okay.
Rob said, okay, because Rob's kind of controlling this. Rob said, look, whatever you've put in, there's one person that's put in $435,000, and
right,
you know, and Rob that's up to, you know, with his group and his companies,
about 90,
you know, 80 million, and then 10 million of his friends, you know, Smokey 1 million, whatever, Ryan 1.5 million, whatever. So we all got on the phone. We're all butthurt. We're all pissed off. Okay, and Rob and Aaron and Teresa say this is the plan. In order for you to keep your current equity positions and or get back some of the money that first, you know, where it's asked, everyone's going to have to come up with 25% of what they've already put in.
Sure.
Okay. And almost everybody agreed. I think there were some people that are just broke.
Yeah.
They couldn't afford it. But I agreed to do it. Rob agreed to do it. So you do the math and you figure out that pretty much that you got $109 million or so. Okay. Multiply that times 25%. We all agreed, minus a little bit of money. So let's say basically everyone agreed and we were all putting in more money. I agreed to put in 25% of $12.5 million. Okay. Go figure that number out. Okay. I didn't want to. I don't want to put another diamond, but I was willing to do it. This is the cockroach fucking Steven. Okay. He's a piece of fucking shit. This is what he did to piss everybody off.
Okay.
Which is why the company got fucked.
Okay.
Because what he did at this point in time is he went behind Rob's back. Okay.
Right.
Because Rob said, look, Steven, we got to pay all this money back to these investors. Okay.
Right.
And we'll give you an earn out as the creative director. Okay. But we're not going to put you on the cap table as an owner. Okay. You can go out there in the public domain. Okay. So what Steven says is, no, I want my equity now. And Rob says, I'm not willing to do that. I'll give you a deal based upon the company earning money, not basically for you doing shit. The company has to make money. So then Steven threatens Rob and says, you know what? You know, I'm not going to do it unless you give me ownership. And Rob just put his foot down and said, fuck no, I'm not giving you ownership. I said, you can be the creative director and you can run the business as is. We're going to be, you know, we're going to be a skeleton crew. We're going to probably lose about 60 to 70% of the people, but will bring in enough money for all the investor group to fund the company. So then while we're in process of all doing this, you know, it's not like you do this. There's contracts that have to be read, agreements that have to be signed, a new company is being formed. Okay.
Right.
And while this
Becca, can you give me the
on,
battery charger for my backpack?
Steven decides to pretty much pull the ripcord and say to Rob, I'm resigning.
Sorry.
Right about
There's a human being back there. What the fuck? Wait. Wait. Huh? Does that... Wait, am I the only one that didn't notice this? What the fuck? I was just like, wait, who the fuck is he talking to just now? I was like, oh, he's talking to someone off screen. I was like, wait, I can see his whole room. Where is this person?
5 days before,
What's gonna be
shit hits the fan. Now, where the fuck you part is Steven has money in escrow.
What is she doing back there? Dude, imagine if she's just like modding his channel while he's on the live stream. Like, that would be so sick. Imagine Jenny being like right next to me, right? And she's just there. I'm like, hey, can you ban that guy? Hey, can you change my stream title real quick? Wait, look. The dream. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, because him and John sold the house. Okay.
Oh, look. Yo, she look mad though, bro. Holy shit. Dude. Oh, he done. He is done.
That money does not get released because Commerce Bank, okay?
He's done.
That money does not get released.
Brother, you know it's serious when a lady loses her chin. You know it's serious. Especially when it's on camera. When you piss a girl off so bad, she loses her goddamn chin, she goes, it's over. It's over. Because you know, they don't, at that point, they don't even give a fuck. I mean, no, like, dude, they don't even give a fuck about. It's over.
Because Commerce Bank, okay?
This is the look. This is the look of like, I need to, like, how like he's gauging the situation. Look. The only thing he can do is just try to laugh about it. The only thing, look, that's a fake ass laugh. He's just trying to make light of the situation.
Bank.
And then he's like,
okay.
It's like, he's looking that way for like 5 seconds. He's looking at that way for like 5 seconds, man. He's concerned. He's concerned. You should be concerned, man. You're in the doghouse now, bro.
The second position on the house. Well, Commerce Bank's money went into Intrepid. So what happened is that Steven, upon his fucking betrayal and exit, and it's a fucking betrayal, okay? To all of the community, of anyone that ever played the game, to all the investors and all the employees. That motherfucker literally sat there, okay, and literally had Commerce Bank send a letter to Steam and saying that money is theirs at Steven's request.
Okay.
Okay? We weren't planning on fucking Commerce Bank, okay?
Right.
But
wait. Sorry. Hold on.
Literally sat there, okay, investors and all the employees. That motherfucker literally sat there, okay, and literally had Commerce Bank send a letter to Steam and saying that money is theirs at Steven's request.
Okay.
Okay? We weren't planning on fucking Commerce Bank, Okay.
Right.
But Steven just fucked them because what he did was the money that Steven was holding was going to pay all the payroll. Okay.
Oh.
On February 1st. So Steven took $3.7 million for his own greedy motherfucking son of a bitch, cockroach fuckery asshole. Okay?
Okay.
And basically what he did is he fucked own greedy motherfucking son of a bitch, cockroach fuckery asshole. Okay?
Okay.
And basically what he did is he fucked everybody over and literally sat there and literally stole.
Did I get that right? Motherfucking son of a bitch, cockroach fuckery asshole. Guys, you know what I see? You know what I see, guys? I see our new guild name. Mic drop moment. It's it. This is it. This is our midnight guild name. We've been looking for a name. This is it. Motherfucking son of a bitch, cockroach fuckery asshole guild. Yes, we got it. Our guild name. MFSOABCFA. Strain, lock it in, baby.
Okay. The company and pushed it to go out of business. Literally because he's a greedy, narcissistic son of a bitch. Because what he did was he took basically, he had Commerce Bank send a letter stating that that money was Commerce Bank's. So Commerce Bank would get that money and pay off the second, releasing about 1.5 or 1.6 money being held in an escrow account by Commerce Bank. Okay, because they had a secured position against his house on the money that he originally borrowed for the company, which I should have done, thought about it, but I never did.
So
anyway, that brings you to full circle. So then I get a phone call being told he's only borrowed for the company, which I should have done, thought about it, but I never did.
So
anyway,
that
brings you to full circle.
Jesus.
So then I get a phone call being told that excuse me. I get a phone call being told that Steven resigned, okay, and that Commerce Bank sent a letter, and then I had to send my attorney's letter saying, no, that's not his money, it's my money. I have UCC filings and pledged security agreements that were posted way ahead of Commerce Bank's, which I can document and give to you. I think I might have, I don't know if I sent it to you or didn't, but I can send that to you.
Yeah.
So anyway,
feel free to send everything.
That being said, that is the reason why we didn't have money to pay payroll, okay? Because Steven, that motherfucker, literally sat there and had Commerce Bank contact Steam. Well, that was the money for our payroll. So literally,
so he did it to spite you guys, basically. He didn't even get the money.
1,000%. He did it to fuck everyone over, which will come out in my lawsuit, and I'm going to put all this down, and I don't care if Steven listens to this, if he hears it, he can go fucking rot in fucking hell.
He's probably listening.
I don't give a fuck. He can go fuck himself with some nasty things up his rear end, because that's what he's done to everybody.
This guy has a big infatuation with things going up assholes. I've just noticed this. There's been a lot of assholery here in this pot.
Okay, so just to clarify and recap the whole thing, Robert put the foot down. All the investors put their foot down. They said, okay, this is not sustainable. They proposed a 60 to 70% layoff.
I mean, it's probably what he likes.
And then Steven wanted to keep his equity, even though he never bought equity. And then when they told him no, he said, all right, I'm going to resign. And as he did so, he contacted the bank to seize the Steam funding, which was meant for payroll. Now, he did claim in his announcement post that other senior staff resigned as well. Is that true, or is that just
everyone resigned? Steven, look,
everyone resigned?
I hope some of the people that work for the company, because they've never fucking ever spoken to me, and they don't know the fucking truth. They should all go fucking watch your fucking video, because then they'll realize that Steven's been lying to them the whole time. They all think Steven's made of money. Oh, like they all probably thought every single dime that came into the company was Steven's. Look at it from a realistic standpoint. It's like, you know, and Steven's convinced all these people that it's Rob's fault, or I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I went along with whatever Rob wanted to do, and this was the decision that Rob and Aaron and a gal named Teresa made. Okay, and I don't know if Aaron and Teresa were on the board, but I do know that they had a meeting and had a board meeting, and pretty much these were the decisions that they decided to make. So
sure.
At this time,
this is a video. I'm not talking to him.
I have some things that Rob and I have talked about it. We're going to talk again. I think he's in like, it's like, Steven literally did such a bad, just horrible, exit. I mean,
Margaret claims she didn't know about anything.
Just wanted to save his own ass. Like, I want the Commerce Bank loan to be paid off, so pretty much I can get the money off of my house.
I see.
It's like,
and that's after you helped them prevent foreclosure on the house.
Yeah, his house was going into foreclosure a year ago.
I have a question. Did Nephis actually play Ashes of Creation?
Send you those emails too.
Okay.
The trust deed and all the documents. I mean, I got all this shit. So anyone wants to see anything, they email you or connect with you and tell me what they want to see.
All right.
I'm an open book. I got nothing to hide.
All right.
Might not like what I do for a living, but
Even Steven claims he did not know. Margie, yeah. I mean, maybe she wasn't on it.
Doing any bad shit.
I just know what she's claimed.
He's just bad. So I don't know. I hope I've helped out. Are there any other last questions? I mean, I could go on for 12 hours about what a piece of shit he is, but does anyone have any other specifics that I haven't answered?
I think just the majority of people want to know what's going to happen to the game.
We don't know, but I mean, look, Jasper, you have my phone number. I don't want my phone number going out in the public domain. I don't want to get a bunch of calls. You can call me anytime.
Sure.
If there's anybody that you really like that needs to talk to me, like if any of the employees reach out to you, we'll get on the phone. I'll talk to them. I've never spoken to one in 8 years. I don't have one employee's phone number. I've been paying all their bills. They don't know who I am.
Right, because you were funding the payroll from what,
I've been funding the company for
2018, 2021.
Yeah. And then Rob literally took over from 2022 onward.
Right.
All of 22, all of 23, all of 24, and all of 25. That was 100% Rob Dawson and his crew. 100%. I mean, $2 million of my money. Okay, so yeah, that came in. So there you go.
Well, I think that's so when you said resign, the senior staff that resigned with him, were they just laid off, or did they actually know about the board meeting and all that? Was anyone at the...
I honestly have no idea.
Okay. So you're not aware that anyone at the actual company itself was aware of what was going on?
No, I don't know what the employees at whatever levels knew. I mean, Steven had his own agenda, so...
Right.
Hey, Casper, hold on one second.
Very good.
Hold on one second, guys.
Are there any other last questions you guys want to ask him before we let him go, or... I mean, he's like talk for 12 hours. Okay. I'm just like, I don't know, 12 hours. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So what else can I do to help you, my friend?
Honestly, I think people want to know. I think a lot of people sympathize with you. Some didn't.
That's okay. I mean,
and they just want to know if you're okay. Or how you're doing now financially.
If someone doesn't sympathize with me, has anyone said any shit about me? I'd like to know. I mean,
no, you guys aren't wrong. It is a little shady. It is a little weird that this guy hasn't met anyone. You would think it's possible to, but then you would also think it's possible to see the books, right? And fucking 9 years went by. He was requesting the books and or whatever, however long the timeline was, and he wasn't getting access to it. So I don't know. No, you guys are right. I think it is weird, but
Chatting about me.
this whole fucking thing is weird.
I know people.
I also think it's weird that like all of this shit was captured via text messages. I feel like a lot of these conversations, generally speaking, just how generally speaking, you would think that owners would go that are invested this heavily would actually meet the staff at some point. Also, generally speaking, when you conduct business, right, and you're talking about millions of dollars, you have these conversations over the phone or in person, right? It's not always through text messages. So, I mean, maybe there was a lot more phone calls on top of these text messages, but there's a lot exposed in these text messages. That's also another thing. You know, they like this whole thing is, it's interesting. It's a goddamn Netflix documentary, man.
Like, yeah, this stupid motherfucker. I mean, it's like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, some of that because, I mean, you took money from your 401k to help Steven, and that's a very nice that's a very nice thing to do, but also, you know, the risk, right? Yeah. So
I mean, you read the whole.
Yes, I read the whole thing.
So you know.
Yeah, I will say this though, it's not completely fucking out of, you know, just it's not completely odd to be a huge investor and not meet the people that are working on the ground. It's not. It's actually not. I mean, it's not normal, but it can happen.
Oh, you didn't put all of
it's
it up
possible.
There, but you read the whole thing. It's like, you know, and I love how you. I don't know what love bombing is, but okay. So,
it's like when someone just overwhelms you with positive comments and praise and says, "Jason, you're my god, Jason."
Yeah,
he kept telling.
That's when he's trying to suck my dick and get money out of it.
Right. So he was doing that to you a lot in the text messages.
Yeah, 100%. He would always do that, especially at the time that he needed it, and then it just it got overwhelming. So look, as I said, I made a lot of mistakes.
Sure.
So,
someone asked, do you still have your 2011 Ferrari and 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost?
No.
Explain the scam above. By the way, can I get your mods to check their messages? Well, first of all, like I can ask them to check their messages. They're not on payroll, right? Like I appreciate them working and helping. I appreciate their work and helping me, but like I don't have any right to tell them what to do. Just so that we're clear, right? It's like they don't work for me. They're not getting paid for me. I can ask them to check their messages, but according to Ferrix, he says he never got a message in regards to it. But so let's see what you're saying here. They just did not respond to the messages at all. Did not ban the people I showed them proof to. It was for Ion 2KR. Couldn't top up without KR card. So they were saying they could hook people up. Stupid, I know, but caught in the Gooner skin hype. I got baited. Okay, so someone told you in our Discord that they could help you top up, and you accepted their help, and you got scammed out of however many bucks. And then you reported them to the mods, hoping that they got banned, and nothing happened. Okay, so like, if that really did happen, right, face value, then yeah, my mods definitely missed it, and they should look into who that was that scammed and ban that person. But here's the issue, though. One of the issues is that requires investigative work, right? Because that person could also be like, I didn't scam shit. This is what happened. There's two sides to every story, right? So it's like, if my mod is willing, if I have any mods that are willing to look into that situation, right, and investigate, see who is in the wrong, and if that person did scam you, then he would ban him. Like, that would be great, but that requires work, and I can't like tell my mods, hey, you have to do this, right? We have a Discord of over 20,000 people, and anytime a new Korean MMO comes out, launch, it gets really busy. There's a lot of people in there. Like, my mods and everyone they are doing their best, and we definitely don't want people to scam shit in there. But like, our Discord, it's an open community. You know, it's not like a funded business or anything. You know, we don't have PR. We don't have people on payroll that can, like, you know what I mean? So was not hard to investigate. was not hard to yeah, but like I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the point. The point is that it does require work, right? And what I'm trying to tell you is that yes, it would be great for my mods to look into that and investigate and ban the person if your story is true. That like 100%, like that's what I would want too. But at the same time, if my mods are not willing to investigate it, it's like I can't do anything about that. You know what I mean? And that's assuming you did message them or you did miss it. There's a lot of ifs with this. Okay, so what I'm telling you now, if you had a bad experience in our community, I'm sorry that was the case. Don't want that for anyone. Excuse me. So yeah, if what you happened, if what you say happened really happened, then message Ferrex. You have his attention in the chat right now. He can ban people and send him whatever you need to send him. And hopefully, if Ferrex is willing to investigate and resolve the situation, that's up to him. But I can't force him to, right? But just keep in mind, right? Just keep in mind, like you're in a public Discord of over 20,000 people. We have a lot of people in there, right? And we've always said, you know, do shit at your own risk. Playing private servers, accepting deals, swiping on KR, do it at your own risk, meaning it is possible to get scammed. We cannot police every single thing. We are not a third-party website where it is going to be ensured that everyone in the channel is going to be legit. We do not have that capability, right? It's not possible. So please, anytime you're doing this type of stuff, do it at your own risk. And yes, if there are bad apples, if there are known scammers, report it to Ferrex, and then hopefully they can take care of it. Right? That's the only thing I can say. Okay, that's the only thing I can say. Fitting for this current segment, considering we are quite literally reacting to scam stuff. Sounds like slavery with extras. Yeah, like I'm not gonna like. You see, here's the thing. Like with my mods, the way I speak to my mods, I always ask them if they can do something. You know what I mean? Like they're not on payroll. I can't expect like I appreciate my mods. I appreciate my mods for helping me, not the other way around. You know, I don't own my mods. They shouldn't appreciate me for letting them mod for me. It's the other way around. Like they are quite literally doing free work for me. So I'm like, know my place, right? I'm getting free service, free help from people that are just doing it the out of the kindness of their heart. Like I'm not going to take advantage of that. So, but like I said, I don't want our Discord to have scammers and whatnot, right? So it's like, yeah, like please report it to our admins, and hopefully they get to it. I'm sorry if you had to go through that. If that was a bad if you had a bad experience. What is this? What is this? Show him this. Please be aware that anyone purchasing Ion 2 KR accounts is doing so at their own risk. We are not responsible for any issues that may occur, including account loss, bans, or scans. Please proceed with caution. Pinned message. I mean, there it is. Clear as day. Clear as day. Now, if someone did... Now, here's the thing. If someone did scam you and you're just like, yo, I know I got scammed. It's on me. But I'm just letting you guys know, so you ban him, then that's great. We appreciate that. Like, send that information to Ferrex. And if my mods missed that, yeah, that sucks. I wish they didn't miss it, but it is what it is, right? Like, I can't. It's not their. It's not their job to. You get what I'm saying. Give them a little leeway is essentially what I'm saying. Just report it again. Let Ferrex know. That's it.
Rolls Royce Ghost. Was actually Kim Kardashian.
To be fair, it doesn't sound like he is holding you responsible, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, if that's the case, you know, like I feel bad that you had a bad experience, and I definitely would want those people out of my community as well. So, but it's like, yeah, and if my mods missed it, then they missed it. There's just nothing I could do. Just report it again. Really, that's literally all I could say. That pin message is literally ridiculous. I was just telling the mods to ban them so others have a lower chance to get scammed as well. Okay. I'm starting to see the issue here. So like, okay, listen to me and me. I'm with you and I'm sorry that you had a bad experience, and I'm with you. I agree. I agree. And I appreciate you taking the time to let my mods know so that we can get rid of the bad apples. I'm with you, okay? But like the communication here, like the pinned message is literally ridiculous. Like that has nothing to do with even what you're talking about. It's not ridiculous. This like what in no world is this disclaimer and this heads up and warning to the community ridiculous. Like what are we even talking about here? You know what I mean? Like it's just reading this and the way you're communicating, it's entirely possible that maybe the way you even communicated it to a mod was in such a way where they felt like you were being aggressive and they just didn't want to bother with it and ignored it. There's so many what ifs to the situation. This is precisely what I'm saying, right? Like, listen, like I'm with you. If there's people scamming in our Discord, we want to get rid of them. Okay, just send a message to all the mods, all the admins with the proof. Let us know politely, and they will do. They will probably do their best. Right? I mean that is literally all I can say to you, man. That's literally all I can say to you. And if they missed it, then it sucks that they missed it, dude. Like I'm sorry that they missed it. They're human. They're not on payroll. Is what I'm saying, right? Like sorry that they missed it. I don't know what else I can say. All right, yeah, I don't want to be too hung up on this. Let's go.
Kardashian's car.
Okay.
That I bought used from her in 2014.
Okay.
And that blew up in my house on a fire. And I have a video. I can send that to you. I came back from the gym and the car just caught on fire. And I was running up and down like Benny Hill trying to put out a fire in my car, and then the engines came. So that car got totaled. And then the 2011 Ferrari, I bought a warranty from Ferrari dealership, and they did not fix the problem, and they wanted to charge me $30,000, and I said no. And then I sent them legal letters and notices that I'm going to sue them, and I said, here are your options. And my lawyer contacted them, and they came and picked up the car and paid me for the value of the car. And that was, I think, in 2017 or 18. So no, I don't have either one of those cars.
Okay, I think we just have 2 more questions and we can let you go. Okay. I know you're a little busy and taking care of some real life errands.
I'll stay on the phone all night answering questions.
I mean,
this is also cathartic. If anyone wants to go look that up, this is a healing thing for me because I've been a silent person watching all this stuff online.
Okay.
It's all bullshit. None of it's true. So that's the reason why I'm willing to stay here and talk.
All right, sure. I guess that's 3 questions then, because someone asked.
Jesus, man. Okay, listen. This is like, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna say this last thing. We're gonna move on. Listen, Edmay. Look, I genuinely want you to know I appreciate you for trying to look out for other people and trying to let the team know, right, about scammers in our Discord. I genuinely, I don't want you to think you are being attacked for doing a good thing. Like I'm with you. I appreciate that. Okay, we do. But I think the way this is being communicated back and forth, there's obviously a problem with the way it's being communicated, which is causing friction. It's so obvious to me, right? And I feel like it's going to turn the situation into you thinking you're being attacked and you're being met with hostility for doing a good deed. Listen, I appreciate you for trying to do a good deed, okay? But the communication is a little lacking here, and like I said, just if there's bad apples, we appreciate you for just reporting it to the mods. Report it to all the mods with all the proof, and try to do it politely, and they'll do their best. And if they don't, sorry, like we missed it. Like sorry, they're not on payroll. This is not a professional team, modding team. Sorry, sorry if they missed it. Like, we'll try to do better next time. That is quite literally all I can say. Okay.
Yes. Why didn't you put your foot down with him?
We did many times. He came to my house.
But he just kept deflecting, and
he's a deflector. He's lying. He's a liar, bro.
Sure.
I mean, yeah. The guy came to my house 4 different times.
Fuck you. There's we have a Discord of over 20K people. We have a lot of scammers in our Discord. There's nothing we can do about it. I have people that hate my guts in Discord that are in there just to like monitor what I say. I've got people that are trying to fucking scam you in commissions, try to sell you gold. I mean, it is what it is. It's a large community, right?
I've been to his house 2 or 3 times in San Diego, and I live up in Woodland Hills, so pretty much, I mean, I had a meeting with him and Rob. Oh, I'll send you emails, and you'll be shocked.
Okay.
What the emails say? They'd be like, look, we need this. We need proper.
I'm already shocked.
We need proper filings, proper tax returns. We need this. We need this.
Sure.
I've never seen a company tax return since I've been in the company, as a shareholder, okay, and a creditor. Not one time. Not one time. Never seen a tax return. For anyone listening, you ever invest in anybody's shit, okay, you have rights as an investor in their business. And you have rights to see tax returns, books and records, and bank statements, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's your right. Did I ever see any of that? No, I did not.
Okay. What do you think Jason's response is going to be after all this? Do you think he's going to defend himself, or how will we...
You mean Steven's response or my response?
Steven. Like, what do you think he's going to do? What's his next move, I guess? What's your prediction?
Everything I've said is factual. What's he going to say? What's he going to say? I mean, like, okay, I don't like the way he cusses and says fucking does. Like, who cares? Okay? Like, it's like, I don't really know. The F word is an adjective. Go look up on YouTube the word fuck. You'll find a whole list of noun, verb, adjective. Okay, so what's he gonna say? He hurt my Steven.
Someone's
this goes on for another 40 fucking minutes. What?
Slander, libel, calling you a piece of shit. Okay, go ahead. Like I really care. Like wait, go ahead. Bring it on.
This guy's a swearing connoisseur. Here's the thing, bro. First of all, impressive that you spelled that correctly. Did you spell check it? You spell checked it, motherfucker. You spell checked that shit as hell. Did he spell it right, actually? I think just adding a bunch of curse words, but doing them in a creative order just always makes it way more entertaining. It just makes it funny. It just does.
Okay.
So I don't care what Steven does. I just wanted to set the record straight for all the people that believed his bullshit internet story, whatever the fuck he would post. I put 30 million, 50 million, 60 million, $100 million of my own money into this company.
Okay.
None of that is accurate.
Right.
So not only did he defraud his investors, he defrauded the entire community.
Right.
The entire community.
The community is now asking, what are your future plans to recoup funds? How do you
I
plan
believe
to sell the project?
Justified, rightfully so.
I told you.
Right.
Casper, I'm going to keep you in. I have no idea.
Yeah, you keep me in the loop? You keep me in the loop?
Keep in the loop.
Okay.
100%.
All right.
Rob's in charge of that. There's some ideas. There's some people that used to be. There's some people that, through one of my associates, I introduced to Rob Dawson at a dinner in Beverly Hills a week and a half ago. I'm not going to, I'll tell you privately, Casper, but
sure.
The person was with one of the biggest companies in the industry for 11 years.
Okay.
And has his own IPs and his own desires. And so, but I don't know if that'll be just the tech or if that'll be for Ashes. As far as Ashes goes, Rob's been looking at options. The problem is when you literally don't have any technical experience,
right? And
you're sitting there where Steven has poisoned the entire staff against the board,
right?
Which is like
the devs resigned and they couldn't make the payroll because of something Steven did.
The board literally has only been a board recently. Okay, what happened to the board that Steven should have had 8 or 9 years ago?
Right.
It doesn't exist. So, I don't know. But really at this point in time, there's no board. It's Rob Dawson and his decisions of what he's going to do in the future. He's the guy that put in $80 million, of his own resources.
Okay.
So
it's funny how the narrative went from there is no board to there was a board, but more details coming out later, to now there was no board. Didn't Kira say didn't Kira say there was a board? Or maybe he was referring to like, maybe he was referring to the new owners, right? Like Rob's team and shit.
You know, not someone else's money. Rob didn't borrow money from someone else. That's Rob's own personal money.
A couple more questions. Did Steven's mom ever contact you after all this, or because you seem like friends?
Contact and text.
Okay.
You want me to read? You want me to read what I wrote her? Yeah.
Sure.
That'll light this call up. Hold on. Oh, people will love this shit.
Oh,
okay,
this is that beginning.
The mental institution or the brother?
No, it's Steven Sharif.
Oh. Okay, we got the impression that Steven handed off Ashes of Creation merchandise to his brother to sell.
I don't know if that's
because his brother's company's the one selling Ashes of Creation merchandise next to this.
Oh, I don't know.
On Amazon.
So this is on Monday, February 2nd.
Okay.
Your son, this is the Sharon.
Sharon.
Your son has destroyed the business.
Hey, yeah, we heard this part.
He should be locked that destroyed everyone's life.
From you, but not a lot from her.
If you can tell that I'm heated up and I'm pissed.
Yes, I can tell.
Steven just fucked up and railroaded the entire fucking company.
Yes.
So, okay, next question.
You're hilarious, Jason.
You're next.
Okay, we'll keep it going. Hold on. There's a lot of people here now, so I'm gonna look through the questions.
How many people does he have in chat? What is this stream setup though? Like, what is this?
All right. Someone asked, were you hoping to play the MMO as well, Jason?
Of course. I mean, I wanted to see it go. I mean, am I an MMO guy? No, I'm not. I'm not going to lie about that.
Right.
Have I ever played an MMO? No. I mean, I had a bunch of friends. You know, you saw it in the tech. I had a bunch of friends, children and kids that wanted to have access and early access to it, and I hooked them up. And Steven sent me some swag, and you know, and I got them some early access. I don't know if they played or not.
Sure.
I've never played the game, to be quite honest. I've watched probably about, I don't know, close to about 300 or 400 hours worth of YouTube videos, including all of yours. So, yeah, so I've been, you know, so I've watched all the players play, and that's how I would, you know, I would learn about my investment as I would go onto YouTube, and I would just watch all the gamers talk about it. And,
right.
And, I've watched all of Narc's videos, and he came out early and said there's a piece of shit, which I agree. Okay, and you know, and
so you've kept up on the YouTubes.
Yo, Narc being vindicated. The guy that was actually funding the game has now officially come out and said he agrees with Narc's take back then. Like actually. Like actually. Like the real owner, the real person funding this game came out and just agreed. Said he was right. Holy shit. Fucking hell. Talk about being, I mean, this is the very definition of vindication. This is a prime example of being vindicated.
Side.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
Asmon Golden, Narc, and you know, and you and a bunch of other guys. Yeah, I follow. I'm just kind of I'm a geeky guy at home, and I sit there and you know, and I just watch other people's talk about stuff. Is how I kind of just chill and watch stuff for 2-3. You know, for a while I was watching probably an hour of stuff a day, and then you know, and then it kind of, you know, recently I've watched a lot more because of all the rhetoric and everything going on.
I mean, was it infuriating to kind of sit through all those videos and listen to everyone?
What's been infuriating is like just watching how someone could be so inauthentic on so many different levels to so many different people.
I mean, serious. If Narc wanted to get into streaming or come back to streaming and do it full time, now is like the perfect time to come back to Twitch for him. The amount of people that would show up in his chat, like it like from a content creator perspective, it is such a big window for him to try and come back if he wanted to. Yeah, I heard he's got a new channel, sure, but still, like from a Twitch perspective, it would be a prime time to come back.
You know, I mean, why
his stream would definitely blow up
and tell people, hey, you know what? You know, I have a. Why couldn't you just say, hey, I'm a gamer with a vision? I mean, why couldn't and
I would, yeah, dude. The thing is, he wouldn't even have to be live. He wouldn't even have to be on his stream. What he could literally do is turn his OBS on, turn his stream on, and just put and just literally do this. This is like he could literally just do this. And just literally this, and then just nothing else on the screen. Like literally this, nothing else on the screen. My notepad. I don't have anything in my notepad, man.
And why couldn't you just tell people, you know, from an honest position that, hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm the creative director. I 100% control the company. I've taken on some partners because, you know, I need to raise money. I don't have hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
Why didn't he do that from day one? I don't know.
Exactly.
That is what pisses me off, because, you know, and then the story that he tells everyone, but it's not just all the gamers.
Right.
It's the over 100, 200 employees that he had.
Right.
They all bought it too. They all believe that he's the Pied Piper.
No, I didn't forget. Nephis, yo bitch ass.
Do you have any do you have any opinions on the actual gameplay of the game?
Okay. I don't want to say anything about the gameplay because that would be like me talking about something
Fair.
You know, it's like it's like me, if you want to talk about multi-level marketing, which no one on this call wants to hear or talk about.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I can tell you about that, which, you know, I'm an expert in that field because I've built many companies all over the world. I've traveled to, you know, Asia probably, you know,
sure,
over 600-700 times. I told you before, I had offices in Seoul and Busan and a couple other places. So, you know, I've been all over the place.
And now you have different investments, different businesses.
Yes.
Yep. He already answered that. I'm just looking at a lot of questions.
Is this just a Q&A? Should we move on here? We've got a lot to get through.
Questions now at this point. You know,
I feel like it's kind of done.
Why didn't they force Steven?
Is there anything else that I need to?
I mean, because Steven kept begging Jason and the other investors, guys, not to.
Okay.
Basically.
Yeah, it's over. Okay, great. Here's a video. Here's a link to the video, guys. We'll give that a like. Fantastic. Bro, this guy, he responded. Am I going to be able to find it? The fuck are these notifications? I don't know how notifications really work in this fucking shit. He responded to my fucking comment, man, in one of his videos.
Basically, in his perspective.
And he responded via, I don't remember where the fuck it went.
Over 100.
Here it is. Look. Bro, he sent a voice message. Hey, thanks for watching. I appreciate you. And he said it in the most like default copy paste way ever. He's like, hey, thanks for watching. I appreciate you. I'm not even kidding. That is how he said it. I'm not even kidding.
Thanks for watching. I appreciate you.
Did you hear that? I was like, what the fuck? I was like, wait a second. Is there like I was like, wait, is this some like default copy paste thing that I'm not copy paste tech that I'm not aware of? No, it was just mine. So good. He's blessing me with his Giga Chat voice. He's blessing me. Okay. All right, guys. This is the last one before we get caught up to recent events. The big juice. This is an hour and 15 minutes. We call the Ashes Creation investor to ask more questions. Do we want to watch this? Is this worth watching, or is it just going to be more of the same yapping? Do we watch this, or do we move on? I don't think so. Skip. It's more of the same shit. Okay, I don't want to watch it if it's more of the same shit. Here's a link to the video. Okay, we're gonna watch theories first because it's only 16 minutes, and then we're gonna watch Kira's. Kira's got it's 54 minutes. Okay, so let's. This is it. This is here's the thing. I kind of like now. I guess I kind of know what it feels like to be a React streamer, because it's like I do MMO content. I'm gonna stick with I'm gonna stay in my lane. I might expand outside of MMO one day, sure, but it's always going to be gaming. This Ashes content / drama is like, it's like the one chance I get to kind of do some React content. You know what I mean? It's like a unique opportunity for me to not, like, I'm not even making the content. I'm just eating it. You know what I mean? And it's kind of nice. Like, let me have this moment. It's rare. I don't really get shit like this. You know, there is no major Omega fucking new drama news that's happening in the MMO scene usually. This is it. This is always it. I mean, of course there's drama, like NC stuff, whatever, but it's like, it's different. Like, this is like some Netflix level shit. You know what I mean? And I'm invested in this story. I want to fucking know. Let me get Steven on a goddamn podcast. You know what I mean? Okay, wait. I think an ad just played real quick. Let me just run to the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to start, okay? All right. Let's do this, boys. Let's get into the juice.
What is up, everyone? This is turning out to be quite a busy night. I've already posted one video, and yes, we are recording a second. And yes, it is the one everyone has been waiting for.
Oh!
The Steven Sharif lawsuit. His response to everything that's been going on. So this is quite a long one. So hopefully you can strap in and make it through it all. Before we get started, in case it's not clear, these are not my words. This is me summarizing Steven Sharif's lawsuit. So keep that in mind as we go forward. Also, as always,
I love the way Theory Forge does his videos. I love the way he speaks. It like, bro, I feel like I'm watching a legitimate documentary show back in the 90s. You know what I mean? I said this before. I say this every time I watch his videos. Every time I watch him, I feel like I'm reading like the host of Reading Rainbow breaking it down for me. It's great. Like his voice is just like perfect for explaining this type of shit.
I will put a link to the actual documents in the description, so you do not have to take my word for it. You can go read yourself. This video summarizes allegations made by Steven Sharif in a verified court filing. These are claims, not proven facts. All defendants deny wrongdoing. These are allegations, not final rulings. No judge has ruled on the outcome yet.
I love how he's prefacing his video by saying this. I think it's very important context.
And everyone involved is presumed innocent. For the last several weeks, the Ashes of Creation community has been asking the same question. What actually happened to Intrepid Studios? According to a newly filed, verified lawsuit by Steven Sharif, the founder of Intrepid and creator of Ashes of Creation, the answer is not that the game failed, not that the studio simply ran out of money. Sharif alleges that Intrepid Studios was intentionally destroyed from the inside. He claims that a small group of board members and lenders deliberately engineered a crisis, laid off nearly the entire workforce, and then attempted to take control of the company's most valuable asset, Ashes of Creation itself, through a bad faith foreclosure process.
What great fucking music, by the way. Listen, I apologize for interrupting the video here, but I just got to mention this to shout out to give some credit here to the content creator and a shout out to Theory Forge. But holy shit, we're almost 2 minutes into this video and I'm actually captivated, and it's 100% because of the way he's started the video. Really good. I apologize for interrupting the video, but this is like I'm locked in. The music choice is perfect. His narration, his disclaimer, everything, his delivery on point. Yo, Nevis, thanks for the content. Welcome in, man. Let me know if you have any questions. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I don't know how to get a hold of you, but yeah, it would be great to chat for sure. Yeah, thank you for the content. It's fantastic, dude. Like seriously, fantastic. Your fantastic voice.
This lawsuit is not just about money. Sharif says it is about the intellectual property, trade secrets, and technology behind one of the most ambitious MMORPGs ever attempted, systems that took more than a decade to build. According to the filing, when the plan to take those assets began to fall apart, Sharif was left as the public face of the collapse, while others allegedly hid their identities, filed misleading paperwork, and allowed him to absorb the backlash alone. This case is now being heard in the U.S. District Court in Southern California, because Intrepid was headquartered there and the alleged actions were directed there. So who's involved? Well, there's Steven Sharif, who is the founder of Intrepid Studios, its former CEO, and the creator of Ashes of Creation. He served on the board from the company's founding until January 19, 2026, when he resigned. He brings this lawsuit both as an individual and on behalf of Intrepid Studios itself, which he says was harmed by the actions of its own
feel
board.
free to shoot me a
The defendants
DM,
include
either on
several
X
people.
or
First is Robert Dawson, the company's majority shareholder,
I
chairman
want
of
to play.
the board,
I'm interested
and
in
a
ESO
junior
too.
secured
I heard you played
lender.
that.
Brian Ogden, Intrepid CFO and board member Brisa Fett, and board member Aaron Bartles, and TFE Games Holdings, a company Sharif alleges was created by Dawson solely to receive and monetize Intrepid's assets after foreclosure. Although Intrepid Studios is named in the case for procedural reasons, Sharif says the company itself is the victim. Sharif says this all started with a lifelong passion for MMORPGs. Long before Intrepid existed, Ashes of Creation began as a tabletop RPG concept created by Sharif himself. His goal was to build a living MMO world, one where player actions truly mattered and shaped the environment. In 2015, Sharif and his husband John Moore co-founded Intrepid Studios to make that vision real. Sharif says he personally directed experienced developers, closely supervising the creation of the game's core systems. The project quickly gained attention. Ashes of Creation won Most Anticipated MMO awards in 2017, 2020, and 2022, driven by an unusually open development process. Live streams, developer Q&As, and constant player feedback. That openness built trust, but it also slowed development. MMORPGs are iterative by nature. Still, by 2025, the game had gone through 3 major test phases, and when early access launched, it reportedly achieved a 30-day player retention rate of about 76%, an unusually high number for the genre. Over that decade, Sharif says Intrepid created an enormous body of non-public intellectual property, including proprietary source code, server and networking technology, the node system, combat and PvP logic, economic and caravan systems, internal development tools, full production infrastructure. These were not public assets. According to the filing, they were protected through strict NDAs, access controls, and internal security measures.
Okay, so it sounds like he's playing the whole, yo, we actually created something here. We made something. And it's like these people are trying to strip this and steal this away from us. Am I the only one here thinking, bro, you didn't have much, man? Like, am I the only one sitting here thinking, okay, yeah, well, did you really, was it really that much? I mean, maybe like that system layering thing, but let's be real, that shit wasn't working. Brother, the game was broken. The game was broken. And this is from someone that was more positive around the game. I like the vision. The Arcade fishing, that was the best part of your game. That's from Arcade. The node system, is that really that like revolutionary? So I think the big thing is like the server. What the fuck did they call it? Like the layering shit. I don't know. That wasn't working properly. The mesh, yeah, the mesh server shit. It wasn't working. Dude, the mobs were like desyncing. You know what I mean? They were going in walls. It wasn't working. Like, what do you mean? Like, this wasn't like, so it's like, are you trying to protect the idea? Like, I get you're attempting it and you're working on it, but bro, 9 years in, you know, I don't know. I sound cute when I give you this voice. What voice? Wait, is my voice changer on? Hold on. No, voice changer isn't on.
Sharif says these assets had real proven value. They secured bank loans and generated millions in early access revenue. Early funding came from Sharif's personal money, followed by a $3 million Kickstarter in 2017. Later, Intrepid took on debt financing, including a $6 million loan from Commerce West Bank in 2020, secured against all company assets, including its intellectual property. In 2021, Sharif says Intrepid was introduced to Robert Dawson, a claimed billionaire who began extending loans to the company. At first, Dawson was supportive, but according to Sharif, that changed after a major turning point. In late 2022, a large game publisher reportedly expressed interest in acquiring Intrepid for hundreds of millions of dollars. Sharif says Dawson urged him to reject the offer and continue development using Dawson's financing instead. Sharif agreed. And the large game publisher reportedly expressed interest in acquiring Intrepid for hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, a lot of them did. Yeah, Tencent, iDream, I get like what? Like Blizzard, Activision, these guys were on the table too, right? Yeah, we heard that.
Sharif says Dawson urged him to reject the offer and continue development using Dawson's financing instead. Sharif agreed. And the
so
deal
Dawson
fell
said,
apart.
don't use their money, use my money.
That was the moment everything changed. From early 2023 through May 2024, Sharif alleges Dawson began threatening to cut payroll funding, shut the studio down through litigation, financially ruin Sharif, and even physically harm him, unless Sharif granted him more control and equity. Sharif claims Dawson demanded massive ownership stakes for little or no cost, forced himself into legal discussions.
Little or no cost. The guy put in $90 million. 102.
And represented himself as a company agent when he was not. Sharif says this pressure led to a severe medical crisis, hospitalization, kidney failure, and permanent health effects, all while Dawson allegedly knew what was happening. By May 2024, Sharif says Dawson demanded a sweeping settlement. The agreement released past disputes and converted debt into shares, making Dawson the majority shareholder with roughly 58% ownership. Importantly, the shareholder agreement explicitly preserved Sharif's creative control over Ashes of Creation. But in practice, Sharif alleges Dawson gained full financial control, continuing to threaten payroll to force compliance. Dawson secured his debt against all company assets, despite knowing senior lenders already existed, then installed himself as chairman and Ryan Ogden as CFO. Company banking was moved to Pathway Bank, which Sharif alleges Dawson controlled. Sharif was cut off from company finances entirely. By August 2025, Dawson added 2 more aligned board members, giving him full voting control. Sharif says he was pressured to keep Dawson and Ogden out of the public eye, remaining the visible face of the company out of fear of retaliation. In October 2025, Sharif formally stepped back as CEO for medical reasons, remaining creative director. Against Sharif's objections, the board pushed Ashes of Creation into Steam Early Access in December 2025. CFO Ryan Ogden allegedly assured Commerce West Bank that Steam revenue would cover loan obligations. But behind the scenes, Sharif alleges the board was planning something else. Starting in 2025, he claims they conspired to manufacture a default, foreclose using Dawson's junior lien, avoid notifying senior lenders, and transfer all assets to a newly created company, TFE Games Holdings. Sharif says they allowed debts to pile up on purpose.
Yeah, these things are going to be all coming out of the court, proven or disproven. Yeah. I mean, this is a very different perspective in story on what had happened. It's just going to come down to the court. Yeah, absolutely.
Accounts for TFE in advance, and even attempted unsuccessfully to redirect Steam revenue away from Intrepid. At a December 15, 2025 board meeting, Sharif says he objected and was physically intimidated and coerced into signing dozens of documents without review. On December 30th, Sharif alleges the board filed a false California Statement of Information, listing him as the sole director and misidentifying the CFO.
So he was now so according to the story, he was forced to sign a bunch of documents that he didn't even know what it was. So that could absolutely just be a scapegoat for documents that he has no excuse for signing when it comes out to the public, right?
Shielding themselves while leaving him publicly exposed.
That's a scapegoat. Oh, well, why did you sign this then? That doesn't, well, no, I was intimidated. I was forced to sign it, right?
December 31st, Ogden prepared an asset list explicitly identifying Ashes of Creation's code, gameplay systems, and trade secrets, including a section labeled, quote, from ChatGPT. Despite Sharif objecting 10 to 15 times per his report in early January, Dawson transferred his secured interest to TFE. On January 16, 2026, Sharif alleges Dawson caused Intrepid to declare default and immediately foreclosed through a private, non-public sale with no broker, no marketing, and no open process. Sharif says Dawson effectively sold the company's assets to himself. He resigned on January 19, 2026, citing unpaid wages, illegal foreclosure concerns, and ongoing coercion. By late January and early February 2026, Sharif alleges WARN notices were improperly issued. All employees were terminated without required notice. Final wages and PTO were not paid. This happened, he says, after Commerce West Bank intervened and Steam revenue became inaccessible. Sharif alleges the board hid behind anonymity, leaving him publicly blamed, resulting in harassment, death threats, and fear for his family's safety. He claims board members openly discussed letting him take the fall, while they later emerged as saviors. Sharif strongly denies claims that he misled investors, misrepresented timelines, or stole company funds, stating that all development timelines were clearly presented as estimates, not guarantees. On February 3, 2026, Valve terminated Intrepid's Steam partnership.
A lot of these positions, they're like, you know what I mean? It's like, no, I did not tell you that it was going to launch on this day. I did not give you guaranteed dates. I said, I'm estimating it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this shit just sounds, I don't know, man. I don't know. Listening to this makes me think he's more guilty, personally.
Valve cited conflicting banking requests, creditor disputes, and massive refund requests. Before refunds, Intrepid was reportedly owed around $5 million, demonstrating the remaining value of the project. Finally, Sharif alleges that TFE and board members are actively soliciting former employees for access to Ashes of Creation's IP. They are attempting to sell the game and its trade secrets to other studios. And these actions pose ongoing, irreparable harm to Intrepid and its shareholders. That is what this lawsuit seeks to stop. At the end of this filing, Stephen Sharif lays out 8 separate legal claims, followed by a detailed request for what he wants the court to do next. Here's what those claims actually mean, in plain English. Claim 1, federal trade secret theft. Sharif alleges that the defendants illegally took or attempted to take Intrepid's trade secrets, including the Ashes of Creation codebase, systems, tools, and back-end technology. He claims these trade secrets had real economic value. They were protected through NDAs and security controls, and the foreclosure process was used as a tool to misappropriate them. He is asking the court to immediately block the defendants from accessing, using, or selling these materials. Claim 2, California trade secret theft. This mirrors the first claim, but under California law. Sharif alleges that even if federal law didn't apply, the same conduct violates California's protections for confidential business information. Again, the core allegation is that Ashes of Creation's technology was unlawfully seized and exploited, causing harm that cannot be undone if the IP spreads. Claim 3, illegal foreclosure under California Commercial Code. Sharif claims that the foreclosure itself was illegal. Specifically, he alleges, Dawson foreclosed using a junior lien. Senior secured creditors were not notified. The sale was private, non-public, and commercially unreasonable, and the assets were effectively sold from Dawson to Dawson. In short, Sharif alleges the foreclosure violated basic rules meant to protect companies, creditors, and shareholders. Claim 4, breach of fiduciary duty. Sharif alleges that the board members violated their legal duty to act in the best interests of Intrepid Studios. Instead, he claims they acted for personal gain, approved self-dealing transactions, and knowingly harmed the company they were supposed to protect. Claim 5, aiding and abetting breach of fiduciary duty. This claim alleges that even if some board members didn't lead the scheme, they actively assisted or enabled it. Sharif claims certain defendants voted in favor of the foreclosure, approved misleading filings, and helped carry out actions they knew were harmful. Claim 6, corporate waste. Here, Sharif alleges that Intrepid's assets, including a decade of work, technology, and talent, were destroyed or given away for little to no value. He claims this wasn't bad judgment or bad luck, but intentional waste that left the company hollowed out. Claim 7, civil conspiracy. Sharif alleges that the defendants worked together as a group with a shared plan to manufacture a default foreclosure on the company, strip it of its assets, and leave liabilities behind. This claim argues that the harm only happened because multiple people acted in coordination. Claim 8, defamation. Finally, Sharif alleges that after the shutdown, the defendants spread false statements to investors, creditors, and the gaming public. He claims these statements accused him of misconduct, implied criminal behavior, and were intended to shift blame away from the board. Sharif says this led to public harassment, death threats, and lasting reputational harm. What Sharif is asking the court to order. At the very end of the filing, Sharif lays out what he wants the court to do. In plain terms, he is asking for immediate court orders stopping the defendants from accessing, using, or selling Ashes of Creation or its trade secrets. A ruling that the foreclosure and asset transfer were illegal and invalid. Return of Intrepid's intellectual property to the company. Damages for harm done to Intrepid and its shareholders. Punitive damages if the court finds the conduct was willful and malicious. Attorney's fees and costs, and any other relief the court believes is necessary to prevent further harm. Sharif emphasizes that money alone is not enough, because once trade secrets are sold or leaked, they can never truly be recovered. This lawsuit doesn't claim that Ashes of Creation failed. It claims that the studio was dismantled deliberately, and that the fight now is over who controls what remains. These allegations will now be tested in court. As always, we'll keep following the filings and the responses and the facts, wherever they lead. This is likely just the beginning, and we will most likely see more lawsuits and more responses. As always, I appreciate y'all watching, and if you want to keep up to date with everything that's going on, give me a subscribe and a follow, and I will make sure you get the news just as soon as I do. Have a good one, y'all.
All right, well, there it is. There's the video. Give that a like. Here it is. Here it is. Boy Kira. We get to watch his version. His version being Steven's version. Or at least relaying what Steven's version is. Oh, he's about to hit 100K on his other channel here. Excuse me. Nice. All right. Play.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. As you can see in front of me, the Steven Sharif files. This is the lawsuit of Steven versus the board, the shadow board, right? That nobody knew existed until, at least internally to the company, in November of 2025. These have been around since 2024 as a board officially. And obviously at this point, we basically have a bunch of sides of this story, apart from Steven's side and some other investors and stuff that, you know, may or may not come out at some point. But we've had the employee side where they were obviously notified that the company was basically fucked. And they've also filed their own lawsuit because they're owed wages that have not been paid, and PTO and severance and things like that, for their wrongful dismissal under the WARN Act in California. And then we also have Robert Dawson's side, in a way, through his TFE Game Holdings company, is a lawsuit in Nevada State Court against Steven Sharif, which alleges that Steven and his husband embezzled tens of millions of dollars from the company. And then, of course, we have Jason Karamanis, who has been an investor in the company since, you know, like 10 years ago or something, where he's released a bunch of text messages and made a bunch of claims that he has evidence that's going to come out eventually that shows that Steven Sharif has done X, Y, and Z. And there are a bunch of videos going over these allegations and things that have been made public. This is the first time we've seen Steven's side of the story, and this is a lawsuit with 52 pages that has been filed in the federal court, Southern District of California. I'm going to go over this in its entirety. I'm going to skip certain sections that just give you like background information that we already know, like who is Steven, you know, what is the video game, stuff that nobody really cares about. And obviously there are going to be videos that pop up after this, and probably mainstream game articles that go over just the broad bullet points. Some of the bullet points I can give you straight away is that if any of this is proven true, it's fucking nuts. I've been saying this the whole time. I've been saying since day one, once all the sides of the story of this come out, you're going to see some insane claims. There's obviously already crazy claims in the public, but some of the crazy claims that are in here are that the board essentially used coercion and threats of physical violence to take over the company in order to profit wholly from the company and essentially kick Steven out and take control completely. And there's some crazy shit in here. So yeah, let's begin. The lawsuit seeks to stop Intrepid's rogue board of directors from intentionally destroying the company, including through layoffs of nearly its entire workforce. Through manufactured crisis and through bad faith foreclosures on secured loans, the board defendants intentionally sabotage Intrepid to steal its assets, including its most valuable assets, which is the video game. The video game was developed under the leadership of plaintiff Steven Sharif, a shareholder in Intrepid, visionary founder, creator of MMORPG Ashes of Creation. Steven has dedicated more than a decade to developing Ashes of Creation, including its world, lore, gameplay systems, etc. The gaming community has been anxiously anticipating the full release of Ashes of Creation for years. Yeah, it's been a long time, and I'm sure some people have been very anxious. Defendants well understood that the success or failure of Ashes of Creation will be exceedingly public and personal to Steven. They also understood that its success would be exceedingly profitable. The board defendants took steps to ensure they alone profited from that success at the expense of Steven, derivative plaintiffs, which are unnamed, and Intrepid as a company. Beginning in 2024, defendant Rob Dawson, Intrepid's principal lender, embarked on a campaign to extort control of Intrepid from plaintiff and ultimately to strip Intrepid of its assets, including groundbreaking intellectual property and trade secrets, aka the game, for Dawson's own use and financial gain. Through repeated threats to withhold funding for payroll, to shut Intrepid down, to financially ruin plaintiff and even physically harm plaintiff, Dawson, and then there's a redacted section here, it's like the fucking Epstein files. Again, this video will probably be called the Steven files. Rob elected himself to board, cherry-picked additional board members who would then do his bidding. Those board members are defendants Ryan Ogden, who is also duly appointed Chief Financial Officer, Teresa Fett, Aaron Bartels, collectively with Dawson now referred to as board defendants. The board defendants failed to fulfill their fiduciary duties to the company. Instead, they engineered and executed a plan to strip Intrepid of its assets and transfer those assets to a Dawson-created and controlled entity called TFE Game Holdings, which, again, is the company that internally employees have seen evidence that, and this has been reported in multiple videos, my own included, that TFE was going to be the company that took control of Intrepid and all of its assets. And this was in plan from at least December of 2025. And then the lawsuit also alleges that these board members are likely also members of that company, and they were planning to misappropriate and claim ownership over Intrepid's intellectual property, trade secrets, and other assets, which is essentially the video game, right? It's the only valuable thing that Intrepid owns. That's what everyone's fighting over is the video game's intellectual property and the ability to create or sell the video game. The plan also included, among other things, deliberately starving Intrepid of cash to manufacture justification for a foreclosure by TFE, attempting to divert revenues owed to Intrepid's accounts controlled by TFE and Dawson, and attempting to execute a wrongful Article 9 foreclosure in favor of TFE's junior secured lien without notice to senior secured creditors. This is the bank, right? You can look this up publicly. I've talked about it in other videos. This is the bank's lien that was secured in 2020 and expired in December of 2025, which, as you'll notice, is a very coincidental, you might say, time frame, right? If the secured lien, if that needs to be paid in December of 2025, and the company's being rolled up in December of 2025, and everybody at the company knows that the bank is owed these millions of dollars, this is what the lawsuit is claiming, that they were doing so without notifying the bank and to take the money from the bank, which would be fucking insane, but obviously that's what the lawsuit's saying, and we'll see what the exhibits say or show, if they do show any of this as we get down there. This was all done with the goal of leaving unpaid debts and existing shareholders with Intrepid, while continuing to develop, sell, or profit from Ashes of Creation through the new TFE Game Holdings entity. When plaintiff objected to the foreclosure and alerted a senior secured creditor to defend its scheme, defendants realized their plan had unraveled and they abruptly and wrongfully terminated nearly Intrepid's entire workforce. So basically this just says Steven told the bank. Steven went to the bank because they were a secured creditor that was owed the money and said they're trying to close the company, they're trying to roll up the company without, paying you the money that you're owed as this secured creditor. And then the bank, obviously, as we know now, contacted Valve and said, don't give them the money because, that's my money. This is pretty much already confirmed, but now is also in plain text in a lawsuit. Defendants' actions signified to the public a complete collapse of Intrepid, and they triggered severe and intense public scrutiny regarding the apparent failure of the game, which obviously has been also talked about by Jason. is that because the loan was against Stephen's house, that he was owed money from this. So that's what that claim is, and this is the other claim, and hopefully there's some evidence in here to show which one of those is correct, or maybe both are true. Who fucking knows? Defendants' actions signify to the public a complete collapse of Intrepid, and they triggered a severe and intense public scrutiny regarding the apparent failure of the game, the treatment of the employees, and plaintiffs' perceived role in both. Defendants intentionally set up Stephen as the plaintiff as the scapegoat to face the backlash alone, including by intentionally filing a false corporate disclosure listing plaintiff as the sole board member and plaintiff's husband John Moore as chief financial officer, even though Ogden was the duly appointed chief financial officer, and all of the board defendants were board members. So I've talked about this in a previous video. You can look this up. This is public filing. You can just look this up yourself. Ryan Ogden was appointed as CFO. He was serving as CFO in the documents that were filed to the California local government. And he was there for like half a year. And then randomly, he filed an amended document that listed John Moore as CFO. And this is obviously alleging that John Moore wasn't the CFO at that time, and he just did this, you know, for reasons. Who knows what those reasons are, but the lawsuit's claiming that this was to conceal identities of the board of directors and insulate them from public fallout. Since destroying Intrepid, defendants have been actively soliciting buyers for Ashes of Creation, so obviously we knew that they were trying to develop the game using overseas labor until the plan fell apart. But now, apparently, according to this, the allegation is that they're trying to just sell the game. Which is inclusive of Ashes of Intrepid's intellectual property and trade secrets in an attempt to salvage their own financial exposure. They've also been publicly defaming plaintiff to the gaming community, which I assume is referring to Jason's release of text messages from 2015 to 2021, and also Jason saying a bunch of stuff about Stephen. I assume that's what he means by publicly defaming. Defendant's conduct has harmed the company and the plaintiff and poses continuing imminent and existential threat to the company. The company is basically fucked at this point, obviously. Through this action, plaintiff, both individually and on behalf of Intrepid, seeks damages based on defendant's efforts to sabotage Intrepid in its work on one of the most ambitious gaming projects ever developed. It's always funny when you read lawsuits because there's always...
What is Stephen's educational background? He went to school. Yeah, he went to school.
Stuff like this, where they're like, oh, this is the best thing ever, this is innovation, this is crazy, and it's just talking about making a video game. Plaintiff also seeks injunctive and equitable relief to remedy harm to Intrepid and derivative plaintiffs from defendants' continued efforts to then destroy the company in pursuit of their own greed. Then obviously argues why it's in this jurisdiction and venue. It's in this jurisdiction and venue because it's in California. This all happened in California. And then it goes over the parties. So Robert Dawson is the first one named, and he's named as the first one because he's Intrepid's chairman of the board since September of 2024, and also has been the majority shareholder since July of 2024, which is when basically he took control of the company. So from this, Robert Dawson has had majority control of the company since July of 2024. He's also a junior secured lender to Intrepid. He resides in Florida, blah, blah, blah. He is alleged to be the one conceiving and executing the wrongful foreclosure strategy described herein, and through his post-closure efforts to solicit buyers and employees in California to exploit the company's intellectual property and trade secrets. Then it goes over Ryan Ogden. Ryan Ogden also been the CFO since September 2024, board member on or around August of 2024, lives in Florida, and same allegations, but that he also voted to approve, ratify, and participate in wrongful foreclosure strategy. Personally participated in and directed the preparation of foreclosure assets list, attempted to divert company revenues, and by submitting false regulatory filings in California to give rise to some of the claims within. Teresa, she also is alleged to have been part of the same things that the board's being claimed. I think we can skip over most of this, to be honest. Aaron Bartels, same thing. And then defendant TFE Game Holdings, it just describes what the company is and why they're named in the lawsuit, and obviously it's because they're the ones, that's the company entity that's allegedly trying to take control of the company and all of his assets, which this lawsuit's saying that they're not allowed to do. So here we go, the general allegations. Let's get into the real meat. Sharif, this just explains who Stephen is. Lifelong gamer, MMORPG fan, sought to create a video game, blah, blah, blah. In 2015, co-founded Intrepid alongside husband John Moore to develop MMORPG Ashes of Creation. He put his own money in, apparently, which is another thing that has been claimed he didn't. So we're going to see records of this, presumably, at some point during the lawsuit.
It's either he put money in or he didn't, and how much. Yo, imagine if it was proven. They pull out the records in court and it shows that Steven did invest his own money. What would you do if you found out, if we found out Steven did invest his own money into the company? A whole $30 into the company. I mean, shit. $30. It's a lot of money in 2026. Actually, not really. Inflation has it's really devalued the dollar. Might give me a couple of burgers. Might give me a couple of burgers, actually.
He surrounded himself with seasoned game developers, helped bring the vision to life whom he closely directed and supervised. It was a passion project. Then obviously they're claiming that it was the most anticipated MMO in 2017, 2020, 2022. God damn, it's been a long time. Star Citizen fans in the chat. Public excitement about development was further fueled by the innovative development approach in which he fostered an open dialogue with Ash's creation potential user base. In furtherance of this approach, he went and hosted webinars, the live streams talking about the game. There were many concrete benefits to this novel development approach. We all know, obviously, open development, they're going to talk about the fact that, with a bunch of eyeballs and a bunch of opinions, you can develop the game differently and hopefully more in line with what the community wants. Following years of this iterative diligence, early access version of the game was released to public in 2025 through Steam. Popular gaming platform prior to the execution of Dawson, the board's defendant's illicit plan. Ash's creation boasted the highly unusual day 30 player retention rate of approximately 76%. That's really good. If you're looking at video games normally, 76% after 30 days is really good. And then obviously it just goes through what are the intellectual property and trade secrets.
It is.
Which is all the things that make up a video game, right? The assets, the sounds, the design, the systems, etc. And then it just goes over talking about how they kept the trade secrets a secret and why they're valuable, etc. Intrepid was Sharif's personal passion project. He provided early funding to the company from his personal funds. Thereafter, in 2017, the company raised approximately $3 million in Kickstarter campaign, demonstrating the outset the commercial viability of intellectual property and trade secret materials, aka the video game. During this initial phase of the company, its board of directors consisted of Sharif, John Moore, and Thomas Alkazin. The company's sole shareholders were John Moore and Thomas Alkazin. Starting in 2017, the company began acquiring debt financing, much Sharif and Moore personally guaranteed. In 2020, the company acquired a $6 million loan from Commerce West Bank, pursuant to the Federal Reserve's Main Street Lending Program. Okay, so the Federal Reserve Main Street Lending Program is a federally backed loan, which means it's the US federal government giving this loan. And if you look up the Federal Reserve's Main Street Lending Program, this was a COVID era loan that had a maturity term of 5 years. It was personally guaranteed by Moore, collateralized by all the company's assets, including specifically its intellectual property, which includes the trade secret materials. A year later, in 2021, one of the company's existing lenders introduced Sharif and the company to claimed billionaire Robert Dawson as a potential lender. So obviously what we saw from Jason's texts was a bunch of texts between Jason and Steven where the company was just in absolute fucking turmoil.
Shambles.
And Steven was constantly begging for money to pay payroll and to do things like go to events and things of that nature from 2017-ish till 2021. And then the texts stop from what Jason released himself, which was a question mark for me. Why did the text...
I agree here with Kira. I do agree. I mentioned this on my stream. I was like, wait, it's just... Okay, we're just fast forwarding through the next 4 or 5 years. I did mention that. That's true. It's true.
Stop there. Specifically,
I was wondering what the fuck happened during that period.
2026, there's got to have been a lot of shit that happened.
Absolutely.
Obviously, we know that Jason filed a lawsuit against Intrepid years later in like 2024, something like that, I believe.
But at
the end of the text messages that Jason released between him and Steven, we saw that they were back on good terms and it was a cordial business relationship where they were friendly with each other. But then as those text messages stop, here we see that that's when Jason introduced Robert Dawson, which is somebody you can Google. Robert Dawson and Jason Karamanis and Ryan Ogden. These people have all been in companies together, multi-level marketing companies, obviously. And then
I know. It's when Robert stepped in. Yeah.
Dawson continuously extended debt to the company. Dawson was originally cooperative and supportive of Sharif in his vision, and he held himself out as a confidant for Sharif. Dawson came up in the multi-level marketing space, and he was not a gamer. When it became clear the project was not going to turn as quick of a profit as he hoped, his behavior towards Sharif changed dramatically starting in 2023. Dawson's campaign of control and coercion. Okay, that's a title. That's a fucking header. In late 2022 and early 2023, a major video game developer expressed interest in acquiring Intrepid for hundreds of millions of dollars. People didn't know about this before. This is a thing. There was a big offer on the table to buy Intrepid and to continue development of Ashes. Dawson urged...
Wait. It's like actually, or one of those Steve Sharif's... or one of those Steve Sharif's, hey, we got an offer type of situation. Like, is this actually? Yeah, sure. No. Like Kira's almost like, it sounds like Kira's actually validating that there was an offer during this period. Is this true? I don't know. Like, I don't think this. It's hard for me to believe this, because if it were true. I mean, well, none of us heard about it, obviously, prior to this. So if it were true, then it must have come to light now. Right? Like that, I don't... He's not validating anything. This is Steve's probably with no documentation. No, it sounds like... Am I in the wrong for thinking that it sounds like he's validating it? The way he's phrasing it?
This is a thing. Intrepid for 2022 and early 2023, a major video game developer expressed interest in acquiring Intrepid for hundreds of millions of dollars. People didn't know about this before. This is a thing.
Is that... Like, he's either validating it, or he's saying that this story is a thing. Like Steven is claiming this. This claim is a thing. Does that make sense? It's to me, it sounds like he... Yeah, it's worded right. I'm not losing my shit here, right? The way it's worded, it does sound like he started the video somewhat validating his... Here said he has information he can't release yet. Okay. He is shilling for Steven. No, I don't see this as him shilling for Steven, guys. This is him giving his opinion on this. I don't think he's no, like, no, I don't. This is him presenting the information he believes to be true.
There was a big offer on the table to buy Intrepid and to continue development of Ashes. Dawson urged Sharif to reject the proposed deal in favor of continuing to develop Intrepid from the ground up under his financing. So the allegation here is that Dawson was saying, don't accept the big money deal to sell the game for a whole bunch of money, even though at this time Stephen was the only person who owned the company. Well, Stephen, John, and that other guy
at
that was
time.
just listed, Thomas Alcazin. So they were the only people that owned shares, and according to this, the other people, including Dawson, just owned debt. But what's being said here is that Dawson convinced Stephen to reject the big money deal to sell the game, and that he would continue financing the game. Sharif heeded the advice, rejected the acquisition bid, and acquisition discussions ended in early 2023. The acquisition offer, however, was the turning point in Sharif and Dawson's relationship. Dawson saw that the company had very real potential for providing extremely high returns, and Dawson began a ruthless campaign for control of the company in order to realize those returns as quickly as possible, without consideration for the quality of the game and the typical development timeline of MMORPGs. So basically what the allegation here is that they saw like a big mega money deal come in, like, oh, this thing we invested in, we weren't super sure it was going to be worth tons of money, but then this deal makes it look like it will be worth tons of money. Don't accept that deal. Instead, we'll finance the game, we'll get it to the release, and then it'll be worth more money, presumably, right? This is what this is saying. And then the allegation is that as soon as they saw the company was going to be worth a bunch of money, they decided to start pressuring to get control of the company in its entirety so that they would be the sole beneficiaries of potentially this big payday that they'd been substantiated from, like a big...
It's making you guys feel uneasy that I'm standing up?
According to the allegations. From early 2023 through May 2024, Dawson repeatedly held Sharif and the then board hostage by threatening to withhold financing for employee payroll and health insurance funding days before payroll deadlines.
Yes?
To shut down the company.
Wait, why? It is? Wait, why? Why do you guys give a shit? like you want to go to the toilet. No, I don't need to poop. I'm not stressed. I'm actually just stretching. I like to move around in different postures. Okay, here. I'm looking down on you. Okay, I'll sit down. Let me just grab another coffee. Okay, give me like fucking 2 seconds. I got my black Aria Americano. Can someone explain to me why it's called an Americano? Like, real quick, not to like derail what we have going on right now, but can anyone explain to me why is it called an Americano? Because it's weak? Americano is espresso. I'm not asking what is an Americano, sir. Excuse me. I'm asking why it's called an Americano. Americano because Europeans believed Americans were poor and drink their espresso mixed with water instead of milk. Is this this actually sounds like a believable story? Is this true? What the fuck is... Dude, this tastes terrible. Black... Listen, if you guys ever see Black Aria Americano, don't get it. The fuck, man?
Litigation and to cause Sharif financial ruin and physical harm. If we see evidence of this, this is a fucking crazy thing, right? If we see evidence that this board was saying, "Oh, do this," or we're not.
I agree with Kira here. If we do see evidence of this, this is fucking crazy. However, for me, when I'm looking at this, I see this as a go-to scapegoat. Intimidation, physical harm to sign a document. It's like what other defense do you have to what other defense do you have to signing illegitimate documents or documents that essentially condemn you or condemn you or put you in a weaker position when you're trying to dispute something in court? You know what I mean? Like when you have a document signed that goes against your alibi, it's just you're fucked, right? The only defense against that is, oh, I was intimidated, I was forced to sign it, right? But then again, it's true. It can happen. There are cases where that shit has happened. You know what I mean? Remember, like, what was it? Eazy-E, he was being intimidated to sign this shit. You better sign this shit, motherfucker. You know, back in the day, like that shit, it happens. But at the same time, for me, again, that if I'm trying to like figure out what's happening and I'm just neutral in the middle of this and I just want to get to the truth, this to me, my immediate impression of the claims, someone claiming that they were intimidated into signing documents and physically harmed. I mean, he didn't get physically harmed. That's the thing, right? It could have happened, but he didn't get physically harmed. Well, I guess he wouldn't have gotten physically harmed because he probably signed whatever documents he's, money
into the account to pay the employees, or we're going to physically harm you. That's crazy. So maybe it's in the exhibits, or maybe it's going to come out if it's true in Discovery. That's fucking nuts, right? This turns it into like a fucking Netflix documentary and not just like a video game development that went wrong. So unless Sharif signed documents granting Dawson greater and greater amounts of equity and control, this is what he is being alleged that was being said.
I think the problem is y'all jumped on a scam train and people guilty before anything came out. So no matter what this says in the documents, yeah. So Snack, you're not wrong in thinking that most people jumped on the scam train. However, I still think it's a scam. Like based off of the evidence and the events that took place that we are aware of, I personally still think it's a scam. In my mind, right? Just like how I personally did not think it was a scam. I gave it the benefit of the doubt prior to all this shit happening. It's just my personal perspective on the situation. I still think it was a scam. Just again, based off of the series of events. But what I am beginning to discover, what I am discovering is that this shit, whether it was a scam or not, there were a lot of layers to this shit, and it went deeper. This whole thing is much deeper than I thought it was. But as of now, I still think it's a scam. I do. I still think it was a scam, and I am still on the side of I think Steven was at fault here. I'm still on that side of the fence, and I'm willing to change my position on this based off of the factual, objective evidence that comes out. So, obviously we have a court, we have a legal system, right, to investigate this type of shit, but it's kind of fun being here, trying to figure out what happened. I have a position. I have an opinion. Every one of you guys have an opinion. Some of you guys still think Steven is not in the wrong. Some of you guys in chat are silently not typing. And you guys feel this way. And that is fine, by the way. That's real. There are people in the chat that still don't think he's guilty. And there's a lot of people that obviously do think he's guilty, right? So that's fine. And I think that's what makes this kind of fun, because it's like none of us know for sure. And the people that are saying, I know for sure, no, you're talking out of your ass. No one knows for sure yet. Right? No one does. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know it was a scam. No. No one knows 100%. Like, just as if I throw this phone in the air, it will come down because of gravity. It is law. It is fact. It has been proven. You know what I mean? Tom Brady won 7 fucking Super Bowls. Like, that is a fact. It happened. Okay? No one knows exactly what happened with Ashes of Creation right now, and that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun, right? And right now, I think he fucking scammed. I think Steven was the bad guy in this. I do. Do I think the board members here are bad guys? Yeah, I think they did some bad shit, but I think the bigger bad guy is Steven. But that's just my current position right now. And again, I'm not going to die on that hill. Like, I'm willing to change my position on this, but I'm willing to change my position based off of the evidence. And it's okay if you disagree with me. That's fine. I don't care. I'm just, again, I'm having fun watching this. I'm getting something out of it. Listen, I spent over $1,000 on this motherfucking thing. I'm gonna get my entertainment out of this shit. Okay, God damn it, I deserve it. If anyone deserves at least getting some entertainment out of Ashes, it's me. Okay? I was a backer. I'm owed this at least, because I ain't getting money back. That's for goddamn sure.
Will harm you unless you give us more equity and control. We'll not pay the employees. We'll sue you. We'll do X, Y, and Z unless you give us more control of the company. And here's a specific example, which would be crazy to put in a lawsuit if you don't have evidence of this, but obviously we're not going to see the evidence, I don't think, at least until...
You got money? Yes. But I mean, obviously, if we really want to get into it, I made money off of this, off of my invest. Like, for me, putting money into games, like, dude, I put in, I think I've probably put in over $20,000 I don't know, like including KR, a lot, maybe $20,000-$30,000 into Throne and Liberty. I didn't walk out of that minus. You know what I mean? I made, like, the content that I got out of Throne and Liberty far exceeded that number, right? So for me, the money that I put into Ashes, of course, dude, the Ashes videos, the Ashes streams, of course, it's fine. Like I would still do it all over again at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Till discovery. In just one example, Dawson demanded a warrant granting him 10% of the company for $10. Yeah, okay. In other instances, Dawson demanded zero-cost, non-dilutable equity options in his convertible debt notes. Sharif and the then board acquiesced to Dawson's demands because they believed Dawson would make good on his threats, and the refusing would result in imminent catastrophe for the employees and the company. Dawson also required...
When I'm hearing these statements, I'm just thinking, like, my mind immediately just goes to, well, what would be a possible reason behind this? You know what I mean? Dawson demanded a warrant granting him 10% of the company for $10. Yeah, like, I mean, if that's true, was that before or after he already invested like fucking $60 million into the company? You know, maybe he was like, okay, listen, man, ain't nobody investing anything close to this shit right now. You know what I mean? Like they're like, I don't know.
Sharif to involve him in all discussions with company counsel, despite his outsider status, and even falsely represented that he was an agent of the company to retain company counsel. I might be wrong here, but what this means is that he was basically saying you can't talk to a lawyer unless I'm there. And I will also be saying I represent the company while you're talking to a lawyer. Also, like, again, it's like I try, like, my brain immediately starts thinking, why would this have happened if this is true, right? If Dawson came in and he's just trying to strip Sharif of all of that control, all of the control from Sharif, like, hey, no, you can't do shit unless I'm present, all this. If everything we learned from Nefis's interview with Jason is true, let's just say that is true, then this behavior from Dawson, I don't know, man. Like it kind of checks out. Like if I were coming in, and realize this motherfucker is sussy as hell, I would also come and be like, no, I've got $60 million in this shit. No, you ain't doing shit. Like, I won't be there. I'm gonna be watching everything. I'm gonna watch you fuck your husband if I need to. Okay, listen, I'm gonna be there every fucking step of the way. You know what I mean? Like, that's not unreasonable. So you know what I mean? But again, like, this is also coming from that, like, my brain is just thinking of these things, but obviously I'm very limited in my knowledge with what's happening and what has happened. I'll be honest, I like all this shit and all these timelines and stuff. It's kind of it's not like I don't remember this shit off the top of my head either, so I don't know where we're at even on the timeline when it comes to this shit. So I don't know. As a result of the direct, intentional, and mounting pressure, plaintiff suffered an extreme health crisis, including a high percentage. Did you make a review on Ashes? Steven commented on it recently. The one that Steven commented is a while ago. It was a while ago. It's before Steam early access loss. Hypertensive emergency and acute kidney failure, hospitalization and vision loss. Wait, what? There, and I will also be saying, okay, I represent the company while you're talking to a lawyer. As a result of the direct, intentional, and mounting pressure, plaintiff suffered an extreme health crisis, including a hypertensive emergency and acute kidney failure, hospitalization and vision loss from blood pressure complications, including macular edema. Don't know what that is, but the claim here is that due to all of this that was going on, Stephen was hospitalized with kidney failure and hypertension that caused him to lose his partial vision. Guys, this is the reason why I'm currently not on board with this. This is the reason why I'm not on board with this, guys. It's like one of those things where it's like, you know, maybe someone bumps into your car as you're driving like fucking 5 miles per hour, not even. You are technically at fault and that person has his legal rights, but he just fucking flops and all of a sudden he's like, you broke my fucking back.
and he goes to the doctor, and then he has a bad back, and he's like, you know what I mean? It's like, yo. So it's like, bro, like, hold on. Like, what has actually happened so much? So Dawson has come in, and he's essentially, so physically intimidated. Okay, that can cause mental stress, but he didn't get physically assaulted. I don't think. That's what it kind of sounds like. It just sounds like he was physically threatened. But if he did get physically, and I'm assuming this because, I mean, we've seen Steven on live streams, his face was okay, unless he was bruised on his body, which again, could be, but a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas. A lot of ifs, I should say, not coulda, woulda, shoulda, a lot of ifs. So it's like, it doesn't seem that like he was physically beaten. So if he wasn't physically beaten, and he could have been, but if he wasn't, then he was physically intimidated, and this guy is just like up his fucking ass, Sharif's ass, right? And then that is causing, and that's going to cause someone kidney failure, like a relatively healthy human being, kidney failure and vision loss. Like, this is the reason why I'm not really on board with this so far. You know, like this type of shit, like this type of stuff isn't really registering for me. You know what I mean? Like, this is not like, this is the reason why I am still on the side of, yeah, I think Steven was the bad guy on this. This just doesn't, nah. Like, right. Yeah, exactly. These just seem like some of these points, but again, possible. Yeah, sure. Exactly. I'm willing to concede the fact that, yes, I guess it is possible. It is possible, but, you know, as someone that's trying to figure out what the fuck is happening for entertainment purposes and for my own pleasure, right? This just doesn't check out. This just doesn't check out. Let's not act like we are doctors. Yeah, but we are human beings. We are human beings. I don't remember the last time someone went to work and they had someone, a boss, that was up their ass, and then it led to kidney failure and vision loss. Like, I mean, that's, you know what I mean? Yeah, there will be doctor notes to prove, disprove this, like everything else. Right, exactly. But like, to me, I think Steven did have kidney failure, probably. I don't know, for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe his vision wasn't good or whatever. I'm assuming, like, his lawyer isn't dumb, so this is probably written in there because it happened, right? Now, for me, I'm pretty sure it didn't happen from this shit, right? But his lawyer is going to probably try to make it seem like it did. And I'm sure there's hospital records, right? But to me, this, for me, I'm not the jury here. I'm not a judge. I don't have to follow law here. I'm just someone that is an individual outside of this that would just like to mentally know who really is the bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, who really is the bad guy? And this, to me, is just sussy shit. You know what I mean? Like, of course, if I were a jury member, if I was a judge, of course I would have to account for this, because you have to go off of just what's in front of you, the objective information. But as someone that is like just outside of this, and I'm just kind of like, you know, as an individual, just using logic and common sense, nah, man, this isn't gonna really, this doesn't fly with me. You know what I mean? This to me sounds like Steven Sharif did have some pre-existing health things going on. And they're going to try and use it to help paint this picture of him being intimidated and him being a victim. That's what it sounds like to me.
Plaintiff suffers long-term impairment from his health issues he experienced during this period.
Wrong,
Dawson was privy to plaintiff's
that's kind of where I'm at right now.
At the time, and he's well aware of the long-term impacts.
Stress can cause serious kidney. Of course it can, man. Stress can cause so many issues. Of course it can. Of course it can. There are weak people. There are strong people. There are tough people. Of course. Listen, that's not the point. The point is, like what the guy earlier said, is it possible? Sure, it's possible. Yeah, 100%. I'm willing to concede it's possible. But what's likely? You're having a hard... Do you know how many people in this world have people up their asses and are in very mentally stressful situations. Do you know how many people exist in this world that are in those types of environments and don't get kidney failure and vision loss from it? That's the vast majority. Okay. Surprise, surprise. There are a lot of people that struggle out there that have people up their ass and don't get kidney failure. Of course, there are people that do. Yes, yes. But the likelihood of that happening, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Plaintiff suffered. Now this is, we're at the fucking Stephen files section here where there's a bunch of redacted stuff. This is court sealed. We're not going to see this. Presumably this is some private confidential agreement between the two parties. The two parties being Stephen and this board, which is Dawson, Bartels, Teresa, Ryan Ogden, etc. Dawson also insisted on...
Yeah, you're just making a broad assumption about that. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. I'm sitting here telling you face to face, well, not face to face, but I'm looking you in the, well, actually, I'm not looking you in the eye. I'm looking into the camera, goddammit, right now and acknowledging that I am not 100% right on this. I could be wrong. It is an assumption. It is just my personal opinion. Yes, absolutely. But I think when it comes to the probability and likelihood, I think I'm on the... I don't think my take in my assumption, I don't think it's a wild assumption. I think it's a perfectly reasonable and logical assumption. 100% I'm making a broad assumption. Absolutely.
Revising the company's corporate governance documents and shareholder agreements. On May 16, 2024, company shareholders entered into the shareholders agreement. Under the shareholder agreement, plaintiff expressly retained full creative control of the company. So they're saying that even under this agreement, Stephen Sharif maintained express full creative control of the company, but that he didn't own the company. So he was in charge of the...
Yeah, I've been in corporate world for 14 years now. I can count on two hands the number of coworkers who took long-term disability due to the stress-related illnesses. These are closer coworkers, so I actually think it's a lot more common than you think. How many people? So I think you're proving my point without realizing you are. Right? Like those amount of people out of like the amount of people that have long-term disability that fall into that category, the amount of people that do is a very, very small percentage compared to the ones that don't. Like this is just a statistical fact. Do you understand? Like, please do not misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. The very one of the first things I said was, yeah, it's possible. Yes, it can happen. But you know what could also happen? Someone bullshitting about it and blaming it to come across as a victim. That's also possible. Do you get what I'm saying? So like for me, sitting here trying to figure out, well, which one is it? Is it one of those cases where it did happen? Or is it one of those cases where he's just trying to play a victim card? To me, I think it's more of the victim card. Both scenarios are absolutely possible. Right? But let's not sit here and act like vision loss and kidney failure in these types of things almost always happen when you're in high stress environments. They do not. I'm sorry if that offends you. They do not. I don't think you realize how many people that are out there in the world that are working in stressful environments day after day, and they don't have these types of things happen to them. Are there a lot of people that do? Of course. But when we're looking at the percentage, if we're looking at the numbers, there's no way you're going to sit there and tell me 50% of people in stressful working environments have like kidney failure and vision loss. That is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? We're not talking about like, of course there are negative impacts to having stress. Everyone gets negative. Like something is now, if your stance is like, if you're in a bad working environment and you're constantly stressed, your health would be impacted negatively. I'm with you 100%. That's the vast majority. But kidney failure and vision loss from being in a high stress environment. That doesn't happen very often. And I feel like me saying that doesn't happen very often is not a wild take. And that is not me saying it doesn't happen. That is precisely the reason why I'm saying it doesn't happen often. I did not say it never happens. I said it doesn't happen often. So rebuttaling that take by saying I have 2 friends that have been hurt in other ways, that is not a rebuttal. That's not a that's not a. Does that make sense? Like saying that you know a couple of people where it has happened, which, by the way, none of you guys in the chat said specifically vision loss and kidney failure. Okay, that is what I'm saying. Mouse fell. Oh no. Oh.
Creative direction, and Dawson and other people were in charge of, they owned the company, basically, is what this is saying. After this event that happened, this thing, which again, I'm going to...
Like, we'll move on from this, but guys, this type of environment, kidney failure and vision loss. Right? Not it led to this specific thing, but specifically kidney failure and vision loss.
I assume is some kind of settlement behind closed doors. Dawson gained both de jure and de facto control of the company finances and governance. He was not only the majority shareholder, also remained the primary provider of crucial debt financing. He leveraged his newly acquired power over Sharif and his team of employees by continuing to routinely threaten to withhold funds, especially just before buying.
I'm saying that dismissing it with zero medical experience is really irritating. So, okay, Fox Bears, I'm gonna respond to this because I think this will be a good resolution to this. Okay. Someone is in a high stress work environment and claims to have kidney failure and vision loss from it. Someone saying that they think that that's a bit of a stretch and they're not 100% on board with that claim, that shouldn't irritate you, Fox Bears. That shouldn't irritate you. Especially when that claim is coming from trying to defend himself from being a criminal. Like, this guy is accused of doing criminal activity and he's trying to flip. Do you understand? Like, it shouldn't irritate you that someone thinks that it's unlikely that it's more probable that it's not, that is not true. Does that make sense? Like you're saying I'm dismissing it. I'm not. I'm not dismissing it. What I'm doing is I'm acknowledging the claim and I'm saying that it's high. I think it's unlikely. I think it's probably bullshit. That's what I'm saying, Fox Bears. And I don't need a PhD. I don't need a doctorate to have that opinion. And the fact that I don't shouldn't irritate you. I'm saying as a CV, what is CV? Right now, telling people that it's not a big deal is irritating to me. What do you mean? I'm telling people it's not a big deal. What are you talking about? What did I not say? What did I say is not a big deal? Sir, I believe you have misunderstood what I'm saying. That's on you. It's not a big deal. What's not a big deal? I'm talking about this guy is claiming to be a victim and is accusing people for intimidating him and stressing him out to the point where he had kidney failure and vision loss. And I'm simply saying, I don't believe that story. I'm not downplaying the significance of a stressful environment, if that's what you think. I'm saying that I think this guy is bullshitting about this situation. Do you understand? Do you understand the difference? And maybe you're bothered by stress. Okay, yeah, stress-induced health symptoms. So the problem that you have with my take is that I'm simply is that I'm saying that you get the impression that I'm downplaying stress, right? You that's where you're bothered, I believe, right? Telling people that health symptoms aren't valid, right? Telling people that health symptoms aren't valid is bad. Okay, so you're missing the point. Okay, Fox Bears, let me ask you this. This would be a good way to resolve it. Fox Bears. A guy that is being accused for criminal activity is now accusing the people accusing him that they are the ones that physically intimidated him and put him in a stressful working environment. And because of that, he got kidney failure and vision loss. You've been in the chat. You've been listening to the story. If you had to bet your money, and you had to, you have to bet your life savings and your family's life is on the line. You have to bet. Do you think that that's true or false? It's this simple. Do you think it's true or false? Like, if you had to bet your life savings and your family's life on this, whether or not Steven did get kidney failure and vision loss from being intimidated by these people, would you put your money that he's telling the truth or he's not telling the truth? It's really that simple. What would you do? I want to know what you do. This guy's on YouTube, by the way. He's on my YouTube chat. Fox Bears, like, but he has a cardiac nurse. I'm telling you, it's incredibly common. Yeah, but like in this situation, but like you could buddy me all you want, but like we are not talking. We're not talking about the vast majority. We're talking about Steven Sharif in this situation. For me, I'm throwing the bullshit flag, and the vast majority of my chat also throwing the bullshit flag. We don't believe it. I'm asking you a very simple question. Would you put your money on him telling the truth or not telling the truth in this situation? Do you think it's bullshit that, if you had to bet, do you think it's bullshit? Do you think this claim is bullshit, or do you think it's not bullshit? That's what we're talking about, Fox Bears. We're not downplaying stress here. We're not downplaying stress. Right? And you're sitting there telling me you're a cardiac nurse. It's incredibly common. You know, and if you do want to talk about stress, you know what's incredibly common? Stress. Like, you as a nurse should know this, right? Like, stress is incredibly common. Incredibly common. What percentage of people that are in high stress environments get kidney failure and vision loss together? I'm saying it's entirely probable that if he was being threatened, it would cause those symptoms. So let me, like, Fox Bears, tell me. Fox Bears, let's put it this way, because you really want to get on this, like, the probability of, okay, so you tell me, what is the probability of someone being in a high stress working environment getting kidney failure and vision loss together? 23%. I feel like you pulled that number out of your ass. There's no way a CV just knows off the top of his head in a certain stressful situation, the likelihood of getting both vision loss and kidney failure is 23%. But let's go with that. Great. 23%. So I'm correct. There's a 23% of the people get that according to your measurements. 77% of people don't. So for me to not believe in that story, for me to believe based off of a 77% chance that that's bullshit, is that, like, why does that bother? Like, why does it bother you that I believe in the 77%? Google it. I'm going to take your word for it. Why does it bother you that I believe in the 77% scenario? That I'm literally in this, like it's 77%. There's a 77% chance. Like, I'm on the 77% chance side. Almost a quarter of people isn't a high enough probability. I think where you're getting mixed up on this, Fox Bears, is the fact that someone is being accused of a crimes, right? And he's making up a story, or he's sharing his side of the story, and is claiming that this happened to him. What is the likelihood of that being true? It is big in medicine, but what is the likelihood of that being true? You are being irritated because I believe in the 77% chance. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? Like, what are we talking about? The vast majority agree with me. Like in every situation, my chat today with right now what we're talking about, even the numbers you're providing, I'm in the majority every single time. Like literally every single time. 77%, 23%, 77%. And even now, it's simple, Fox Bears. Listen, if it pisses you off, it pisses you off. I'll move on. But the reality is this, man. Some guy is making a story, and the likelihood of this happening, this situation, he's in a stressful environment, so he got kidney loss and vision failure. Again, can it happen? Yes. Absolutely. Do I think it happened to Steven Sharif? No, I think it's bullshit. That's it. I'm irritated because you're dismissing his symptoms like it's impossible. No, you're missing the entire point. I'm saying that I think this is not true. It's that simple. It is literally that simple. Okay? Like I said, okay, last thing, I'm really going to move on. I'm driving my car and I hit someone with my car that was moving at 5 miles per hour. It bumps him and he falls off balance. And then he accuses me of running him over, and he broke his back because of it. What is the likelihood of him breaking his back from that? You're the guy that's saying you can break your back. In 22% of all car cases, car hit and run cases or car accidents with pedestrians, there's a 23% chance that he could have broken his back. You're dismissing it. Motherfucker, no, he did not break his fucking back. Is it possible? Yeah, sure, it is possible, but motherfucker didn't break his back. Okay, that is what I'm saying. Okay, you're the guy right now in this scenario, as ridiculous as it sounds, that is you. Like, you are the guy right now being like, no, he could have broken his back. It's possible. I'm upset that you're dismissing the possibility of him breaking his back. It happens all the time. Yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm sure you can sit there and be like, yo, there were 1,000 cases this past year where someone that got hit by a car moving at 5 miles per hour broke his back. Sure. Mike Tyson broke his back in a fucking boxing ring. fighting someone. Okay. All right. So I'll stop cooking the dude. All right. We'll move on.
Bi-weekly payroll deadlines to extract
cardiac nurse, by the way. Exactly.
For example, based on the threat of withholding
spinal.
Payroll funds,
That's right.
Forced more to resign.
Let's rewind a little bit so we can get caught up here.
After this event,
get a refresher
this thing, which again I'm going to assume is some kind of settlement behind closed doors. Dawson gained both de jure and de facto control of the company finances and governance. He was not only the majority shareholder, also remained the primary
trying to explain an opinion to a wall. I try.
His newly acquired power over Sharif and his team of employees been continuing to routinely threaten to withhold funds, especially just before bi-weekly payroll deadlines to extract concessions. For example, based on the threat of withholding payroll funds, he forced Moore to resign from the board and transfer his equity to Sharif. Dawson and his deputies also frequently threatened to harm Stephen and his loved one physically.
Bro, you don't have to ban him. Who banned him? You don't have to ban him. Is it because he said this? Is it possible that he broke his back though? That's you don't need to ban him. That's kind of funny. That was actually funny. I mean, look, I don't think that's ban worthy, man. I thought that was pretty funny. I'll be honest. I thought that was pretty funny. I don't know if Fox Bears can hear me. I'm sorry you got banned, man. I actually thought that was. Is it impossible that he broke it? I think that's actually a pretty funny response. Yeah, I don't know who banned him. Yeah, I don't think that's definitely not. He didn't do anything inappropriately, man. He disagrees with my take and thinks it's wrong. And I said something that irritates him. He expressed that respectfully. In no world should he be banned. I don't know how to unban him. Yeah, I don't know how to unban him on YouTube. I'm using this app, and yeah, maybe if I can get someone to unban him. Yeah, if someone can unban it, yeah, he shouldn't be banned for that shit, man. It's all good, man. We can have these conversations. You can disagree with me and not be banned, man. As long as you keep it respectful. He kept it respectful. He was not disrespectful in any way. Absolutely not. He's gone too late. Now I feel fucking bad. Now he's gonna be in Discord shitting on me for being like a soy boy that's too sensitive and bans people for disagreeing. That's not how I feel at all. I feel bad now. That's not how it is. Yeah.
If Steven did not comply with his demands.
Did you see Theory Forge message? No, I didn't.
This is fucking crazy. I mean, I did say this was going to be a crazy story, and once people saw the allegations on both sides, it was going to be an absolutely fucking nuclear fallout. Because if there is evidence of this that comes up in court, my God, this is crazy. On May 13th, 2024, Dawson securitized his debt against all assets and all personal property of the company, including intellectual property, which includes the trade secret.
Yeah, can someone go and unban him, please? I don't know. Like, bro, I don't know what I'm doing. I pulled up a thing. I think I just accidentally timed him out again when he's already... I'm clicking on this. It doesn't work. I don't want him to be banned. He doesn't deserve to be banned.
Secret materials, aka basically the game. Dawson lien financing statement attached here to is Exhibit B. We'll go over that in at the end, I guess. Lenders that hold senior priority.
He unbanned him. Okay, listen. He's unbanned. Okay, Fox Bears, if you're still there, you're probably not. I don't know how banning works. Can they still watch the stream? I don't know. If you're still there, I apologize for you being banned. I don't know who banned you. They shouldn't have banned you. You didn't do anything disrespectful. I totally respect your opinion. That's totally fine. You didn't say anything inappropriate, disrespectful. I don't know why you got banned for that. And I thought your last message, your joke was, I thought that was pretty funny.
Positions to Dawson or the Small Business Administration and Commerce West Bank, whose loan is also collateralized by all assets and personal property of the company, including intellectual property, which includes trade secret materials. And that is also attached.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If he gets banned, guys, it's going to raise stress. And I don't want his kidneys failing, and I don't want him to lose vision, right? Because that's what's going to happen. If there's anything we were educated on today, it's that if you are in a stress environment, you have a 1 in 4 chance to lose your vision and your kidney failing, right? So I don't want that to happen. Like, I learned from this exchange, you know what I mean? 23%, man. That's great. That's like 1 in 4. It's 1 in 4, man, just under.
To this, so we can go over it to see who actually is the person who on paper is owed the money. Right, if you're going to roll up the company, you have to pay out the people who are owed stuff from within the company need to be privy to and involved in this process because they're owed stuff. You can't just say, oh, I'm owed and jump the queue and just take everything, which is what this is alleging they tried to do. Dawson knew or should have known of these senior liens because they are publicly available. I mean, yeah, you can literally look this up in 5 minutes yourself. As majority shareholder, Dawson voted himself and his close business associate Ryan Ogden onto the board of directors during a September 4th, 2024 board meeting. The board appointed Dawson as chairman of the board and Ogden as CFO. Dawson directed Ogden to open new bank accounts for Intrepid at Pathway Bank, which is a bank over which Dawson exercises de facto and de jure control. So he controls the bank and he got Ryan Ogden to open new accounts at the bank he controls. Sharif ceased to have any access to active company bank accounts and he was effectively stripped of financial and other authority. So obviously in the lawsuit that was filed by TFE Holdings, which is owned by...
This coffee is so bad.
Sorry, Rob Dawson, which is this person.
I don't know why I'm drinking this still.
They're claiming in that lawsuit that they didn't have control of the finances and didn't have access to the books. And Stephen was in charge of everything. And then Stephen is claiming that since September 4th of 2024, they had control of everything and even had new bank accounts and everything that they were controlling. And obviously Jason has also claimed publicly that they didn't have access to stuff, but this is saying that they did. So again, we're going to have to wait and see document-wise who's correct on this one.
Yeah.
Because both sides are saying a completely polar opposite thing to each other.
Yeah.
By August 2025, Dawson elected his close associates, Teresa and a substantial company creditor, and Aaron Bartels to the board. Thus, from that time until Sharif's January 19th, 2026 resignation from the company, the board consisted of Dawson, Ogden, Fett, Bartels, and Sharif. All these people acted at the behest of Dawson rather than as independent board members, and they continually voted in alignment with him. Dawson frequently insisted that Sharif not publicize Dawson's role within the company. So this is saying...
He's back. Look. Banning me on YouTube for disagree just lame. Sorry, man, we disagreed. I agree it is lame. See, this is what I'm saying. I told you guys this shit would happen. And he's probably already clicked out of the stream. I read his message too late. I read his message too late. He's probably not even here anymore. Listen, if you're here, I didn't ban you. And I told my mods, whoever banned you, shouldn't have banned you. Like that, like you were being respectful. And there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with me. I quite literally just said what you said. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, and you're being respectful. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And I thought your joke at the end was actually funny, but someone banned you. And I told him not to ban you, and I didn't know how to unban you. And I get the feeling he didn't even hear that.
People's biggest criticism and complaint of this whole situation is Steven always said the company was only financed by him. He was the only person involved. There was no, corporate overlords or whatever. And obviously the text messages from Jason show that even from the very beginning, there was other people putting money into the company. But then people have also said, reasonably so, why when a board was created and these other people gained control of the company, did you not let people know that this was the case? Because that would have informed people's purchasing decisions. And this is where a lot of the allegations of, oh, it's a scam came from. And what this lawsuit is saying, at least on the face of it, is that Dawson was the one who now owned the company that was saying, do not talk about my role within the company. Ogden, too, did not wish for his identity and role to be revealed publicly. Sharif was under no express obligation to hide Dawson or Ogden's roles and identities, but Sharif complied out of fear of reprisals, and he continued to act as the external face of the company. So that's the claim. Obviously,
I wonder, like, the way I'm reading that, I wonder if that's like Dawson and them saying, hey, don't mention us. Like, I don't want my name, Rob Dawson, out there. Ogden out there, like, don't tell my name and what I do. But like, that is different to acknowledging that there are investors. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe it is, because like these documents, right? You have to take them at face value. This does not disqualify that. It like, you know what I mean? Like what, like this be like, not, section 47 here does not disqualify that. You know what I mean? Like they could push back on this and be like, yeah, we told you we didn't want our identity and our individual roles to be revealed, but that's different to, that's a different thing to you acting like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? And it could be like this obviously leaves the impression of, oh, the shareholders wanted Steven to show everyone that, or the shareholders wanted to go with this narrative of Steven self-funding this. Like this kind of gives that impression, but that's not exactly what the text says, right? It's not exactly what it is. It implies it, but it doesn't really mean it, right? Because you can also read this and interpret this as, hey, I'm Dawson. I don't want my name to be out there publicly, and I don't want people knowing that I own the company. This is different to, I don't want you to tell people you have shareholders involved and you have a board involved and that you are just a CEO and you're not an owner. You know what I mean? Like these are different things. These are different things.
We're going to need to see documentation of this, as with fucking everything claimed in all these lawsuits.
I don't know which one is which.
We'll
see.
I mean, we'll
see what the disputes are in court.
To the medical issues he'd suffered in 2024. He then advised the board that he would be stepping back from his role as CEO and board member, but that he would continue as he was able as creative director.
I feel like it's likely they were all in a narrative. Yeah, I think that's definitely on the table and a very possible scenario.
Rapid partners with Valve. Okay, so this is the Valve section and how this all plays out. So
like these guys know that the narrative of Steven Sharif, an MMO gamer, putting a game together, right, with no corporate overload, like these are this was a very very important foundation of the game, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm of the belief that everyone on this team, the owners that have been investing millions of dollars into this project, were aware of that narrative and probably to some degree were on board with that narrative. Maybe not, but that seems to be a logical assumption.
Around September 25, the board, against Stephen Sharif and senior leadership's advice, directed the Intrepid
that was a
undertaking early
big
access
appeal
launch of
for Ashes. Absolutely, it was one of the foundations, man. It was one of the central pillars of it.
The game, when I saw the
Jason was the guy on the phone earlier
of the game is coming to Steam, my immediate reaction, obviously I'd been aware at the time before the public announcement, because I'd been contacted by somebody with internal knowledge to the company and informed.
Who cares? Alpha is dead? No, it's not. Guys, Ashes of Creation is not dead. You think it's dead. It's actually transitioned. This is now the current beta test. We are playing Ashes of Creation right now. This is it. Watching YouTube videos, hearing the story. This is part of the Ashes experience. This is all a part of the plan. This is it. This is actually a part of I'm pretty sure I saw it on the roadmap. Yeah, I did. After Alpha 2 Steam launch, early access, the next step was to go to YouTube. This is part of it. Absolutely. This was on the roadmap.
The employees were informed that this game was going to Steam. My immediate
pivoted massively multiplayer litigation gaming. Absolutely. I just had no idea that the 18th biome was going to be a goddamn courtroom in California. I didn't see that one coming. But I bet that biome is going to look real complete. Okay? I bet that biome, I'm looking forward to that fucking biome. That's for goddamn sure.
There's something massive going on behind the scenes. Either there's no money or somebody's exerting control to get this game pushed out into the public to begin making money with.
Dude, you know what they need to do? They need to stream the fucking the court hearings, man. That's what they need to do. Just live stream it. Why not? Open development, Steven said. So this should be no problem, right? Let's get a goddamn live stream of the whole fucking thing in court, man.
With the game.
Fuck, that would be great.
To do whatever. It's a financially motivated decision.
Oh, dude, Aspen would be all over that.
Obvious from if you know anything about the company, and optically it looks bad. You can spin it whatever way you want, but if a game is saying we have loads of money, it's fine, don't worry about it, and then the game goes to then say, oh, we're launching in early access on Steam, there's only one factor for doing that, and it's financially driven. What this is saying is that the board forced this decision against the judgment of other people involved, such as Steven. The early access launched on December 2011, 2025. Steam is a worldwide platform. We know what Steam.
Like, these things I feel like are relatively easily proven, because a decision like this to go into early access, there's going to be evidence of this. There has to be, right? Unless it was all done in board meetings and stuff like that, and there's no like recorded evidence. But generally speaking, it's not too hard. Like, generally one party is going to have some kind of evidence that clearly shows that this person was pushing for this to happen, right? And like, it's going to be great seeing who's actually telling the truth here.
We don't have to. Ogden specifically assured Commerce West Bank that the revenue owing to the company from Valve under the revenue share agreement related to the Steam Early Access launch would cover outstanding obligations of the Commerce West Bank loan. Okay, so this is...
There's some tangible stuff coming up. Love it.
If you're following along with this still, obviously this is going to be a long one, right? We're a third of the way through this document. It'll speed up a little bit. So obviously the public narrative right now, because of what Jason Karamanis has said on live streams, etc., which has then been repeated by a bunch of mainstream game outlets and things like that, is that Stephen went to the bank without the board's knowledge and did this as some kind of ploy to unlock equity in his house or something, right? But this is alleging that Ogden specifically spoke to the bank and said the money that's coming in from the Steam sales from the bank will be covering our obligation to you, which was millions of dollars of a bank loan that everybody in the company knew was pending, right? Everybody knew this needed to be paid in December of 2025. Because it had been there since 2020, and these people had been involved in the company for years. Didn't
he buy a mansion with that money? Yeah, it's right now. It's
so if true, this is obviously a very easily provable point, right? There's going to be communications between Ogden and the bank.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things in this. I feel like we're just going to get a lot more. Because right now, it's really just he said, she said. Like, here's my side of the story. Here's his side of the story. And it's like... It's like, once we have some more proven facts, for example, who talked to the bank? Who actually talked to the bank? Like, this information is going to be there. Like, it's out there. The objective fact. And once we have more of these, it's going to start painting a much clearer picture as to who was really actually in the wrong and orchestrating this shit. I am still of the belief that Steven's the bigger bad guy. I'm still of that belief. But we'll see. And what it's going to take for me to change that opinion is objective information or facts, actual facts laid out, such as, hey, the bank records or the records are showing that the bank did speak to Ogden, and Ogden was the person that pushed this. You know what I mean? Like, like once that evidence comes out, then I'll be like, okay, shit. Fuck. Wait, hold. You know what I mean?
We'll be able to come up in Discovery, so we'll see on that one, I guess. But this is a very specific claim. This is a very specific point that would be easy for either side to prove one way or another, right?
Guys, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, bro? Account created 2019. Following since December 13th. Wait. Name change 32 minutes ago? Oh. What? Wait. That is set as a dude. That was so. Wait, for a second I was like, hold on. Then I read the message. Wait, no, that's in 2025. Wait, this is in 2026? Wait. Is this him? No way. This is not him. There's no shot. No. It's him. I can't check his videos because I'm in Korea right now. Wait, I can't tell. It's not him? Oh my gosh. I can't look at the clips. That's why. Obviously the clips would do it, right? 4.6k followers? I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Wait, I can't pull up his clips. We are getting baited here. We are so getting baited. We're actually getting baited here. Well fucking played. Dude, actually, well fucking played. Yo, whoever you are, well fucking played. Yeah, this bait was fucking good. That was a good bait. That was. For sure. It's not bait? Bro, it's fucking him. It is Steven. Steven, can you get on a Discord call with me, please? I am of the belief you scammed us, and I'm disappointed in you. I believed in your vision. Talk to me. You don't even have to give us juice if it's going to put you in a bad position in court, okay? That's fine. Let me just hear your voice. Steven, I believed in you. I believed in you. Look at his message. Shit. Hold on. He didn't say anything. It's Jover. We had a chance. It's actually him. Shit, God damn it. How do I do this shit? You're just going to leave this? Reserve judgment for when the discovery happens. How can they make these claims without evidence? Reserve the judgment for when discovery happens. Dude, that switched up so quick. Wait, Steven. I take it you're not willing to chat. The world is in shambles. This is going to be a Netflix. Can I ask you one thing, Steven? Okay, just one thing. There's no way this is there's no way this is going to be bad for you to answer. Just one thing. Just entertain us with this. Do you really think Chris Hemsworth should be playing you in a movie? I think it should be Oscar Isaac. That's what I told my chat. Oscar Isaac. Is that true? Do you really think Chris Hemsworth is the guy? That's all. That's all I want to know. The rest of it, I will wait for the court. Can you just give us that? That's your question? What am I going to ask him? Fucking, did you do it? What do you think he's going to say, chat? Sit here. Like, there's no way. Like, this shit is going to court. Steven would be dumb to answer anything right now. Like, 100% people, like, when things go to court and it's going to actually happen, it's best to not say anything public. That is how this shit works. I've been through it in China. Shit was scary as hell. I just want to know this. I need to refresh. Wait, fuck, man. Why is this? I don't like how. Jack Black or John C. Reilly? I love this was the first. This is not him. It's fake news. He says John Black or Jack Black and John C. Reilly. It can't be him. I don't have Steven on Discord, man. I don't have him. Listen, Steven, I want you to know while I have your ears, I know you're probably not going to get on a call, but I want you to know, I know you've seen my videos. I genuinely did not think Ashes was a scam. And I do believe there's still a chance, however it ends up, that it wasn't a scam. But right now, I'm of the belief that it was a scam. And currently, if I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, man, I'm of the belief that you're the bad guy here, just based off of what's in front of me. I am. Straight up. I am. I genuinely think you betrayed the people. You betrayed Like that's what it looks like to me. But you're right. Reserve the ultimate judgment. Not that you said ultimate, for when the discovery happens. Absolutely. That one I do agree with you on. You know, there's a lot of sussy things for sure. I don't know the story. I don't know everything that has happened. I've told my chat, none of us know exactly for a fact what has happened. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the court. But right now, I'm genuinely of the belief that you're the bad guy, man. And if it's true, disappointed in you, man. I am. I genuinely am. And I hope I'm wrong. I do. I hope I'm wrong. But fuck, man. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look good, man. Yeah, I'm not even sit here and like bash you and say this. Like, I just want you to know that it pains a lot of people. It pains a lot of people. And the people that are pained, we do hope we're wrong about our assumptions, because that's what it is. We are assuming. I think it's fair to say right now, okay, wait for the court. That's fine. That's fair, because that will decide a lot of things. Absolutely. But right now, we are all assuming. We are all assuming that you were in the wrong, and it pains us. It does. It does, man. It absolutely does. I hate this fucking thing. Let me pull this up. I think this refreshes it. Of course, now I can't. Man, what is happening? Why can I not click this? Somebody. Oh my gosh. Somebody add him. So open his user card, but when I open his user card, it just opens this professional streamer, by the way. Oh, wait. Fuck. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to do it this way. He didn't even say anything. I literally clicked it. He didn't even say anything. Use Chatterino, Matt. The problem with Chatterino is I can't get my YouTube chat on it too. I use this one because this one not only picks up 7TV, but it also picks up YouTube chat. Nothing changes. Well, I think this would be one of the first questions I ask Steven. It would be why this, right? Why that? But I feel like just based off of the evidence and what we've heard, we already know the answer to that question, which is going to be, the answer to that question is obviously, the answer to that question from him would likely be, oh, well, the board wanted us to keep it that way. That's what he's probably going to say. Does it make it right? Does it justify it? Absolutely not, but that's probably what he's going to say. Just ask him if Pigu TV can get a refund. Just only me, though. Get in line, Pigu. What's up, man? At least give your Prime to... Yo, Steven, can you give me your Twitch Prime? God damn. Wait, like, this is him. Right? Like, this is actually him. I still feel like it is. Like, dude, look at the popular clips. It's him. It is actually him. Look. Pirate Software and Grimkill. Yeah, it's Steven. You know what's crazy, though? What's crazy is, like, guilty or not, I will say this. Guilty or not, him even being in the Twitch category and listening to people like me cover this.
HSRCPR gifted a tier 1 sub to Steven Sharif. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
It says he didn't write anything in this chat. He just said, no, someone gifted him a sub. Yeah, it gives it. Someone gifted him. Like he obviously can't say much. The fact that he's in the stream right now watching this, like being, you know, it's like what is happening here? Like I'm just trying to like mental gymnastics going on right now. Like I'm sitting here thinking it's like it's either one of two things. It's either that he's innocent to a certain degree, or absolutely like he's very like, yeah, it's either he's innocent to a certain degree and it's eating him up, so he's just like it's killing him, and he's just constantly listening and watching and it's killing him, self-inflicting pain, right? Or it's that, or it's the opposite. You know what I mean? Or it's just him trying to continually push out this victim victim position where he's trying to gaslight people into thinking he wasn't in the wrong here. It's either one of the two. Right? And like it's crazy. Like it's so fuck, man. If even if what's up, Jay? Everything Steven's lawsuit is true. Aren't we at least somewhat misled by the funding? Yeah, I mean, I would love to get some answers in regards to that, Jay. But the reality is, he's going to say, most likely, my assumption is he's going to say, "Well, that's the approach that the board wanted to take." Sorry. That I would imagine his response to that question right now, if he were in the Discord call, would be, yeah, though that is one thing that I want to apologize for, and I thought like that was a bad call, but the reason why it was done that way is because they wanted to be anonymous, and that was the decision of the board, and they forced me to do so. I would, like, if I had to bet money as to how he was going to respond to that, if he were in Discord right now and he was going to respond to that question, I would bet money that that's what he would say. Whether that's true or not, I believe that is what he would say. So he lied all that years too. Yeah. I do agree. I am in agreement with a lot of the people, the majority of my chat, in that I think there was bad practice on both sides of the fence on this one. I think there was. I don't think there was an absolute bad guy and an absolute good guy in this scenario. I do think that we're dealing with two bad guys going at it. But yeah, Steven, if you're still in the chat, man, I want you to know that a lot of us are disappointed in you, and if we're wrong and information comes out that clears your name in court, then we're hoping that happens, man, because like as far as we can tell right now, we're disappointed in you, man. We're disappointed in you, and we're saddened, you know. We're upset. And again, for the sake of myself and everyone else, I hope we're wrong. I hope we're wrong. I do. I genuinely hope we're wrong. But we'll find out soon, right, Steven? All right. We'll find out soon when it goes to court. We'll find out soon. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Damn. He said Jack Black or John C. Reilly. My leg? It's a beautiful leg.
Dawson, TFE, and the board execute a wrongful foreclosure in an effort to steal the company's intellectual property and trade secrets. Beginning in 2025, the board collectively devised a plan and an agreement to take possession of the company's assets via a wrongful Article 9 foreclosure process using Dawson's junior secured lien against the company. They intentionally planned to do so without providing proper and legally required notice to senior secured lenders so that they could transfer company assets to a new company created and controlled by Dawson, TFE, and wipe out equity.
If this is a Netflix movie, I'm telling you, it needs to be Oscar Isaac that plays Stephen Sharif. There's no shot. It's Oscar Isaac. That's the guy. I think he would kill it.
Equity holders and prior credit.
Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't, like, whether or not that Netflix documentary ends with him being the good guy or bad guy, which will be determined in court, probably the bad guy. It needs to be Oscar Isaac. It needs to be, he could play both. I think he could kill it as a villain. I think he can. He has.
Is an Intrepid. Again, a lot of people had liens against Intrepid. And what this is claiming is that they came in and just said, oh, you know, never mind, we're just going to take control of everything, and all these other creditors, we're going to jump ahead of them and just take the stuff, which is a wild claim to make. Then it says, of course, they believe that all the board members are likely members of TFE, which is the new company. The board defendants also intended to lay off a large portion of the Intrepid workforce without required wages, PTO, and severance, because those debts would remain with Intrepid. So the allegation is they were going to saddle all of the debt on Intrepid as an entity and then just move all the stuff that's worth money to a new entity and continue operating without having to pay back all this stuff that was owed, while bringing a portion of the employee base over to TFE to finish development of the Ashes Creation project in order to monetize it for their own personal benefit. All the employees have seen this communication. So this part is verifiably true. Dawson had indicated that he was considering executing this strategy to obtain greater control over the development project as early as 2024. Beginning in 2025 and in furtherance of their scheme, the board defendants intentionally permitted the company to accrue substantial unpaid obligations to the vendors and service providers with the goal of using the debt to improperly declare a default and justify an Article 9 foreclosure on Jason's junior secured lien. So what they're saying, they stopped paying vendors, which obviously we've seen multiple lawsuits from vendors, right? We saw the lawsuit, I believe it was Google Web Services or something, right? There was a lawsuit from SADA Systems, which is a Google cloud partner, suing Intrepid for $850,000 plus of unpaid fees, basically, for the services rendered to Intrepid. So this is saying that in 2025 they started intentionally not paying vendors in order to justify closing the company and taking control of the assets of the company into a new company, which
is not in the chat anymore. FYI, yeah.
Again, if absolutely
didn't expect him to stick around for a while.
Accusation to make, and a very specific one. Prior to the wrongful foreclosure and in furtherance of their underhanded plan, Dawson directed Ogden as CFO to open bank accounts at Pathway Bank for TFE, the new company Dawson had created to house the wrongfully foreclosed upon assets. Prior to the wrongful foreclosure and to further justify declaration of default, Ogden wrongfully directed Valve to divert the deposit funds.
Is there anyone... Hold on. Like, if this was a movie... Is there anyone else... The fuck is his name again? Is there anyone else that is just like mentally picturing Robert as Rob? Like I don't know what Rob looks like. The guy that's been funding this whole the current owner of the IP, I guess. You know, the guy that put in like $100 million. For me, for whatever reason, mentally, I'm just thinking him. So Oscar Isaac as Stephen Sharif and Robert Herjavec. Is that how you say his last name? I just know him as Robert from Shark Tank. I'm thinking him as the Robert in this story. He's like 70 years old or something. That's okay. Doesn't have to be completely, I mean, doesn't have to be completely accurate, right? It's fine.
To the company under the partnership with Steam to a new Pathway bank account for TFE. Valve did not comply. Jesus Christ, this is such a fucking mess. Holy shit. Plaintiff first objected to the board defendant's plan during a December 15th, 2025 in-person board meeting.
Have a good one, Dill
So this is saying
Fowler.
Stephen was in a board meeting and said, you know, no. Specifically objected to the board causing the company to not pay vendors, to the board's plan to lay off a large portion of employees without requisite pay and benefits, and to the legality of the foreclosure. After the meeting ended and all the board members had left, Dawson confronted Stephen in a physically intimidating manner and told him he, quote, didn't want any shit, and coerced him to sign between 30 and 40 signature pages to the corresponding agreements for which plaintiff was not permitted to review. This is honestly like some mafia shit. Like, if this is true, this is fucking crazy.
It is. If it's true.
Plaintiff next objected to the board defendant's plan to foreclose without notice to the senior secured lenders on a phone call with Dawson and Dawson's personal counsel that occurred between December 28th, 2025 and January 3rd, 2026. So right at the end, you know, just almost not even a full month before the actual fucking implosion of the company. On December 30th, 2025, in furtherance of the foreclosure scheme, Ogden, at the direction of and in concert with the other board defendants, filed a false California state information document with California Secretary of State in order to conceal the board defendants' identities from the public during the planned foreclosure and attempted revenue diversion scheme. So you can see this. You can look this up. I pointed this out like 10, 15 days ago, right? If you go to the California UCC website and you look up the company information documents, you can see that at one point Stephen Sharif was listed as CEO and John Moore was listed as CFO, and then John Moore was changed to Ryan Ogden as CFO. And then on December 30th,
I'm drinking coffee.
Ryan Ogden resubmitted, and he even signed submitting saying you know, this is me putting the document forward that John Moore was back as CFO. But this document's claiming that John was taken off the board forcefully by Dawson and that he was forced to sign over his shares to Sharif and was no longer the CFO. So this is accusations of filing a knowingly false California State of Information document with California Secretary of State to conceal the identities from the public during the time where they are also alleging that the company was being, you know, wrongfully rolled up with all this debt being saddled onto Intrepid to make this new company, which they're claiming is a revenue diversion scheme. The statement of information listed plaintiff as the sole director of the company, intentionally omitting Dawson, Ogden, Fett, and Bartels. Because if you go on that document, it literally says all board members have to be on this document. But then it's obviously filed, and at this point, there is a board, and they're not put on there, right? So this is what it's saying, and you can see these documents yourself. It further misidentified the company's CFO as Moore, despite the fact Ogden had been duly appointed CFO since September 2024. Again, this is a really easy point to prove or disprove. If you just have company minutes, which how board meetings work is everyone's in a room and you have to say, oh, this person nominates this person for this position, and then other people have to agree. They have to vote on it. That's literally how board meetings work. And board meetings presumably have minutes, and then obviously presumably there will also be emails and things. So making a claim this specific with public filings also there to show it is absolutely crazy if you do not have the evidence that this happened. So presumably this is going to, you know, somebody's going to prove this or disprove it very, very easily because they'll have the minutes of the meetings. Ogden, in concert with the other board defendants, filed the False California Statement Act in an effort to direct any public fallout from their conduct directly to Sharif. The board defendants did so despite actual knowledge of Sharif's fragile medical condition, and also knowledge that the gaming community would likely wrongly blame and eviscerate Sharif as the only publicly identified director should Intrepid and Ash's Creation Endeavor fail or be involved in controversy. I mean, he was going to be anyway, because he made claims from the very beginning that it was only him involved. So obviously, even if you then later on say, oh, here's all these other people that are involved, people are going to be like, why did this happen? Why did you make these claims originally? But obviously this is considerably worse. If the entire time I was making videos about this originally, everyone was like, there was no board, clearly there was no board. And then you find out, yes, in fact there was a board, but we've moved past the point of that being a controversy and moved straight on to who is directly responsible for each point of this failure. And so far, all of the public information we've had has come from Rob's lawsuit and Jason's text messages from 2015 to 2021, and that's all we've had. So this is obviously all new public information. In advance of the wrongful foreclosure and in furtherance of the board defendants' scheme to steal the company's intellectual property and trade secrets, Ogden prepared a company asset list on December 31st, 2025. That list specifically references components of Ash's creation that comprise the company's intellectual property and trade secret materials. The list references Ash's creation code base, game content, text, narrative, sound, etc., customized gameplay, audio effects, visual effects, all the special effects. It also includes a list titled from ChatGPT, of course, that includes software and game code, game engine and technical frameworks, game systems and trade secrets, and creative content and copyrighted works. Sharif embarked on a campaign to convince the board to abandon its foreclosure scheme. So what Stephen said publicly was, I resigned because I couldn't agree with the board and what they were doing. And obviously this lawsuit is now alleging that what they were doing was these things that we've been going over in this lawsuit. But also one of the things that he said was that it was because he couldn't agree with what they were doing with the employees, which was to fire a bunch of people without paying them what they were owed, which has obviously been a huge point of contention, because Jason's public testimony of what he's been saying is that Stephen actually was saying to the board, I want equity, I want these things to personally enrich myself, and if I don't get them, I'm going to, resign and fuck up the whole company. So this is a direct contradiction to that, although not mentioning that. So maybe there's a factor here that somebody's eventually going to show in some form of provable communication. But what he's saying is he tried to convince them to stop the foreclosure scheme in specific. At every board meeting between January 3rd and his January 19, 2026 resignation, estimated to be between 10 and 15 times, he objected to the board defendants' plan to wrongfully foreclose on Dawson's junior secured lien without notice to secured lenders, to the board defendants' attempt to divert funds from the Steam partnership to the company TFE, and to the board defendants' plan to terminate a large portion of Intrepid's employee base without compensating PTO and severance. Again, presumably this will be, if true, in the minutes. There is an exhibit mentioned here, so I wonder what that is. On January 7th, 2026, in advance of the wrongful foreclosure and in furtherance of the board defendants' scheme to steal the company's intellectual property and trade secrets, Dawson changed the secured party on his secured party financing statement from himself to TFE, which is also attached, interestingly. On January 14th, Dawson, in concert with the board of defendants, represented to investors that the company had secured the necessary capital commitments to make it to September 2026 launch. During this meeting, Dawson revealed the foreclosure scheme and his intent to wipe the investor and lender table clean. On January 15th, Sharif blew the whistle on defendants.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost over. We've got like, what, 10 or so minutes left? 10, 15 minutes left. We're almost through it.
Then
we'll have caught up on all the Ashes
defendants
news.
had intentionally failed to notify
I was
of
gone
the
for a
foreclosure.
week, so I wanted to
Prompted
get
by
caught
this
up.
information, Commerce Bank issued an event of default letter on January 18, 2026, demanding immediate and full repayment from either the company or the personal guarantor of the loan, more. And obviously you can see from the other lawsuit, right, that this is a little bit contradictory in terms of what was filed against Stephen regarding the whole Steam situation. Because in this lawsuit specifically, it states that they're claiming that Steam notified Stephen Sharif on January 18th and he didn't share it with the company. But then in this lawsuit, he's claiming that the bank actually contacted the company, which would be a crazy thing to lie about because it's a fucking bank on a federally secured loan. So this is a crazy point based on that, because they're saying here that a bank contacted the company, so they did know about the fact that this was happening, that they owed this money. On January 16th, Dawson caused Intrepid to declare default on the one hand, and he caused TFE to foreclose on the company's assets on the other hand. Dawson caused TFE to engage in a non-judicial disposition in favor instead
You got the stream
of a
money?
private
What's
sale.
that?
Dawson, TFE, and the board defendants failed to advertise the sale in industry standard publications or platforms. They did not involve a broker or auctioneer and did not publish any marketing of the sale in any manner. The intellectual property and trade secrets of an MMORPG are not customarily sold on a recognized market, but Dawson, TFE, and the board defendants pursued a self-serving private sale anyway. TFE obtained Intrepid's assets via a self-interested transaction between Dawson, who controlled Intrepid on the one hand, and Dawson, who controlled TFE on the other hand. This self-interested transaction was completed at the specific design of Dawson and the board defendants, who blessed the sale for their own personal profits. This foreclosure approximately and directly caused Intrepid harm in the form of the loss of its most valuable assets, aka the game. The only asset the company had is the game. Dawson and the board members executed their agreement over Sharif's objections and in violation of the rights of senior secured creditors and derivative plaintiffs, the bank. Dawson performed the foreclosure in an intentional clandestine manner, and he specifically ignored his counsel's advice that Dawson must provide notice to senior secured credits, including Commerce West Bank. This is fucking nuts. Immediately thereafter, on January 19, 2026, Sharif resigned from the company, and as a member of the board, in his resignation letter, he specifically identified his reasons for resignation, among others, as 1, his disagreement with the board's repeated attempts to terminate employees without payment of wages and compensation legally owed to them, which is also a thing he said publicly. 2, his disagreement with the private foreclosure, given his serious concerns the approach raised regarding fiduciary duties owed to derivative plaintiffs, creditors, employees, and the company. And 3, him being subject to repeated threats, coercion, and ultimatums to execute documents and actions.
Guys, I have a question. Genuine question. Is there anyone in the chat that believes Jason's text messages, like the text messages Jason had and shared, not his interpretation of what happened, but specifically the text messages he got? Is there anyone in the chat that believes that that is not true? Or is maybe not or at the very least convinced that I do? So Plex and Zeris, you believe that it is not, you believe that those text messages are not true. I'm asking how many people do you guys, it could be fake. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to know how many of you guys in the chat believe those text messages were fake. Or think it could be, like, it could not. How many of you guys do not believe the text messages are real? Jason guy could be fake. I believe they're true. I was the phone. They were real. Yeah, I mean, of course the court is gonna, right? I think there's a 0.0001% chance they're fake. Type X in the chat if you think it is for sure real. And type O in the chat if you think that it might have been faked. Type O in the chat if you think it might have been faked. Not completely fake for sure, but like you think there's a chance that it could have been faked. Might have been faked. He's not tech savvy to fake 383 pages of text messages I had to read though. But that's the thing, Nephis. Assumptions is what gets people scammed. Right? It's always the assumptions that do. I mean, that's the reason why we have legal contracts that take that out of the equation, right? I'm with you. I don't think it's fake either, but I guess, Nephis, you're the person that could actually possibly debunk it. Like, I think we would believe your word if you got him to like get on a call with you and show the actual text message on his phone to you and click on the name and you see the number. And obviously not show the number on stream, obviously, like you just see it yourself. But I think like if you did that and you could confirm that it was actually Steven's number and those text messages were real, that would definitely, I mean, that, you know, honestly, not really necessary if you ask me. But yeah, if we were trying to be 100% certain, then that you could technically do that. Jason is a real guy, is an MLM guy, provided actual text with photos, etc. It might be fake, but I don't see it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like we could take that might be out of the equation, via Nephis. We could. We technically could, because Jason would probably be willing to show Nephis personally, not not publicly, but like privately. He probably would. Not that we need to have it though, to be fair, right? Yeah, they could easily be verified. 100%. 100%. Like, we'll eventually know for sure. Once all this shit goes to court, we'll definitely know for sure, but... Most of the text messages had nothing to do with Ashes.
They openly and consistently protested. F. Dawson and the board illegally separate Intrepid's entire workforce and leave plaintiff to suffer the fallout.
12, yeah.
This is going over the WARN Act, right? Which obviously the employees, they're the ones that
it does.
It does by this, and they've also got their own lawsuit against Intrepid for money that they are legally owed. On or about January 31st, the board defendants caused Intrepid to issue
Steven is a proven liar. I mean, you're not wrong. He is. He said he was sole owner of this shit. That he backed it with all that shit, and it's obviously proven to not have been
without
true.
the required notice period, which is 60 days. The board defendants took this action upon learning that the Commerce West Bank had learned of the wrongful foreclosure and had contacted Valve to intercept the funds due to Intrepid from the Steam partnership, meaning the board defendants could no longer access that money to fund TFE's ramp up. So the narrative so far has been that Steven snaked the money from Valve for personal gain. But as far as I understand it, and as this is claiming, you have to notify the bank as the secured creditor that this thing was going on, that they were going to roll up the company with the Article 9 foreclosure and move assets into a new company, because they're a secured creditor and it's federal money. This is a federally backed loan. So that what he's saying in this lawsuit, which again is a crazy claim to make, because this, in my mind, would be immediately illegal.
Yo, Nephis, while we have you, why was there so much stuff communicated via text messages? Like a lot of the stuff, I mean, it happens, of course, but like why wasn't it, did they not, like, why didn't they get on calls? Like, I would have expected there to be more void between messages. It almost flowed fucking perfectly. You know what I mean? Like, every time I've done business, and I'm by no means a fucking lucrative businessman, right? But like, I have my fair share of small businesses and dealing with investors. Generally, especially when it comes to like executing money stuff, it's like you do it like you or figuring out deals and explaining situations. You do it over the phone, if not in person. They were definitely not lovers. Why wouldn't Steven come out and just say those messages were fake? I think probably because they weren't. And if they were, again, when something goes to court, and I'm saying this on behalf of both parties here, when something goes to court, it is best, almost always best, for you to not say anything publicly and let everything ride to court. Like, Jason coming out and explaining all of this does not help their situation. You know what I mean? Like, of course there are certain cases where it could, right? Like, let's say you have no money and you need like public back. You need to blow this case up to get attention and stuff like that. Of course, it benefits, right? But like, Jason did not help his case, or the case for the whoever is filing the laws, or whoever is suing Steven, or whoever is being sued by Steven. He didn't help their case by taking that all public, because now there's public record of things that were stated. And especially when you're doing over a live stream, you can get shit wrong. You can get shit wrong by a couple of dates, or maybe you misremember, and that weakens your position and weakens your position objectively, right? So I think he does not give a shit. Yeah, obviously he didn't give a shit, Jay, right? Like it was obvious that he didn't. But what I'm talking about, like from a legal perspective, if the goal is to win in court, it is almost always better to keep your mouth shut. Let the lawyers do everything. That is almost always the best way to do it. Almost always. So it's like, I don't expect Rob to say much right now. I don't expect Steven to say much right now. It would be foolish. It would be foolish. Look at Rich Campbell. Yeah, like you just that's the way you do it. Like you should not say things. You know?
At least from my understanding, is that you have a responsibility to inform the bank, otherwise you're party to what you believe is a crime, right?
He gave Steven a legal case of defamation for going on Nephis' stream too. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Whether or not Steven is the bad guy, whether or not you hate him or like him, yes, he does. Like, he does.
Because if you're saying this, they're going to take the money that's owed to the bank, that the bank has said, we're owed this money, and he said earlier in this lawsuit that Ryan Ogden personally, as CFO, assured the bank that...
If he can prove it's not true. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm just saying, you know? I'm just saying, like, if Jason never came out with that, then there's a 0% chance that can happen, right?
Be getting the money from the Steam funds, and then he's saying that they were going to take those Steam funds.
About a discussion now with Jay, Nico, Nephis. I would be down if I weren't like 6 hours into my stream doing Ash's React content. I knew this was going to be a little long because I wanted to watch Nephis's video first, and it was a long one, right? And then this is a long one, but I think I'm done after this. I want to play some video games. Don't forget, we are a video game channel. I'm just taking advantage of being able to do React content because it's relative to the MMO space, not necessarily for clicks and views. It's not like our stream is popping off or anything, right? But more just because it's interesting. I'm invested. You know, I was a part of this. I played the game. We all did. And when I heard that Steven's side of the story was going to be shared, I was like, ooh.
Funds not inform the bank and put them into the new company, then his position he's claiming is that he had to tell the bank, otherwise he would be party to something that he believes to have been wrongful and potentially a criminal action. Because if he wouldn't,
Steven has more time to prepare a counter story to the public allegations. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Nico. It's like that's what I'm saying. Yes, we're like, once again, we're on the same page. Yes, it's like if you don't know what the other side is going to come at you with, it makes it objectively more difficult to defend against. You know what I mean? That's what it is. But like, if you know the story that they are going to be bringing to the table, like, what do you like? Okay, listen. If let's just say 100% for a fact, Steven is guilty, and he's trying to defend. He's trying to defend, right? Do you not think he's taking, like, do you not think him and his legal team spending every moment going through all of the accusations in the timeline to create a story, to create some kind of defense against it? They absolutely are. 100%. For sure. You know?
Have told the bank he would have been essentially in on the fact that they were taking this money.
I mean, he already countered. He's countersuing Jason for defamation.
Was that knew was owed to the bank. That's the claim, right? This is a fucking insane thing to, one, happen, and two, to make claims of if you don't have evidence of. Like, this is an insane thing to say. And if not, the bank is going to be saying, why the fuck are you saying this in a lawsuit when this didn't happen with money that is the US government's? That's a really stupid thing to do if you don't have the evidence that this actually happened. The corporate unrest following by the mass layoffs generated significant agitation in the online gaming community. That's a real understatement, yeah. However, Dawson and the board defendants have intentionally hidden behind the guise of anonymity. It was no error that Ogden filed a blatantly false statement of information with...
Honestly, this is not. This is pretty close to my opinion too. My opinion so far, until we have more evidence. Steven, liar, manipulator, scammer, but didn't break laws. Robert appears to have made illegal business moves. Scammer. Yeah, like this is similar to mine. I don't know if I would say didn't break laws. I think there's a chance. I think there is a decent chance that maybe Steven didn't end up actually breaking any laws, but I think there's equally a chance, if not more, that he did. But I don't know. I don't know. But like in a general sense, I'm kind of on the same page.
California Secretary of State identifying only Sharif and Moore as company directors and/or officers. Rather, it was a calculated action intended to shield the board from the fallout of their actions and wrongfully place the public blame on Sharif. The fallout for Sharif has been swift and devastating. The public has wrongfully blamed Sharif for the downfall of Intrepid, accused Sharif of legal wrongdoing, and called Sharif a liar. Sharif has received death threats, and both Sharif and his family fear constantly for their physical safety. The board defendants specifically discussed during a January 30th, 2026 board meeting with multiple witnesses present, using this online campaign to frame Sharif for the company's collapse.
Yeah, I don't know either. Maybe yeah, you're right. Maybe Robert didn't do anything illegal. I have no fucking clue.
In a few months with plans to revive the game beloved by millions. I mean, whether this is true, this is exactly what...
I feel like I'm watching a Game of Thrones episode and I'm trying to figure out who's going to die next.
What's happened. So if there is a meeting where this happened and there is witnesses that are going to go on record that this happened, the fallout is exactly what this states. So again, another crazy thing to claim if you don't have evidence of it. But this is exactly what happened. Everyone does believe these things, and everyone does believe the board is like in the right. To the same end, the board defendants have piled onto this false narrative by making false allegations that Sharif misled creditors and invested as the game development milestone and completion dates. That Sharif misrepresented the nature of his relationship with business partners, and plaintiff and more misappropriated company funds. This is what has been claimed by both Jason and the TFE lawsuit. On information and belief, the board of defendants have taken the further step of distributing defamatory materials, including false statements of criminal wrongdoing about Sharif to members of the gaming public for public dissemination. At all times, Sharif appropriately caveated to potential lenders that any estimated timeframes with respect to Ash's development milestones of completion were just estimates, subject to a number of variables outside of his control. Game development is an iterative process. At all times, Sharif appropriately caveated that relationships could increase the value of the game, e.g. publishing deals were speculative and not guaranteed. At no time did Sharif intentionally misappropriate funds from the company. Public statements to the contrary are intended to invoke public outrage and outcry against Sharif to shield the defendants from the fallout of their wrongful actions described herein. So here we go. Valve freezes revenues. My God, we're halfway through this. Oh my God, this video is going to be hours long. It's already an hour. On February 3rd, 2026, Valve
well, it's almost over. Spoiler alert.
So this is news, right? We knew they'd removed the buy button from the game. We didn't know that they'd terminated any kind of partnership. Valve cited as reasons for the termination that it received multiple conflicting requests from alleged account administrators for Intrepid, requesting authority to change Intrepid's banking information without response to Valve's follow-up requests seeking to confirm the validity of the requests. The Valve has received demands from multiple potential creditors for Intrepid's revenues, and that Valve is receiving a large number of refund requests from players who purchased the early access to the game. So, basically, everybody was saying, we're owed this money, transfer this money here, the game's a fraud, the game's a scam, give us our money back from the player base. And Valve turned around and went, what the fuck is going on here? And just froze everything so that they could figure out who is actually owed the money. Are they going to have to refund everybody? You know, what is actually going on, which we knew happened, but obviously not all the details of this. Before the issue of refunds, Intrepid would have been entitled to approximately $5 million, thus demonstrating the value of, among other things, the trade secret materials, aka the video game. Defendants continued to plan to imminently steal the company's intellectual property and trade secrets. TFE and the board defendants are currently actively soliciting former employees and the director of IT, the former director of IT, including with offers of compensation, to provide them access to Ash's creation along with its intellectual property and trade secret material components. And 2, attempting to sell Ash's creation along with its intellectual property and trade secret material components to the lifeblood of the company, and key to the value of shares owned by Sharif and the derivative shareholders, to competitor game developers in order to recoup their own investments. So this, according to the allegations, is the new plan, is to just sell the game. Get access to the game from the employees who they fired and didn't pay so that they can sell the game to somebody. The defendant's actions are in furtherance of the agreement between the board members to appropriate the company's intellectual property and trade secrets. Defendant's actions have already harmed the company, and they continue to pose irreparable and imminent harm to the company. And then there's all the claims for relief, right? I'm not going to go and read these because this is just saying what they want. Now we can go through the exhibits. It's actually not going to be as long as I thought it was going to be, because we're basically at the end. Okay, so now we have the public records that we could already look up ourselves. So this is Ryan Ogden. This is Robert Dawson's lien against the company, which is filed on the 13th of the 5th, 2024. And then this is the bank's lien, which is in 2020, right? 7/26/2020, which is showing who is owed the money. This is the Small Business Administration loan. This is then the federally backed loan, the Commerce West Bank loan that's for millions of dollars that they're claiming that they tried to circumvent. Then this is also on the 7th of January 2026, Robert Dawson changing his lien from himself to the new company that he spun up. I can't show some of these sections, these documents, because they show people's addresses, and that will just get the video immediately privacy striked. So yeah,
I see it though.
There we go.
I see the addresses.
This is fucking nuts. I mean, I told you it was going to be nuts. Of course. And as more and more people come forward with more and more lawsuits, it's going to get more nuts, because this is obviously not everything. And this is the first time we're seeing the other side of the table's allegations and what they're claiming. This is at least from what I can tell, a pretty specific lawsuit. It has a lot of dates, has a lot of specific claims. But obviously, as I said in the Nevada lawsuit, there's no evidence attached to this, of course, because there isn't going to be at this stage. So we have to take everything from all of these lawsuits and all of the claims being made publicly with a pinch of salt, because we don't have the records to see them. But at least now we have another side of the story. And if any of this turns out to be true, if we do see documents of like threats, witness testimony of, planning to do these things, minutes claiming that...
Witness testimony. Stephen Sharif's mom comes out. I saw them intimidating my son. And it was right there and then. I saw his kidney start to fail. I seen it with my own eyes. I seen it. I saw it.
They were, changing who was involved in the company
I saw
publicly
his eyes get bad
records on
too.
purpose and things. That paints an incredibly different picture to what we've been led to believe from other claims. Either way, this is a fucking insane... I said this was going to be like the biggest gaming drama.
She talking like I don't know. I'm just fucking talking on my ass.
Years. And
I'm
you're
just making it funny.
Again, at the end of every Kickstarter MMORPG Rainbow, there is this. Usually not as crazy as this. A lot of the times it's like nobody ever talks. There's no lawsuits. Maybe there's a class action suit in, say, Chronicles of Valeria's case, where nothing publicly ever comes of it. This is crazy. But there we go. Thanks for watching, as always. Hopefully you...
Here's a link to the video, guys. Holy shit, we are finally caught up. I think we take a little bit of a break with Ash's content now that we are caught up. Fuck. Holy shit, man. I mean, god damn, dude. I don't know. I mean... Fuck. Let's ask Steven if it's okay. It's crazy that he actually came to my stream. Wait, what did he say again? Let's take a look. User Stephen Sharif. How can they make these claims without evidence? Reserve judgment for when the discovery happens. I mean, this is such a strong case of dying on a hill. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, he goes through this, right? And it's like, It's like, if he's guilty, it's like, why even, what? You know what I mean? Like, it's over. Like, just let it, right? So it's like one of those two scenarios is what explains this type of behavior, right? As I mentioned before. Here's the thing, guys. You want to know why I asked this question? The reason why I asked it is because if he did say, yes, Chris Hemsworth, then that would have been my validation. There's a lot more truth to the text messages that Jason shared. Honestly, like, for me, even though I still think those text messages were real, if he actually acknowledged Chris Hemsworth, that would have been kind of like, okay. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think he saw through it. I think he saw through it. So I thought this was an interesting answer. I thought this was an interesting answer when he saying Jack Black and John C. Reilly. Yeah, but obviously he saw that other video and didn't say it. Yeah. I still think it should be Oscar Isaac, though. I think he would make a killer Steven Sharif. I think he would. Not Rekka. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Appreciate that. Wait, does this say suspicious user? wait. Wait. Steven Sharif is a suspicious monitor? Suspicious what? What is this? Oh, so I can see. Oh, so I can see his messages. Oh. It's like Twitch flagged Steven Sharif. I would have lost it. I would have fucking lost it, man. Holy shit, bro. Holy. All right. Well, listen, boys and girls. Oh, this is fucking hell. This is wild. So I know this might not be the right time to ask, but any shot I get my fucking costumes, you know, my $300 pack costumes, that red outfit. Oh my gosh. The fuck? I should delete this. No. Boys, we got some gaming to do. We got some fucking gaming to do. But I gotta take a pee. I'll be right back. Let's fucking go, boys. All right, listen, today, I actually really want to play some more Quinfall, but I think I want to play some Quinfall tomorrow. Today, boys and girls, today, I actually really want to play this game called MEWGENICS. It's a little bit off genre for us, okay? It's a little bit off genre, but I'll be honest, guys, I kind of want to check it out. I heard it's kind of fire. I hear this game is actually kind of fire. Are there drops for this game? Does anyone know? The cat game? Yeah. Yeah, we're doing MEWGENICS. Why? A little bit is hilarious. Wait, I forgot what I said. What did I say? A little bit. Wait, what did I say with a little bit? I forgot what I said already. Sequisha is addicted to this game. It's not my cup of tea, but let's see her. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm playing right now. Pumping animations? The fuck? We don't either. It's black. A little bit off genre. Yeah. This is no, this is an MMO, guys. I heard this is an MMO. Wait, can you guys not see the screen? Wait, you guys can't see the screen. The fuck? The hell? Okay, all right, we're good now. Wait, no, what? Wait, huh? Bro, when I click into the game, it removes the display capture. But then when I click out of the game, it brings it back up. Why is that? Huh? I've literally never had this happen to me before, ever. Okay, I solved the issue with game capture. Fuck it. Scared you, didn't I? Sure. I know how scary. Buzzword, like, okay. I have no idea what this game even is. I gotta tell you, I have no idea. I just want to play for a little bit. Science made this table from the floor. There are a few people. There are even people out there who believe that a science made you and I, but I digress. The point I was trying to make here is that cats are a science too, a science that I, Thomas A. Beanies, invented. Do I have to read this, chat? Guys, do I have to read this? Now take a gander at these fine specimens. Choose two, a boy and a girl. Trust me, you'll find out why later.
Meow.
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 Meow. Meow. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Oh, poor Mogwai. Oh no. I don't want to read this. Do I have to read this? Gosh, I'm such an MMO head. I'm already getting bored. This is bad. That's Markiplier? Yeah, it does sound like Markiplier. Path. He kicked you out, huh? Yeah, he does that. Name's Butch, and even though I could give a frick if you live or die, I can't help but see a bit of myself in you. Okay, we're listening. This is your team. These are your enemies. Your goal is to kill them all. Okay, it's now Catherine's turn. You tell because of that paw print thing above Catherine's head. This is Catherine's basic attack. It's melee range, so you need to move next to the rat to hit it. This is your movement action. You can move your... brother, is this... Bro, is this Final Fantasy Tactics but cat? Okay. Look, attack. Dude, it's Final Fantasy Tactics. Emeru and Meat Canyon voiced other cats? Oh, really? You got a buff when you killed the cat? Oh, I did. It's because of that passive ability. Hover over it, you'll learn what it does. Gain a random stat whenever you down an enemy, okay? You can also hover over your cat to learn what the buff does too. There are also spells. You only have one so far. Unfortunately, you lack the mana to cast it. This is how much mana the spell costs. This is how much mana you have. You gain mana at the end of your turn equal to your light bulb. There's nothing left to do, so end your turn, okay? We got 5 mana. It's now Pacoinki's turn. Pacoinki's range basic attack. While selecting where to move to, you can preview your basic attack range in red. Move in range, okay. That's cool. Unfortunately, you're still not able to attack Tom Tom, okay? Take a look at the roll here. Costs 4 mana. I got 5. Click roll, then roll closer to that thing. You're on range to attack the enemy. You should already know how to do that. Okay. The sounds are great. Good job, you landed the shot. That Tom Tom is pretty thick, however, so he will take a few more hits. Okay, we end turn. We got 7 now. Catherine's turn again. Enough mana to cast your spell. Spit. Spit, aim at the enemy, okay? Oh, some good spitting. You actually still have enough mana, okay? Spit again. Real thick move. Oh. 2 times, okay? Good job. Dude, this is Final Fantasy cat ticks. It is. At this point, I trust that you can finish the rest of the fight on your own, so I'm going to hide in the bushes and judge your... Okay. So, what is the set? Oh, that's the damage. What is this? Yeah. Can I just attack this now? Yeah, the game is from the same person who did Binding of Isaac, which is also huge. So a lot of streamers voice the... Oh. It's about to get a whole lot better. Just look at all these options. I was going to let you choose for yourself, but I feel the need to put... These are pretty awesome combo here. Check out Pacoini's current passive effect here. Burn you inflict is increased by 1. Now read what Sunburn does. Sunburn makes things burn. And hot-blooded make burn more burning. Okay, so take Sunburn already or not. It's your funeral. What is this? Jeez, I don't know. I'll be honest, guys. I wanted to try this because people were playing it, but I'm kind of like... I don't know how long I will play this. I don't know how long I will be playing this for. But remember, every cat is different, so always check out what your cat's passive ability does. A cat's passive can make a break, a run, and combos win games. Be on the lookout for abilities that combo. Looks terrible. Yeah, I don't know what the appeal is outside of just the Final Fantasy tactics. Broke your paw? What? The fuck did I do? I got a stick, could you?
Meow. Meow.
Music's nice. Can we stop playing boring games, please? Let's give it a few minutes, okay? It's time for a boss fight, okay? I trained Pebbles here myself. He's about to rock your world. Show me what you got. Okay. Cat fight, cat fight. Cat fight, cat fight. Hey!
Meow.
Okay, so you might have already noticed, but take a look up here. This is the order that you, okay? Pay attention to it, all right? Okay. 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 Sure. How much HP does this motherfucker have? 36? Okay. What did that do? Mother. Meow. Let's just keep doing this. Oh, he's got 4 stacks now. You're like a professional hater? Maybe he's not a professional hater. What time is it? It's 7:30. What is this? Attack and adjacent units. Spit attack with infinite range that deals 1 damage. It's infinite range, I just realized. What is this? Why can't I move? Did I already move? I don't know if I already moved. I guess I did. This guy tanky as fuck, man. Oh, he missed. What a loser. What a fucking loser. Uh-huh. One move, one action. Yeah. This guy needs to die. What the fuck? It did 999 damage! If they get injured and one of their stats gets permanently... In a fight, they get injured and one of their stats gets reduced permanently. What the fuck? I'm going mad. One guy spamming Y no L2 classic is going on. People going mad. One guy is spamming Y no L2 classic. What the fuck is going on? Oh, why didn't I join L2 classic? What is L2 classic? What is that? Is there a new lineage too? On right is probably the best cam spot. Okay. Whoops, I don't even know what I selected there. All right, I'm not gonna. I don't really play this game. I don't want to play that. I'm too much of an MMO head. I was like, dude, you know what? Maybe we try this. Maybe get some YouTube content out of it. But I don't want to play this. I don't know. I'll be honest. I kind of just don't want to play. Yeah, I think I'll play some more Quinfall and maybe play a little bit of WoW today too. I actually want to level up a monk. I actually do want to level up a monk, so I think I'm gonna do some Quinfall first. But I think I'm gonna do it on the alt stream, boys. I think I'm gonna do it on the alt stream. Why is this? There we go. At least you tried something new. I did, right? I did try something new. I did. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should take a break here and then come back, or if I should just go straight to the alt. Should I go straight to the alt? Should I raid in and then play? Do we go straight to the alt, or what do we do? Go straight, then AFK? You gave it a good face of trying MMOs. Try? Right? Not bad. I have so much to. I actually have so much to play. I have Quinfall. I want to play more of Quinfall. I have ESO that I'm trying to get caught up on. And WoW. Oh, where's the alt? I'm gonna raid you guys over. I just need to turn the stream on first. I'm turning on the alt stream right now, guys. YouTube, see you later. Twitch main chat, see you guys later. I'll see y'all on the flip side. Kanon 1 HP. Did that raid go through? It did. Awesome. Am I live on the alt? I am. Okay, cool. Listen, for those of you watching on Twitch, I'll see you here in a little bit on my alt channel. I'm going to raid into my alt channel. Don't forget to follow. For those of you who don't want to watch me on my alt channel, all good. I appreciate you for tuning in. For those of you on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yeah, I'll see you guys over there. Thanks for watching. Peace.